Chapter 348. At the same time, noble consort Zhuang also asked Empress Dowager Zhuang of Rinshou Palace. She beamed with joy and said, "Aunt, you did this, right? I knew you had the ability to deceive His Majesty. Aunt's move is called winning by surprise." Grand Consort Jing thought she could make things difficult for Aunt by moving back to the palace, but she didn't expect Aunt to be so skillful. She used a few tricks to bury the hatchet with His Majesty. Speaking of which, why didn't Aunt do this earlier? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her expressionlessly. Noble Consort Zhuang's heart skipped a beat. She shrunk her neck and said embarrassedly, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Everyone in the palace is saying that the culprit who poisoned Xiao Heng has been found. It's Zhang Xiu. How did Aunt think of making Zhang Xiu the scapegoat? Zhang Xiu is His Majesty's person, so Aunt naturally can't order her around. This suspicion has been washed clean." "Are you done?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. "I want to see the memorial." Noble Consort Zhuang pursed her lips and bowed before leaving. The news of Zhang Xiu poisoning Xiao Heng spread like wildfire. Soon, the 6 palaces all knew the truth behind Xiao Heng's death. The emperor had misunderstood Empress Dowager Zhuang for many years. Now that the truth was out, it was reasonable that he would take the initiative to reconcile with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Of course, some people thought that the emperor was using Zhang Xiu to express his guilt and filial piety to Empress Dowager Zhuang. In reality, he was trying to get close to Empress Dowager Zhuang to gain her trust, so that he could catch her off guard in the future. Empress Xiao sat in Pure Flower's palace for a while before returning to Cunning Palace to take care of Qin Shiyu. The emperor looked at Grand Consort Jing. "How is mother's injury?" Grand Consort Jing smiled and said gently, "It's not a big deal." The emperor's expression didn't relax at all. He said seriously, "The imperial doctor said that mother still needs to recuperate carefully and apply medicine every day. Granny Kai, take good care of mother." "Yes," Granny Kai replied respectfully. The emperor made a sound of acknowledgement, then said to Grand Concubine Jing, "Then this son will go to the imperial study first. If imperial mother feels bored in Pure Flower's palace, then you can take the sedan chair to the imperial garden for a walk. The imperial physician said that staying cooped up in the room is not good for recovery. There's no need to worry about me, Your Majesty. I'm fine with the protection of Your Majesty's dragon Qi." "But Your Majesty," Grand Concubine Jing's gaze fell on his haggard brow as she spoke. "Your Majesty looks tired. Did you stay up all night to review memorials again?" The emperor smiled carelessly and said, "Recently many areas have been hit by heavy rain. The disaster situation is serious, so it's inevitable that there will be more reports." Grand Concubine Jing took his hand and reminded him seriously, "Even so, you have to take care of your body." The emperor patted the old concubine's hand and smiled. "I'll be careful." Grand Concubine Jing's expression cleared up a bit. She thought of something and asked, "Are you using the calming incense that Kai Mama gave you?" "Yes," the emperor said. "Is it still useful?" Grand Concubine Jing asked. The emperor smiled. "The incense personally made by Imperial Mother is naturally useful." The emperor comforted Grand Concubine Jing a bit more before leaving for the imperial study. He didn't come to eat lunch with Grand Concubine Jing, so he ate in the imperial study instead. Eunuch Wei went to the imperial kitchen and ordered the cooks to make a few delicious dishes. The emperor used to talk about extravagance when eating, but ever since he stayed in Jadewater Alley, he had simplified his meals quite a bit. Eunuch Wei came out of the imperial study and returned to Pure Flower's palace to pick up the memorials he had left in the study last night. When he came out of the study, he ran into Grand Concubine Jing and Kai Mama, who were walking toward him. "Esteemed imperial concubine." Eunuch Wei bowed with the memorials in his arms. Kai Mama bowed slightly to him. He also bowed slightly. In terms of rank, he was above Kai Mama. But the imperial palace wasn't a place where rank was the only thing that mattered. The emperor respected Grand Concubine Jing, and when she achieved the Tao, even the chickens and dogs would rise to the heavens. Grand Concubine Jing looked at him with a gentle gaze. "Eunuch Wei, how many years have you served His Majesty?" Eunuch Wei didn't think for too long and quickly replied, This servant has served His Majesty since he was 14 years old. It's been 30 years since then. Grand Concubine Jing nodded. Do you still remember who chose you to serve His Majesty? Eunuch Wei was startled. He didn't understand why Grand Concubine Jing would suddenly ask this, but he answered truthfully. It was esteemed imperial concubine. Grand Concubine Jing stared at him. Then can I trust you? She used this concubine. Eunuch Wei's expression turned serious. He hugged the memorials tightly with one hand, and lifted the hem of his robe with the other to kneel down. Esteemed imperial concubine, if you have any orders, this servant will do it even if I have to die 10,000 times. Grand Concubine Jing raised a hand to help him up. Get up and talk. What do you mean by dying? You've been serving His Majesty for a long time, and he can't bear to leave you. I'm just too worried about His Majesty. I don't trust the words of others, so I can only ask you. Eunuch Wei broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare to let Grand Concubine Jing support his lowly body, so he quickly stood up and lowered his head. Esteemed imperial concubine, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Grand Concubine Jing asked. How is His Majesty's health? Eunuch Wei thought Grand Concubine Jing would ask about the reconciliation between His Majesty and Empress Dowager Zhuang. He didn't expect her to ask about His Majesty's health. Eunuch Wei felt ashamed that he had misunderstood Grand Concubine Jing. He said, Esteemed imperial concubine, His Majesty has been having trouble sleeping and eating lately. Grand Concubine Jing's eyes flickered. Is he in a trance and has nightmares at night? That's right. Eunuch Wei was startled. How did esteemed imperial concubine know? Grand Concubine Jing sighed. I've already guessed it. When I spoke with him just now, he seemed a little out of sorts. I asked him if he had stayed up all night reading memorials, but he said there were too many memorials. I'm guessing he just can't sleep, just like when he was young. This child, he'll have nightmares when he's under a lot of pressure, and then he'll ask me to hug him to sleep. I thought that after so many years, he wouldn't be like when he was young anymore. Eunuch Wei said, Esteemed imperial concubine is worried for His Majesty. Grand Concubine Jing smiled bitterly. He's my son, and I raised him with my own hands. How can I not be worried about him? Oh right, did His Majesty use the calming incense I gave him? It's a prescription I asked a senior monk for. It can cure His Majesty's insomnia and dreams. Eunuch Wei, he used it. Grand Concubine Jing. He really used it? Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. He indeed used it. If esteemed imperial concubine doesn't believe me, this servant can give you the ashes. Grand Concubine Jing smiled. No need, I believe you. In the entire Pure Flowers Palace, you're the only one who's sincere to His Majesty aside from me. Eunuch Wei bowed. This servant is afraid. Grand Concubine Jing handed him a box. This is a new calming incense, and its effects are better than the previous one. Take it and give it to His Majesty. I hope His Majesty won't be troubled by nightmares again. If it's useful, you can come find me again. I still have a lot more. Eunuch Wei took the box. Understood. Grand Concubine Jing said. Then I'll take my leave. Eunuch Wei bowed. Farewell, esteemed imperial concubine. After Grand Concubine Jing left, Eunuch Wei took the memorial and the calming incense to the imperial study, where he told the emperor about his encounter with Grand Concubine Jing. The emperor laughed. We don't remember anything from when we were young. You too. Who told you to tell imperial concubine about our situation? You made her worry. Eunuch Wei explained. Your Majesty, esteemed imperial concubine can tell that you're unwell. Wouldn't it make her imagination run wild if you continue to hide it from her? The emperor shook his head. Forget it. Eunuch Wei smiled. Then this calming incense, the emperor said. Since it's a token of imperial concubine mother's goodwill, just leave it there. We'll see how it goes tonight. That night, Eunuch Wei lit up the calming incense that Grand Concubine Jing had sent over for the emperor. The scent of this incense didn't seem to be any different from the usual calming incense, except that it was thicker. The emperor quickly fell asleep as expected. Eunuch Wei thought that he would be able to have a good night's sleep this time, and that he would be able to rest as well. However, no one expected that not long after the emperor fell asleep, He had another nightmare. This time, he did not dream that he was lying on the bed, unable to move, and could only be at the mercy of others. He dreamed that he slipped and fell off a cliff, and in the nick of time, he grabbed onto a vine on the edge of the cliff. There was a bottomless abyss below him, and he would be smashed to pieces if the vine were to break. He shouted with all his might, "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" Finally, someone came over. It was Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing lay down. He was so moved that he was about to cry. Imperial Concubine Mother truly loved him the most in the world. However, Grand Concubine Jing didn't try to pull him up. Instead, she took out a dagger and cut off the vine. The feeling of weightlessness from falling into the bottomless abyss woke the Emperor up abruptly. He sat up and gasped for air. Eunuch Wei heard the commotion and walked over with an oil lamp without even putting on his shoes. "Your Majesty." He was shocked to see the Emperor's pale face and cold sweat. "Did you have another nightmare, Your Majesty?" I. The Emperor clutched at his chest, his body trembling uncontrollably. That dream just now had been too terrifying. That feeling of falling into the bottomless abyss was worse than being stabbed 10,000 times with a knife. It was just a nightmare. He was the Emperor, not a cowardly person. How could he be scared to this extent? Even he looked down on himself. "Have some tea, Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei put down the lamp and poured a cup of herbal tea to calm the Emperor down. The Emperor gulped it down, but he didn't calm down. "I can't sleep, so I'll go read the memorials." Eunuch Wei couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he could only take the memorials from the imperial study. However, the Emperor couldn't calm down at all. The fear from the nightmare was like maggots in his bones, unable to be shaken off. The Emperor put down the memorials in frustration. "I'm going out for a walk. There's no need for them to follow." "Yes." Eunuch Wei held the lantern and left Pure Flower's palace with the Emperor. The Emperor walked aimlessly. Before he knew it, he had arrived at Cunning Palace. Eunuch Wei asked softly, "Your Majesty, do you want to go to the Empress place? This servant will go and pass on the message." The Emperor looked at the tightly shut palace doors and said indifferently, "No need. It's late, so don't wake Imperial Mother." Eunuch Wei was startled. Imperial Mother? Wasn't Empress Xiao the one living here? Empress Dowager Zhuang had already moved to Renshou Palace after the previous emperor passed away. Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor in confusion. The emperor suddenly came back to his senses and looked at him suspiciously. "What did I say just now?" Eunuch Wei was startled. And nothing. His Majesty said it's late, so don't wake the Empress." "Maybe I heard wrong." His Majesty said the Empress, not Imperial Mother. "Empress." The Emperor was dazed for a moment. He suddenly frowned and said, "Why did I come here? Why didn't you warn me? It's the middle of the night. If I wake up the harem, it'll be chaos again." Yes, it's the servant's fault." Eunuch Wei felt extremely wronged. "Ever since you left Pure Flower's palace, you've been rushing here, as if you've made up your mind. Who can stop you?" "Let's go back," the Emperor said unhappily. The Emperor didn't sleep much that night. After 3 in the morning, he changed his clothes and went to court. He was so tired that he almost fell asleep on the dragon chair. Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a mighty and domineering manner, "If you have something to report, court is dismissed." This irritable tone clearly meant that whoever dared to cause trouble would be punished. The civil and military officials all expressed that they had nothing to report. Eunuch Wei shouted, "Court is dismissed." After leaving the throne room, Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in her phoenix sedan. She glanced at the emperor, who was watching her leave, and said mockingly, "Don't die of exhaustion before the culprit is caught." The emperor said coldly, "Imperial Mother doesn't need to worry. I'm fine." "Someone's coming," Eunuch Wei reminded. The emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang immediately smiled. After returning to Pure Flower's palace, Eunuch Wei was invited to Grand Concubine Jing's Autumn Flower Pavilion by Mama Kai. Grand Concubine Jing was copying Buddhist scriptures. When she saw him come over, she smiled and asked gently, "Did your Majesty sleep well last night? You didn't have nightmares again, did you?" Eunuch Wei looked hesitant. Grand Concubine Jing's smile gradually disappeared. "What's wrong? Is your Majesty still unable to sleep?" I did sleep but… Eunuch Wei sighed helplessly. I had nightmares again, and was quite frightened. The brush in Grand Concubine Jing's hand fell on the table. The tip of the brush rolled from the table to the ground, dirtying the page of scriptures she had just copied. How could this be? She murmured in disbelief. Eunuch Wei looked at Grand Concubine Jing strangely. Mama Kai quickly knelt down and picked up the brush. She used a handkerchief to wipe the ink on the floor. Everyone in the world cares for their parents, but His Majesty's body is not in harmony. It's unavoidable that Your Majesty is worried about His Majesty. This servant understands Your Majesty's feelings. But Your Majesty must take care of your body as well. The imperial physician said that your injuries haven't healed yet, so you shouldn't worry too much. Eunuch Wei looked at Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing's face was full of disbelief. She gripped the scriptures on the table so tightly that she crumpled them into a ball. Eunuch Wei was stunned. Mama Kai grabbed Grand Concubine Jing's wrist and stared at her. Grand Concubine, you must hold on. His Majesty is already working hard for the country. You can't be anxious and harm your body. So she was too worried about His Majesty? Eunuch Wei sighed inwardly. I'll have the imperial physician come over later. Mama Kai said gratefully. Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei replied politely. It's my duty. Mama Kai smiled. I'll see you out, Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei declined. No need. Mama Kai, you should take good care of the Grand Concubine. Mama Kai insisted on seeing him to the door. She smiled as she watched Eunuch Wei disappear at the end of the corridor, before returning to the Autumn Splendor Pavilion. She looked at Grand Concubine Jing worriedly. Your Majesty. Grand Concubine Jing calmly rolled up her sleeves. All right, I'm fine now. The imperial physician went to the imperial study to take the emperor's pulse. He said that the emperor was overly worried, overworked, and had a weak liver fire. He prescribed a prescription that would strengthen the vitality and calm the mind. The emperor said disdainfully, This prescription again. How many times have I taken it? When has it ever worked? Eunuch Wei's eyes rolled. Why don't we go find the little divine doctor? The emperor snorted. Didn't you hear her say that she won't come to Pure Hua Palace for treatment anymore? Eunuch Wei smiled. If she doesn't come to us, we can go find her. You can't go on like this. Even the Grand Concubine is scared out of her wits. The emperor frowned. In the end he was persuaded. He and Eunuch Wei changed into their outfits and took a carriage to Miracle Hand Hall. However, they were told that Gu Jiao wasn't there. Dr. Song had seen Eunuch Wei before and knew that his master was Qin Chiyu's father, an official of the imperial court. He cupped his hands and politely said, Miss Gu went to see a patient. When will she be back? Eunuch Wei asked. Dr. Song said, She didn't say, but I don't think she'll return to the clinic today. She'll be picking up students from Jingkong after school. Don't you know where her house is? Why don't you go directly to her house to find her? The master and servant went to Jadewater Alley. Gu Jiao hadn't returned yet, so Madame Yao invited the two into the room. Today, Granny Zhou's two daughters-in-law, Auntie Lu, and her younger sister came to ask Madame Yao for advice on acupuncture. The room was full of women, but Auntie Lu's eyes were always on the emperor. The emperor's scalp was numb. Madame Yao pursed her lips and smiled. She invited the emperor to her grey-tant's room and said, Your Majesty, Master, why don't you sit in the room for a while? Jiao Jiao will be back soon. Thank you, Madame Gu. The emperor thanked her politely. Auntie Lu ran over sneakily. The emperor was so scared that he bolted the door. The emperor sat in the small and cramped room. Because the doors and windows were closed, the light was dim. However, the dimmer it was, the more it magnified his other senses. He smelled a faint, warm aura. There was once this scent in his distant memory. When Gu Jiao came back from picking up little Jing Kong, she heard Eunuch Wei mention that the emperor couldn't sleep at night. She went to knock on her grey-tant's door, but there was no response. Eunuch Wei was scared. Did something happen to His Majesty? Gu Jiao pulled out a dagger and pried open the door. Eunuch Wei quickly pushed the door open and rushed in. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! He was dumbfounded. The emperor, who said that he couldn't sleep, was lying on his back on the bed. He was drooling and snoring. He was snoring and farting in his sleep. Chapter 349. Didn't you sleep well? Gu Jiao raised her brows and asked. Eunuch Wei opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound for a long time. From time to time, the laughter of Auntie Lu's sister and the two daughters-in-law of Granny Zhou's family could be heard. There were also the sounds of their children squabbling in the front yard with little Jing Kong. In the past, His Majesty would find it hard to sleep at the slightest noise in the palace. Now that it was so noisy outside, how could His Majesty sleep so soundly? His Majesty slept from the afternoon to the next morning, and didn't even eat dinner. Gu Jiao watched as the emperor rushed to the carriage with his fluffy hair like a gust of wind to go to morning court. How did it look like he couldn't sleep? He clearly slept more than she did. Last night, when she stirred up the gunpowder, the entire family was awakened by the explosion. Only the emperor was snoring like thunder, and the entire courtyard was filled with his dragon breath, commonly known as snoring. Oh, Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. I thought I blew him up in the middle of the night. Drive the carriage. What are you standing there for? The emperor slapped the coachman's head. He was full of energy and definitely didn't faint from the explosion. The emperor had a good sleep and felt refreshed. He returned to Pure Flower's palace to wash up and change into his dragon robes before heading to the throne room. Empress Dowager Zhuang's Phoenix sedan also arrived near the throne room. Eunuch Qin reminded, Empress Dowager, His Majesty has also arrived. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who bowed for the 5 candied fruits, had someone get off the sedan and walked out with Eunuch Qin's help. The emperor also came out of the sedan and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with a smile in his eyes. He didn't forget to cup his hands in a son's salute. Son pays respects to Imperial Mother. Yesterday, he looked like a bag of wilted cabbage, but today, he clearly had energy. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him faintly and said, It's getting late. Don't delay and quickly go to court. Doesn't His Majesty always arrive earlier than Ijia? Why are you so late today? The emperor was too embarrassed to say that he overslept in Bishui Alley. Obviously, he couldn't sleep in the magnificent palace, but when he went to Empress Dowager Zhuang's small shabby room, he slept like a log. If he said this, he would despise himself. He would never admit that it was the room that was comfortable to sleep in. It must be that he was too tired after not sleeping for a few days. While the emperor was thinking, he inadvertently saw that Empress Dowager Zhuang was holding an exquisite hand warmer. This was a dual-purpose stove. In the winter, it could be filled with charcoal, and in the summer, it could be filled with ice. Holding it in one's hand, it would be very cool and cool, very good at relieving the heat. The emperor suddenly chuckled and walked over. He raised his hand and knocked down Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand warmer. The hand warmer smashed onto the bluestone floor with a bang. The material was very good, and it was not damaged. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes turned cold as she looked at the emperor. Just as she was about to get angry, she saw several court officials walking over from not far away. Eunuch Wei, the Empress Dowager's hand warmer has fallen. Quickly pick it up for the Empress Dowager. Yes. Eunuch Wei picked up the hand warmer on the ground. Since it was dirty on the ground, he naturally couldn't just hand it over to the Empress Dowager. He was just about to wipe it with his sleeve. The emperor took the hand warmer and said, I'll do it. He took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the hand warmer. After wiping it as if it could shine, he smiled and handed it to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Mother, your hand warmer. The court officials who saw this scene couldn't help but secretly exclaim. The emperor was so filial to the Empress Dowager that he personally wiped her hand warmer. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. She grabbed the hand warmer with a cold face. The emperor slyly reminded her. Smile, mother, smile, we're all watching. I'll smile your ass. Empress Dowager Zhuang faked a smile and said, ha ha ha. The officials walked away. Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped smiling in a second and threw the hand warmer that the emperor had taken to Eunuch Qin with disdain. When she walked up the steps of the throne room, Empress Dowager Zhuang lifted her phoenix robe to cover her feet and stepped on the emperor's instep. The emperor, ow! There were people all around. He closed his mouth tightly and swallowed the cry of despair into his stomach. He was in so much pain that his facial features were twisted into a ball. Empress Dowager Zhuang smiled faintly. What's wrong with the emperor? The emperor stiffened and pinched his thigh. Foot. Move your foot away. Oh, the emperor sprained his foot? Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her eyebrows and stepped on his instep again. The emperor was in so much pain that he rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Empress Dowager Zhuang elegantly reached out and held his arm. She smiled and said, I'll help you. Then she kept smiling and squeezed a few words from between her teeth. Everyone is watching, Emperor. Smile. The emperor's smile was uglier than crying. The officials couldn't help but sigh. The Empress Dowager also loved this son very much. It seemed that after the misunderstanding of the Empress Dowager poisoning the young Duke of Zhaodu was resolved, the relationship between the mother and son really eased a lot. Gu Jiao knew nothing about the things in the palace. After she sent little Jing Kong to the Imperial College, she went to the medical center. She found that the medical center often had more patients in the morning and was a little idle in the afternoon. The little girl from the girls' school came next door to play the guqin from time to time, but now she couldn't hear it. She tried to let little Jiangli learn the guqin, but the girl was only interested in herbs. She was even more stupid when it came to learning the guqin than when she practiced writing. She had to give up the idea of letting little Jiangli play the guqin for her. Gu Jiao looked at the fuxi guqin on the table. Her fingertips tapped on the guqin case a few times. She opened the case and took out the fuxi guqin with the burnt tail. Her slender fingers gently stroked the strings, but she didn't play in the end. She put the fuxi guqin back, closed the case, and got up to leave the medical center. She went to the martial arts center. After several months of challenges, she had become a great martial artist in the martial arts center from the lowest level. She should be a supreme master if she wanted to go further. It was said that there were no more than 5 supreme masters in the capital. They were very rare and hard to come by. Of course, this was the jargon. For the common people, they were a group of martial arts masters. When one reached the level of a supreme master, they rarely appeared in the martial arts world. Taihe Martial Arts Center had a supreme master in charge, but it was only in name. Gu Jiao had been to the martial arts center so many times, but she had never seen a single strand of his hair. The Marquis also came to the martial arts center today. He didn't just come to watch Gu Jiao compete. He also wanted to see if there were any other good seedlings here. If it was before, he could probably find a few, but since Gu Jiao, his eyes became picky. It seemed that it was very difficult to find a young, talented person who could control his murderous intent. He was a general on the battlefield. In this life he had killed countless people. How could he not feel the murderous intent of a person? The Marquis didn't know what his sworn brother had experienced to have such a strong murderous intent. It was rare that he could control his murderous intent and didn't let himself become a murderous devil. This was another reason why the Marquis appreciated Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao came down from the martial arts arena. The Marquis also came out from the second-floor wing. The two met in the main hall. The Marquis smiled at Gu Jiao and said, "Is today's competition over?" Gu Jiao nodded. "You've made great progress recently." It was beyond his expectations. If he hadn't watched his little brother compete, he would have thought that his little brother was originally an expert who had lost his strength for some reason and was slowly recovering in some way. The Marquis asked again, "That's right, have you been practicing your spear recently?" At the mention of this, Gu Jiao blinked. The Marquis was slightly surprised. "Did you bring your red tasseled spear?" Gu Jiao shook her head. The Marquis didn't know that she had lost her red tasseled spear on the night she saved the Emperor. He thought that she had left it at home. He smiled and said, "It's okay. I just happened to bring you a new red tasseled spear." Gu Jiao followed him to the backyard of the martial arts center. The Marquis carriage stopped outside the back door. He went to the carriage and took a red tasseled spear wrapped in red cloth. He handed it to Gu Jiao. "Try it." Gu Jiao took it and opened the red cloth to take a look. Wow! It was the big guy she had taken a fancy to in the barracks. This red tasseled spear was 2 inches longer than the average red tasseled spear. It was also heavier. The spearhead shone with a cold light. Gu Jiao held it in her hand and tried it out. It was like a flying dragon, extremely domineering. The Marquis's eyes unconsciously revealed a bit of satisfaction. Sure enough, his vision was very unique. This red-tasseled spear of the Yin Kingdom was very suitable for his little brother. Don't you think it's heavy? He asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. She liked the weight of the spear. It had the power to destroy everything. It also had the ability to break 1,000 pounds. She tried it out a few more times. The more she tried, the more satisfied she was. She didn't like cold weapons before, but this red-tasseled spear suited her very well. The Marquis had been observing her moves. It was the set of spear skills he had taught her. But that set of spear skills was more suitable for the ordinary red-tasseled spear. It couldn't display the full power of the red-tasseled spear. Little brother Gu, wait a moment. He walked over. Give me the red-tasseled spear. Gu Jiao was playing happily. She smacked her lips and gave him the red-tasseled spear. The Marquis took it. He didn't do any fancy moves. He only used one move. He bent his legs slightly. His right hand held the base of the red-tasseled spear, close to his right waist. His left hand held the middle of the red-tasseled spear. He pointed the spearhead forward and fiercely stabbed out. It seemed like a simple move, but at that moment, it was filled with endless killing intent. Even the wind and sand were stirred up, and the leaves rustled. Gu Jiao's mask was almost blown off. She blinked, her eyes sparkling. She took out a small notebook and scribbled. What move is this? The Marquis patiently explained. This is called the middle four. It is a middle-level spear skill. It is the master of the 6 harmonies spear. It is the first of the 24 forms of the spear. It seems simple, but in fact, it is full of wonderful changes. You don't need to practice anything else. Just practice this move. Come give it a try. Gu Jiao took the red-tasseled spear and tried it out. Naturally, it wasn't very good. The Marquis said, Don't worry. Take your time. Thinking back, his master had made him practice this move for a full 5 years. He didn't understand his master's deep meaning. Many years later, he finally understood that the essence of the spear skill was in this move. Gu Jiao practiced for a while. She was sweating profusely. The Marquis felt that today's practice was enough. He said to Gu Jiao, Let's practice another day. It's getting late. Little brother Gu, are you hungry? I'll treat you to donkey meat. There's a donkey barbecue restaurant next door. Little brother Gu should like it. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear upright in her arms. She took out a small notebook and wrote, I have something to do tonight. I'll eat donkey barbecue with you another day. I see. A trace of disappointment flashed through the Marquis' eyes. Gu Jiao looked at him and wrote, You seem to have something on your mind? No. He just wanted to find someone to drink to drown his sorrows. Gu Jiao continued to write, We're sworn brothers. There's nothing we don't talk about. Little brother Gu was a trustworthy person. In addition, the Marquis had been troubled by something for a long time. He couldn't make up his mind. He hesitated for a while, then cleared his throat and said to Gu Jiao, Little brother Gu, if you have a friend. Coming. I have a friend. Gu Jiao understood immediately. The Marquis opened his mouth and continued, If he wants to do something unorthodox, will you support him or not? Gu Jiao wrote, That depends on what kind of unorthodox thing it is. The Marquis cleared his throat. For example, taking someone and running away? The old man is going to elope with someone. Gu Jiao wrote without hesitation, Yes. The Marquis' face was full of astonishment. No, you don't even hesitate? So careless? Gu Jiao wrote down what she had read in her godfather's diary in her previous life. Love is a matter between 2 people. As long as you like each other, you can find freedom together. In the organization, you can't find freedom, and you can't like anyone. Otherwise, you'll be punished by your godfather. Gu Jiao couldn't understand why there was such a sentence in her godfather's diary. Forget it, she's dead anyway. She won't be able to see her godfather again. Gu Jiao continued to write, If you're happy, go chase and beg boldly. Don't be afraid of vulgar eyes. The Marquis gasped. What if I'm rejected? Gu Jiao wrote. If she rejects you, it means she doesn't like you. You can just give up. Why does she have the same tone as Gu Yan? Are all the young people nowadays so telepathic? The Marquis' face didn't change. It's not me. Gu Jiao. When only one person affirms an idea, Perhaps his heart isn't firm enough. But when more people affirm it, it can take root and germinate in the bottom of his heart. Not to mention that he just asked 2 random people and got the same answer. It was obvious that he worried too much before. This matter was originally very simple. He wanted to take her away from the palace. Chapter 350. The old Marquis did as he said, and immediately started his plan. Gu Jiao still didn't know that she and Gu Yan had stirred up some trouble. After saying goodbye to the old duke, she went back to the medical center, took off her mask, changed her clothes, and went to the Imperial College to pick up little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was in a good mood, because he knew that Gu Jiao would come to pick him up after school. He was even more obedient in class, and didn't argue with Teacher Sun for the whole day. Teacher Sun had the most relaxing day of the year. He felt that his middle-aged hair was not as thin as before. "Come to my house to play," Su Kanji, who came out of the classroom, said to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong shook his head coldly. "I'm not going today. I want to go home with Jiao Jiao." Su Kanji thought for a while. "Okay then, tomorrow?" Little Jing Kong continued to shake his head. "I'm not going tomorrow either. I want to go home with Jiao Jiao tomorrow too." Jiao Jiao would come to pick him up when his bad brother-in-law was away. He was very happy just thinking about it. Little Jing Kong shook his head and walked away proudly. Su Kanji was left alone in the same place with hidden bitterness. "Brother, I'm really used as a spare tire." Little Jing Kong walked out of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao picked him up and walked back hand in hand. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said cutely, "Jiao Jiao, I miss you so much. You're even more beautiful today than yesterday." Gu Jiao curved her lips in amusement. "Really?" Little Jing Kong nodded quickly. "Yes, yes. Monks don't lie." "So you're still a monk?" Gu Jiao looked at the little buzz cut that someone had grown for the umpteenth time. She thought to herself, nothing will go wrong this time, right? She should be able to grow a head of thick black hair and tie it into a beautiful little bun, right? Little Jing Kong skipped back to Pushui Alley excitedly. Gu Jiao went to fetch water and chop firewood, while little Jing Kong went back to his room to do his homework. Since Xiao Luling wasn't around, his homework was checked by the old chancellor. The old chancellor hadn't finished his duty yet. Little Jing Kong finished his homework very quickly. He came out of the house and walked to Gu Jiao, who was chopping firewood. With his hands behind his back, he rolled his eyes and said, "Jiao Jiao, I'm going next door to play with Xiaobao." Xiaobao was Master Zhao's biological grandson. He was 1 year younger than little Jing Kong, and was the closest playmate to little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. "Okay, I'll call you when dinner is ready." The little guy rolled his eyes again. "Then can I bring something over?" "Sure." Gu Jiao didn't have any objection. She was chopping firewood and didn't see his sneaky expression. Little Jing Kong went back to his room, the east room. That's right. Although his brother-in-law also lived in the east room, little Jing Kong firmly believed that he was the master of the east room. He had been taking in his bad brother-in-law, who might be laid off at any time. What kind of little cutie was he? Little Jing Kong's junk half stayed at home, and the other half moved to the small courtyard of the medical center. He opened the wardrobe, pulled out his small box, and poured out the books in the bag. Then he picked up some interesting things from the small box and put them in. "Jiao Jiao, I'm leaving." He carried the bag on his back and ran out of the courtyard. When Gu Jiao turned to look at him, the little guy had already run away. She couldn't help laughing. Naughty. Little Jing Kong was a child with great self-control. He didn't run around, so Gu Jiao didn't expect that the little guy didn't go next door. Instead, he carried his junk to a pawn shop on Xuanwu Street. When the boss of the pawn shop saw that it was a child, he thought that he was here to play. He hurriedly waved his hand and asked him to leave. "Go play somewhere else," little Jing Kong said. "I'm not here to play. I'm here to pawn." It wasn't his first time here. He had done some research with Su Tangtang and brother Chuyu before, so he knew that there was a pawn shop here. The boss was amused when he heard that. It was always funny when a child talked like an adult. The boss wasn't in a hurry to ask him to leave. He smiled and asked him, "What do you want to pawn?" "Well, these. See if there's anything you like." I'll pawn whatever you like. Little Jing Kong stood on his tiptoes, but still couldn't reach the counter. He was anxious. Hey, you come out and see for yourself. The boss was amused by little Jing Kong. He opened the door at the side and walked out. Okay, let me see what you have. He didn't think that this child was really here to pawn. He was most likely here to play. Little Jing Kong handed the bag to him. The boss took out the things inside and placed them on the counter. He was the first one to laugh out loud. In their line of work, they had to be knowledgeable. From the antiques of the previous dynasty, to the calligraphy of the great scholars, and even the rare items of the Six Nations, they had more or less dabbled in them. Look at what this child had in his bag. The house deed of the Liang Nation, the tiger talisman of the Zhao Nation, the luminous cup of the Chen Nation. The next item was even more impressive. He even had the imperial jade seal of the Jin Nation. The boss laughed until his stomach hurt. Were there so many different kinds of toys for children these days? Not to mention, the impersonation was quite realistic. The boss didn't think that these things were real at all. The boss put the things back and handed him a piece of malt candy with a smile. He only gave it to him because he was cute. So many good things. You're amazing. Okay, go back. Little Jing Kong held back his saliva. I don't want candy. I want to pawn it. The boss said, You can't pawn it. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, Why? Is there nothing here that catches your eye? You haven't finished looking at it. There's more inside. If you like it, I can pawn it for you at a cheaper price. Little Jing Kong was in urgent need of money. Although he was a small landlord and received 2 payments of rent every month, his money had been handed over to the Jiao for safekeeping. If he needed it, he had to get it from the Jiao. But he didn't want the Jiao to know. That was why he thought of pawning it. Looking at his cute little face, the boss couldn't bear to tell him that his things were fake, and that he couldn't pawn it. He only said to him, You can't pawn it. Don't run around, kid. Go back quickly. Little Jing Kong was rejected and let out a long sigh. He lowered his head and walked out of the pawnshop slowly with a bag of books on his back. There were a total of 3 pawnshops on Xuanwu Street. He went to the other 2 pawnshops, but he was chased out before he could even enter. The little guy who was rejected again and again was traumatized. He pursed his lips and felt wronged. He walked back dejectedly. Suddenly, a man wearing a crescent white long-sleeved robe, an ink blue gauze robe, and a jade belt around his waist blocked Little Clear Sky's path. The man had a gentle expression and held a folding fan in his hand. He smiled and looked at Little Jing Kong. Little brother, do you want to pawn something? How did you know? Little Jing Kong looked at him warily. The man patted his palm with the folding fan and smiled. I was looking for something in that pawn shop just now. I saw you being chased out by them. Oh. Little Jing Kong was relieved. So you saw it. The man smiled. What a coincidence. I didn't see any suitable antiques in the pawn shop. Little brother, do you have anything I like? Little Jing Kong thought for a while. I can show you. The man squatted down and put his hand into Little Jing Kong's bag of books. He looked surprised as he looked. Little brother, you have a lot of things. Little Jing Kong stuck out his chest. I knew it. I have a lot of good things. You know what's good for you. What do you want? I'll give it to you at a cheap price. No, I don't know you. I can't redeem it in the future. I'll sell it to you at a cheap price. He had asked the young master what pawning meant and knew that it was different from selling. The man looked down and smiled. He took out a golden abacus from Little Jing Kong's bag of books. The owner of the first pawn shop didn't see the golden abacus. Otherwise, he would know that it was not fake. Among all the things, Little Jing Kong liked the golden abacus the most. He felt his heart ache when he saw that the man picked it. The man smiled. Sell this to me, how about it? Little Jing Kong bit his lip and nodded. This is very expensive. How much is it? The man asked. Little Jing Kong said painfully, 500 taels. This was the amount he needed. He wouldn't sell it if it was less than this price. Okay. The man took out 5 100 taels banknotes and gave them to him. Little Jing Kong took the banknotes and looked at his beloved golden abacus reluctantly. Little Jean, goodbye forever. I'm sorry. I don't want to sell you. But he had no choice. Little Jing Kong knew real banknotes. After all, he collected rent every month. He put away the banknotes, carried the bag of books, and left with tears in his eyes. The man looked at little Jing Kong's sad back and couldn't help laughing. Little brother, my name is Mingyu. You can call me young master Mingyu. We'll meet again someday. Little Jing Kong wiped his tears with his hand. Sob. Little Jean was gone. So sad. Young master. A young guard in gray walked over from the alley. He looked at the golden abacus in the man's hand and said, "He has so many good things. Why did you choose the most worthless one?" That's right. Any one of the items in little Jing Kong's bag of books was more valuable than the golden abacus. The man glared at him. You want to take advantage of a child? The young guard curled his lips. You said it as if you didn't take advantage of him. 500 taels of banknotes for a golden abacus. You're losing money. But, the young guard went back to the topic. Is this child really related to that person? The man snorted. Who else can get so many treasures except for that person? The young guard paused. Then will that person appear? The man looked at the small figure disappearing at the end of the street and said, Keep an eye on this little monk. That person will appear one day. Chapter 351. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Little Jing Kong didn't return home until it was almost dark. When he entered the door, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He couldn't let Jiao Jiao see him sad for little Jean. He poked his little dimples, raised his smiling face, and entered the house cutely. Gu Jiao finished chopping the firewood and packing the herbs. When she turned around, she saw the little guy jumping over. You're back, she said. Yes. Little Jing Kong ran over and stretched out his short arms. Jiao Jiao, I'll help you. You take this. Gu Jiao scooped a small ladle of herbs from the big basket and gave it to him. Okay. Little Jing Kong happily took the ladle and carefully returned to the central room without spilling any herbs. After dinner, Gu Jiao went to pack little Jing Kong's things. The little guy always messed things up and didn't know how to put them back properly. This time, when Gu Jiao was packing, she realized that something was missing. Most of little Jing Kong's things were packed in different boxes. Gu Jiao usually didn't open those boxes privately, not because they looked shabby, but because she respected the child's privacy. However, some things were directly exposed, such as little Jin's abacus. Jing Kong, Gu Jiao called. Little Jing Kong, who was arranging little chicks' array in the central room, came in and asked with his head tilted. What's wrong, Jiao Jiao? Where's your abacus? Gu Jiao asked doubtfully. Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. I put it in the clinic. Really? Gu Jiao thought for a while. But I just cleaned up the small box you put in the clinic today. I didn't see your abacus. Little Jing Kong blinked and said, Oh, I forgot. I lent it to Brother Chuyu. He said he would return it to me later. Little Jing Kong rarely lied. He had a good reputation, so Gu Jiao did not suspect him. After leaving the east room, little Jing Kong covered his chest and heaved a long sigh of relief. That scared him to death. He was almost discovered by Jiao Jiao. Luckily, he was a clever little devil. It rained in the evening. Gu Yan's secret guard came back to report that the road was difficult to travel. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan stayed at Nanxiang and Master Lu's house. Tomorrow, they would go directly to Qinghe Academy from there. Nanxiang and Master Lu liked Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan very much. Gu Jiao had nothing to worry about. She asked the secret guard to bring 2 sets of clean clothes for them. On the other hand, the old duke, who was encouraged by Gu Yan and Gu Jiao, felt that he had received unprecedented support. He had lived for the Zhao country and the duke's manor all his life. Except for fighting desperately on the battlefield, he had done almost nothing bold in private. He had been cautious and conscientious all his life. But perhaps because he was old and did not have many years left to live, he did not want to have regrets in this life. He had let her down as long as he lived for others. In the few days left, he did not want to let her down again. Fortunately, the army that he had cultivated for His Majesty had been trained. Gu Chongqing had also grown up. The Duke's manor had a successor, so he could rest assured. Go and call the crown prince here. The old duke ordered. Yes. The manservant went to Gu Changqing's courtyard and called Gu Changqing over. Gu Changqing looked at the old duke, who was sitting on the main seat. His expression was clearly different from before. He said lightly, "It's so late. Grandfather is looking for me?" The old duke looked at him deeply. This was the grandson that he had brought up. He had poured all his heart and soul into him, more than he had poured into his son Gu Chong. And he had lived up to his expectations. He had grown up to be his ideal son. The old duke handed him 2 tokens of different quality. One was the Gu family army's token. The other was the secret army's token. Grandfather, what is the meaning of this? Gu Changqing asked strangely. The old marquis looked at him and sternly said, You've grown up, and some burdens should be handed over to you. I may not be able to see the day when the Gu family army reinvigorates, but I hope that you can see that day. Why won't I be able to see it? Gu Changqing asked lightly. The old duke wanted to say something but hesitated. He pinched the corner of the table and said, I have my own arrangements. You don't need to ask. Gu Changqing laughed coldly and said mockingly, Grandfather always has his own arrangements. Just like that matter back then. Finished speaking, he didn't wait for the old duke to ask him what it was, and turned to leave. He accepted the token. He was a son of the Gu family. Whether it was his authority or his burden, he would spare no effort to bear it. The old duke looked at his grandson's resolute figure and sighed helplessly. Afterward, he had the manservant call for Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin. They were all his grandsons, so he naturally doted on them. However, he didn't regard them as highly as he did Gu Changqing. Nor did he cherish them as much as he did Gu Yan. This was probably the sorrow of not being able to occupy both sides. He wasn't as capable as Gu Changqing, nor was he as delicate as Gu Yan. Naturally, he received less attention. When the day of separation finally arrived, the old duke's heart was filled with reluctance. He looked at the two of them. He originally wanted to say some emotional words between grandfather and grandson, but when he saw Gu Qinglin's newly grown bald head, the corner of his mouth twitched. He couldn't say anything. He also gave the two of them a token and some family assets. The family assets were first sent to Gu Changqing for safekeeping, and would be handed over to them on the day the two of them set up their own families. He also left something for Gu Yan. He had already sent someone to send it to the hidden guards. When the time was right, he would hand it over to Gu Yan. Gu Jiao was married. A married lady was like spilled water. He didn't leave a token for her, but seeing that she was wholeheartedly devoted to Gu Yan, he still gave her a sum of money. It was also in the hands of the hidden guards. Marquis Gu went to repair the roads, and wasn't in the residence. However, the old duke didn't even think about this invisible son of his. After handing everything over, the old duke left the manor in the middle of the night. Gu Qinglin looked at the token in his hand. He didn't know what it was used for, and asked in confusion, Second brother, don't you think grandfather is acting a little strange today? Gu Qingfeng looked at the token, then at the boundless night sky, and said thoughtfully, Quite strange indeed. It was a dark and windy night. The bustle and liveliness of the day faded from the capital, turning it into a quiet, isolated city. In the hazy night, a dark shadow leaped onto the walls and snuck into the palace like a ghost. A group of patrolling imperial guards walked past. Ever since the assassination attempt on Grand Concubine Jing, the palace's defenses had been strengthened, and the number of imperial guards had doubled. Did you hear anything just now? One of the imperial guards asked. His companion replied, No, did you hear anything? The rest of his companions shook their heads in unison. The first imperial guard scratched his head in confusion. Maybe I heard wrong. He turned back to look at the impregnable palace walls. Apart from the patrolling imperial guards, there were also palace experts and hidden guards lying in ambush at the four corners of the walls. If someone had really snuck in, they wouldn't have gone so far as to deceive everyone, right? Let's go, let's go. Go ahead and patrol. The imperial guards marched forward in an orderly fashion. Not long after they left, a figure hidden in a tree flew in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. He was abnormally familiar with the palace's defenses, So he avoided the gazes of all the imperial guards and palace experts, and successfully snuck into Pure Flower's palace. Grand Concubine Jing was currently sitting in a small meditation room, tapping on a wooden fish and chanting scriptures. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed in and appeared behind her. However, when the dark figure was only 3 steps away from her, another dark figure leaped down from the roof beam, holding a long sword that was flashing with a cold light, and coldly blocked in front of him. The Dragon Shadow Guard. The old Marquis was shocked. "Stop," Grand Concubine Jing said. The Dragon Shadow Guard lowered his longsword. "Withdraw," Grand Concubine Jing said. The Dragon Shadow Guard flew up and flew out of the window. The old Marquis knew about the Dragon Shadow Guard. This was a group of death guards that the previous emperor had spent a lot of money to buy from the Yin Kingdom. They had been secretly trained for many years to become the previous emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard. He hadn't expected to see the Dragon Shadow Guard by Grand Concubine Jing's side. He was suddenly at a loss for words. If His Majesty had given the Dragon Shadow Guard to her, didn't that mean her situation wasn't as bad as he imagined? "Why are you here?" Grand Concubine Jing stared at her. The old Marquis met her gaze and found his voice after a long while. "I heard you encountered an assassin in the palace and almost got ambushed by something Marquis Xianping gave you." Marquis Xianping was investigating this case in a rather high-profile manner, so all the civil and military officials had heard about it. The old Marquis naturally didn't believe that Marquis Xianping and the old Chancellor would frame Grand Concubine Jing. However, this was the terrifying part of this matter. The culprit was hiding in the dark, so it was impossible to guard against them. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes and sighed. "I'm fine." She put the wooden fish back on the table. The old Marquis frowned when he saw the injury on the back of her hand. "You're injured." Grand Concubine Jing lowered her hand and covered it with her sleeve. "It's just a small injury. It's nothing. Was it done by that person from Rensho Palace?" After some thought, the old Marquis felt that Empress Dowager Zhuang was the only one who didn't want Grand Concubine Jing to come back. All of this might have been planned by the Empress Dowager in secret. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. "Don't talk nonsense without evidence. We can't beat that person." Her pitiful and aggrieved appearance aroused the old Marquis's blood. Based on the old Marquis's personality, he might as well go all the way to Rensho Palace and assassinate Empress Dowager Zhuang to avenge her. However, the old Marquis was here to take Grand Concubine Jing away. He was a man with a plan, so he had to act according to plan. Empress Dowager Zhuang could be killed next time. He took a deep breath and said, "I saw the Dragon Shadow Guard just now and was hesitant about doing this. But since she's so arrogant, it's not appropriate for you to stay here any longer. I'll take you away now." Grand Concubine Jing was startled. What?" The old Marquis said. "Don't worry, I'll avenge you, but I won't let you down again. I'll take you away now." With that, he grabbed Grand Concubine Jing's wrist and walked out. The two had just reached the door when they bumped into the Emperor, who had come to visit Grand Concubine Jing. Chapter 352. The Marquis moved so quickly that Grand Concubine Jing didn't even have time to react before she was brought to the door. Of course, the main reason was that she hadn't expected the Marquis to do this all of a sudden. Even she herself was outside of the situation. The only person who was even more outside of the situation was the Emperor. The Emperor looked at the Marquis in his night-traveling clothes, then at the hand that was holding Grand Concubine Jing's wrist. His brain exploded on the spot. All he heard was a buzzing sound, and then his mind went blank. The scene in front of him was so stimulating that he lost his voice. The Marquis paused in his steps. He clearly hadn't expected to run into the Emperor either. He had clearly seen that the lights were still on when he passed by the Imperial study, so he thought that the Emperor would take a long time to read through the memorials. Grand Concubine Jing was the first to react, and she quickly pulled her hand back. The Marquis, on the other hand, subconsciously grabbed her hand back. Only then did he realize that something was wrong, but the disaster was already done. The Emperor flew into a rage and roared, "Gu Chao!" The Marquis trembled. and let go of Grand Concubine Jing's hand. The one who was startled by the emperor's shout was Granny Kai, who had gone to the bedchamber. Granny Kai saw Grand Concubine Jing and the Marquis at the door, and then saw the furious emperor outside. What else could she not understand? She cursed inwardly. She had only been gone for a short while, so how did she get into such a big mess? If she had known this would happen, she would have held it in just now. The emperor clenched his fists tightly and used all his strength to suppress the urge to behead the Marquis. He squeezed out one word after another through gritted teeth. Gu Chao. What is going on here? You'd better make yourself clear. If the old chancellor were here, he would have countless flowery words to smooth things over. Whether the emperor would believe him or not was another matter. In any case, the Marquis would refuse to admit it and insist that the relationship between this official and the Grand Concubine was pure. Unfortunately, the old Marquis's temperament was not like this. On the battlefield he used troops like a god. He was extraordinarily cunning, and there was nothing too deceitful in war. Once he was on the battlefield, his brain seemed to be stuck there. In private, he was a straightforward person, and didn't have the slyness and shamelessness of the old chancellor at all. If the emperor did not catch him, he could not explain to the emperor. But since the emperor had seen him, there was no point in quibbling. He knelt down with a thud, and the floor almost cracked. Your Majesty. He raised his head and said sorrowfully, I am guilty. Granny Kai took the opportunity to point at his nose and said, Of course you're guilty. As a subject of His Majesty trusts you so much, but you sneaked into the palace in the middle of the night to kidnap Imperial Concubine Dowager. Admit it, Senior Marquis. Hurry up and take the blame for yourself. You mustn't implicate Her Highness. An inconspicuous eunuch quietly retreated from behind a large tree not too far away. He sprinted all the way to Renshou Palace and reported the movements in Pure Flower's palace to Eunuch Qin. Io, what a bastard if he didn't watch the fun. Eunuch Qin happily went to report to Empress Dowager Zhuang. What's there to see? Empress Dowager Zhuang had no interest in Grand Concubine Jing's romantic affairs. But Eunuch Qin wanted to see it. It was so heart-wrenching. Eunuch Qin advised earnestly, You'll lose a piece of meat if you see it. You've been acting with His Majesty for so long, so it's time to see the results. The sooner you step on her, the sooner you don't have to act anymore, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang thought it was feasible, and put down the memorial in her hand to go to Pure Flower's palace. The atmosphere in Pure Flower's palace was so heavy that everyone couldn't breathe. The palace servants all fell to their knees and trembled. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Following Eunuch Qin's announcement, everyone prostrated themselves even lower. Grand Concubine Jing and Granny Kai both glanced over at the same time. Empress Dowager Zhuang was dressed in a gorgeous and expensive phoenix robe. The robe and wide sleeves were embroidered with phoenixes about to take flight. As she slowly walked over in the dark night, she inexplicably gave off the pressure of a judge. The old Marquis and the Emperor silently confronted each other, and didn't look at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Even so, the two could still feel her aura. Eunuch Wei bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang walked up the steps and swept her gaze over everyone. She asked calmly, Oh, it's so late, but Pure Flower's palace is still so lively. Even old Marquis Gu has come. Why is the old Marquis kneeling? He's even kneeling in Nanjing Anne's meditation room. At the mention of this, the Emperor remembered that Gu Chao was kneeling in the wrong place. He gritted his teeth and said, Get out here and kneel. The old Marquis knelt in the courtyard. Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly asked, What happened? Does His Majesty want to punish him to kneel? Granny Kai hurriedly said, Empress Dowager, the old Marquis snuck into the palace in the middle of the night and kidnapped esteemed Concubine Dowager. If His Majesty hadn't arrived in time, esteemed Concubine Dowager might have met with a mishap. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised an eyebrow. Oh, kidnapped the old concubine. Ijia remembers that Pure Flower's palace had the dragon shadow guards left behind by the previous emperor. Are they all dead? Are they waiting for His Majesty to rescue the old concubine? The emperor's expression changed when he heard this. He'd been so angry that he'd forgotten that he'd sent the dragon shadow guards to Grand Concubine Jing's side. That's right, with the dragon shadow guards there. How did Gu Chao get close to Grand Concubine Jing? It couldn't be that the dragon shadow guards were lured away again. Even if they were lured away for a while, he'd been here for so long that the dragon shadow guards should have returned by now. The dragon shadow guards hadn't appeared from beginning to end, so there was only one possibility. Grand Concubine Jing had them withdraw. Therefore, it wasn't Gu Chao who'd kidnapped Grand Concubine Jing. It was the two of them. The two of them. The emperor forced himself not to think about those two words, but Eunuch Qin said them out loud. Ah, it's the middle of the night. Is Nun Jing'an thinking of escaping the palace with the old marquis? Eunuch Wei said. That's right, that's right. You two aren't really thinking of escaping the palace, are you? Granny Kai was about to go crazy. She glared at Eunuch Wei. Whose side are you on? Eunuch Wei covered his mouth. His mouth was loose. Eunuch Qin, be careful with your words. Granny Kai shouted. But what was the use of being loud? It was just a bluff. The truth was right in front of them. No amount of sophistry could cover up the fact that the dragon shadow guards hadn't made a move. Grand Concubine Jing looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang through the dark night. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even have a child, but she was still able to stand tall in the harem for so many years. How could it be just luck? It wasn't that she didn't know how to use those tricks, but there were some things that she disdained to fight for. And this seemed to give some people the wrong impression that she was just SOSO. She couldn't do anything other than take the blame and be bitterly disappointed. Zhuang Jin's was proud. The proud Zhuang Jin's wouldn't come to watch Grand Concubine Jing's drama, nor would she hit her when she was down. She was disdainful. Zhuang Jin's had changed. She was still proud, but there was something more than that. Grand Concubine Jing clenched the string of Buddhist beads in her hand. Empress Dowager Zhuang smiled coldly. I've asked you several times over the years if you wanted to come back, but you said no. You were doing well in the nunnery. I thought you were just being polite. As she spoke, she looked at the old duke meaningfully. So it's true. Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped there and left with Eunuch Qin. Granny Kai was anxious. Empress Dowager, you can't say that. When did you ask Grand Concubine if she wanted to come back to the palace? Did Empress Dowager Zhuang ask? Of course not. But were they the only ones allowed to accuse her? In this situation at the right time, at the right place, I'm going to kill you. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who bowed down for 5 candied fruits, was so domineering. Men always cared about this kind of thing, and because they cared they were suspicious. Empress Dowager Zhuang's words were the straw that broke the camel's back. Granny Kai knelt down and begged, Your Majesty, don't listen to Empress Dowager's nonsense. Grand Concubine and old Duke Gu are innocent. Grand Concubine never said that to Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager never sent anyone to the nunnery to ask Grand Concubine to come back. Grand Concubine is your mother. You have to believe her. Your Majesty, you have to believe Grand Concubine. The emperor's heart ached. It hurt more than when he found out that the old chancellor was his father. Maybe it was because he subconsciously knew that the old chancellor and Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't be real. A woman like Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't need any man. She was too strong and powerful. However, his concubine Jing was weak and helpless, and Gu Chao had saved her life. When he was hesitating whether to agree to Gu Chao's request for marriage, it was she who spoke for Gu Chao. Could it be that she really had Gu Chao in her heart? He looked at concubine Jing sadly and said with red eyes, If I didn't happen to meet you, would you have left with him? At this moment, he finally understood why he was so upset. Even if Empress Dowager Zhuang really had a man, she wouldn't give up the country and power. She was still the high and mighty Empress Dowager Zhuang and his mother. No matter how much he disliked her, despised her, and hated her, he could never get rid of her. But concubine Jing just wanted to abandon him. She didn't want him. She didn't want her son anymore. The emperor's throat swelled with pain. He turned around and held back the tears in his eyes. You can go. Chapter 353. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from chopping off Gu Chao's head. even though he deserved to die. Your Highness, Grand Imperial Concubine. Granny Kai cried out miserably. The emperor turned around abruptly and saw the old concubine's pale face. She looked like a withered autumn leaf that was about to fall. She took one last look at the emperor with tears in her eyes before she closed her eyes and fainted. The emperor stepped forward to catch her. Holding her bony body, he yelled anxiously, "Mother! Mother! Summon the imperial physician." By the time the old concubine woke up, it was already past midnight. The emperor was reviewing memorials in his study with the old marquis kneeling in front of him. The emperor hadn't thought of how to deal with him yet, but it was too embarrassing to let him kneel in the courtyard. A young eunuch came to the door of the study. Eunuch Wei walked over and listened to him say a few words. He nodded and returned to the study whispering, "Your Majesty, the old concubine is awake." The emperor didn't have the urge to rush over to see her like he used to. Perhaps he was hurt by her abandonment of him. He never thought that he was less important to her than a wild man outside. The emperor glared coldly at the old marquis. It took him a lot of effort not to issue an imperial edict that would exterminate his entire family. Eunuch Wei sighed and said, "Your Majesty, do you want to go take a look?" The imperial physician said that the old concubine's condition isn't good. She even spat out a mouthful of blood just now. The emperor's heart skipped a beat when he heard about the old concubine spitting out blood. After all, they had been mother and son for so many years. It wasn't something that could be broken so easily. He got up and went to the old concubine's bedchamber. The old concubine had just taken some medicine, and her face was paler than before. The emperor suddenly remembered that she had been either sick or injured since returning to the palace. It seemed that she hadn't had a single day of peace. She probably wanted to escape because she was too tired, too bitter, and too scared. "You may leave," the old concubine said to Granny Kai and the others. Yes, Granny Kai left with the servants. The emperor stood not far from the bed and did not immediately walk over. Grand concubine Jing propped herself up with her elbows and coughed softly. She wasn't pretending to be weak at this moment. She hadn't recovered from the injuries she suffered when she was put in a gunny sack, and 2 of her meridians were broken, causing her to cough up blood. She asked, "Your Majesty, is there anything you want to ask me?" The emperor clenched his fists. Grand concubine Jing smiled bitterly. "Forget it, I'll say it myself. Did your Majesty think that I was going to abandon you?" Cough cough. Her chest hurt terribly, and she coughed uncontrollably for a while. "If I tell your Majesty that I have no such intention, and that I have never thought of leaving your Majesty, would your Majesty believe me?" The emperor said nothing. "Yes, I didn't let the dragon shadow guard stop the old marquis, because he saved my life after all. I didn't know what he was going to do, so I couldn't rashly let the dragon shadow guards kill him. Later on, he was also anxious. He thought that I had suffered a lot in the palace, and wanted to take me away. I didn't react in time. I was about to refuse when His Majesty came." The emperor clenched his fists tightly, and his gaze was cold. Then, "Mother, did you really never have any feelings for him?" "No," Grand Concubine Jing said. "Mother, are you so sure?" the emperor asked. Grand Concubine Jing met his gaze without dodging and said firmly, "Yes, I'm very sure of my feelings. I've only ever had the late emperor in my heart, and no other man has ever existed. I've always treated him as my savior, and I have no romantic feelings for him." He misunderstood. After she finished speaking, she suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the door. She saw the old marquis standing there with a shocked and hurt expression. She was stunned. "Don't be so impulsive. You'll implicate your family. I was born as a member of the imperial family, and I'll die as a member of the imperial family. I can't escape from it for the rest of my life. I don't want you to be implicated because of me. Your family is innocent. Think of Chongqing, Chengfeng, Chenglin, and that child who suffered from heart disease since childhood. Can you bear to let them die with you for your own selfish reasons? I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want to harm them. From now on, pretend you've never seen me. Just say in front of His Majesty that it was a moment of impulse and not romantic feelings. What I owe you, I'll return it to you in my next life." Originally, She could have said so much to calm him down without offending a single one of them. But now it was all too late. She looked at the emperor. The emperor turned and looked expressionlessly at the old marquis. Beloved official Gu has heard esteemed imperial concubine's thoughts? He hadn't just heard it. Every single word was like a stab to his heart. The old marquis was so angry that his entire body trembled, and his knuckles cracked. Grand concubine Jing's expression changed, and she opened her mouth. However, the old marquis didn't give her a chance to explain. He took out the red knot that he'd kept for many years, and casually tossed it into the fire before turning to leave. Grand concubine Jing closed her eyes. Her knuckles under her wide sleeves were white from clenching them so hard. News of what happened in Pure Flower's palace didn't spread. Everyone in Pure Flower's palace had been ordered to keep their mouths shut. Even Empress Xiao didn't hear anything when she came over. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't leak anything either. The emperor was very grateful for this. He called out to Empress Dowager Zhuang on his way to court, and awkwardly thanked her. "What are you thanking me for?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked indifferently. No one was watching, so what was the point of pretending? "It's nothing." The emperor left without looking back. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. How shameless. The nunnery in the palace had been renovated, and Grand Concubine Jing had moved there. It was said that the emperor had been tied up with official business that day and hadn't personally brought Grand Concubine Jing to the nunnery. She couldn't have fallen out of favor, right? A palace maid whispered as she swept the floor in the imperial garden. The eunuch beside her said, "How could that be? Esteemed imperial concubine is His Majesty's mother. It was His Majesty who personally brought her back from the nunnery. But haven't you heard that His Majesty and the Empress Dowager have reconciled? And His Majesty is in such a hurry to have esteemed imperial concubine move out of Pure Flower's palace." The palace maid was halfway through her sentence when she felt someone pinch her arm. "I didn't say anything wrong. She turned around and saw Grand Concubine Jing's sedan stop behind her. She dropped to her knees in fright. Grand Imperial Concubine." Grand Concubine Jing didn't say anything, but Granny Kai glared at her with resentment. "Let's go," Grand Concubine Jing said. "Yes," Granny Kai replied. Once they were far away, Grand Concubine Jing said to Granny Kai, You saw it. Everyone in the palace is dependent on His Majesty, except for the one in Rinshou Palace." Granny Kai looked at her with heartache. "Your Highness." Grand Concubine Jing casually plucked a leaf and rubbed it as she murmured, "Without His Majesty's love, one would choke to death just from drinking water in the palace. She doesn't need it, she doesn't need it." Gu Jiao hadn't been to the palace for a few days. Xiao Lulang didn't seem to do much when he was at home. But when he left, everyone realized that he was the one who worked the hardest at home. Not to mention other things, just tutoring 3 little boys was enough to torture them to death. Little Jing Kong always had 100,000 whys. Gu Yan always had 100,000 reasons why he didn't want to learn. And Gu Xiaoshan always had 100,000 reasons why he didn't understand. The old chancellor was old after all. He could handle it for a day or two. But he was on the verge of schizophrenia after working so hard every day. Moreover, he wasn't free every day. Once he was held up by the directorate's official business, the task of tutoring fell on Gu Jiao. Therefore, Gu Jiao was very busy recently. Little Jing Kong had an abacus homework today. Gu Jiao asked him to take out the golden abacus. "Where's your abacus? Didn't Chuyu return it to you?" Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "I returned it, but I lent it to Brother Kanji again. We're all good friends. We should treat each other equally." Yes, treat each other equally. He was really a clever little boy. Gu Jiao looked at him suspiciously. "Really?" Little Jing Kong nodded repeatedly. Really? I didn't sell it." Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. After finishing her homework, dinner wasn't ready yet. Gu Jiao went to the backyard to collect the dried herbs. Little Jing Kong poked his head out from the central room. Jiao, I'm going to play with Zhao Xiaobao." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Zhao Xiaobao again. The little guy always went to find Zhao Xiaobao recently. When did he become so fond of playing with kids younger than him? Gu Jiao felt strange. After hesitating for a while, She put down the herbs and went out of the yard. She went next door. Uncle Zhao was repairing a stool in the yard. When he saw her, he smiled and greeted her. Jiao Jiao, come in and have a seat. Uncle Zhao. Gu Jiao greeted him politely and asked, is Jing Kong here? No. Uncle Zhao shook his head. As expected. Gu Jiao asked again, where's Xiaobao? Is he here? Uncle Zhao said, Xiaobao is not here. He went to find Brother Hu. Brother Hu was Granny Zhou's grandson. He lived at the other end of the alley. Did little Jing Kong go there to find Zhao Xiaobao? Uncle Zhao asked, did Jing Kong go out? Gu Jiao said, yes, he said he went to find Xiaobao. Uncle Zhao frowned and pointed in the direction of Chang'an Avenue, saying, I've seen this child go that way several times recently. I thought you knew. Then I'll go look for him. Gu Jiao left the Zhao family's house and walked in the direction of Chang'an Avenue. The little guy had become bolder recently. He even dared to lie and sneak out of the alley. Gu Jiao decided that when she caught the little guy later, she would punish him severely no matter how cute he acted. Gu Jiao came to Chang'an Avenue. Chang'an Avenue used to be more prosperous than Xuanwu Avenue. However, since the girls' school opened on Xuanwu Avenue, it had attracted a lot of customers. Now the two streets were almost on par. Gu Jiao walked a few steps and vaguely sensed a strange breath. The breath was very faint. It was almost impossible to detect if one was not close enough. That person was watching Jadewater Alley. Gu Jiao rarely walked in this direction. The last time she came, there was no such breath. Gu Jiao's fingertip moved, and a piece of black gunpowder shot out. The person thought it was a hidden weapon, and blocked it with his sword. The gunpowder exploded on the blade. Aya! What is this? The man rolled down from the roof with a clatter. Gu Jiao took a few steps forward and stepped on the person's chest. The person was not to be trifled with. Even if he was hit by the gunpowder, he still had some strength to fight back. He jumped up like a carp and avoided Gu Jiao's foot. Then, he waved his sword and stabbed at Gu Jiao. The only weapon Gu Jiao used in her previous life was a dagger. It was not easy to hurt her with this weapon. Gu Jiao grabbed his wrist with one hand and twisted it to knock the dagger out of his hand. Then, she chopped him with her hand and slammed him against the wall. Gu Jiao pinned his hands behind his back and pressed his face against the cold wall. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around here? He said angrily. It's none of your business. Just as he finished speaking, a golden object fell out of his arms and fell to the ground. If it was not little Jing Kong's golden abacus, what else could it be? Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. So you were the one who stole the golden abacus? The person shouted. What do you mean by that? I didn't steal it. Gu Jiao said coldly. If you didn't steal it, then you stole it? The person gasped. I didn't steal it either. Gu Jiao exerted force, and he felt his bones cracking. He hurriedly said, I bought it. I got someone to buy it. You can have it if you like it. It's not worth much anyway. The golden abacus was not worth much? How arrogant. This person obviously knew martial arts. Gu Jiao was worried that he bullied little Jing Kong and extorted it from little Jing Kong. She did not want to show mercy. Just as she almost broke his ribs, he suddenly said, You can ask him if you don't believe me. I bought it from him. Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at little Jing Kong. When their eyes met, little Jing Kong's body trembled. Jiao Jiao? He quickly hid the abacus behind his back. Gu Jiao pressed the man with both hands and did not have the hands to pick up the abacus. She looked at the golden abacus on the ground and said, You found your abacus. Pick it up. Little Jing Kong did not move. He lowered his head. The guard in gray said, Little brother, this is the abacus that my master bought from you. Do you still remember my master? The man who held a white jade fan and wore a white robe and a black veil. Little Jing Kong's expression gave Gu Jiao the answer. Gu Jiao let go and the guard in gray fell to the ground in pain. What kind of woman was she? Why was she so strong? Gu Jiao walked over and squatted down to look at little Jing Kong. She asked, Why did you sell your abacus? Little Jing Kong lowered his head and said, I want money. Gu Jiao looked at him and said seriously, You can tell me if you want money. All your money is with me. I'm just keeping it for you. You can take it whenever you want. Gu Jiao saw that he did not speak, so she asked again. What do you want to do with the money? I want to buy this. Little Jing Kong took out the cloth bag hidden behind his back. The cloth bag was heavy and bulging. She did not know what was in it. Gu Jiao took the cloth bag and asked, Why do you want to buy this? Little Jing Kong whispered, For Jiao Jiao. For me. Gu Jiao opened it strangely, and a bright red light shone out of it. She had never expected that it would contain a brand new wedding dress. Chapter 354. A strange emotion filled Gu Jiao's chest. She felt that her heart was slightly swollen, as if someone had placed a sun in it. Even the tip of her heart was hot and painful. She had never dealt with such strong and complicated emotions before, so she didn't know what it was. What a beautiful dress. Who did you make it for? It's for Sister Jinyu. Why did you make such a beautiful dress for her? Jiao Jiao doesn't even have it. The conversation between the little guy and Yao flashed across Gu Jiao's mind. It wasn't that she didn't hear it, but she didn't take it to heart. Did the little guy take it to heart? Did he feel bad that someone else had a wedding dress, but she didn't? Actually, she didn't think about the wedding dress. She was already married and didn't need a wedding dress anymore, although she had never worn one before. In this world, no one would think that she still needed a wedding dress. Except for this little guy who didn't know anything. This little guy who wanted to give her the best things in the world. In order to buy her a beautiful wedding dress, he sold his most beloved Xiaojin. She always asked very little from others. Perhaps it was because she had been in deep despair when she was young. So when she grew up, she avoided all expectations in order to avoid disappointment. This had always been her principle of doing things. She realized that living like this would make her feel peaceful. But Jing Kong, you'll spoil me like this. Gu Jiao stared at him almost speechless. Little Jing Kong thought that she was angry. He lowered his head, grabbed his little fingers and said nervously, Jiao Jiao, don't be angry. I'll buy Xiaojin back when I earn money in the future. He just wanted to give Jiao Jiao a surprise, so he didn't ask Jiao Jiao for money. But he didn't expect that Jiao Jiao would catch him selling Xiaojin. So sad. More sad than losing Xiaojin. He did not want Jiao Jiao to dislike him. The gray-clothed guard also didn't expect that the little monk he was tailing would end up in such a situation. Both he and the young master were puzzled as to why the little monk needed so much money at such a young age. Who would have thought that he wanted to buy a wedding dress for this little girl? After keeping an eye on the little monk for so long, the guard in gray finally got some information about him. The little monk was called Jing Kong and came from a remote temple in Yuzhou province. About 1 year ago, he was adopted by someone and returned to the secular world. This little girl should be the little monk's current family. She couldn't tell that the little monk knew how to dote on people. It was really strange. That person didn't raise such a good disciple, but instead gave her to someone else to raise. Why? Was he not afraid that others would mistreat this little fellow? However, looking at the little fellow's fair and tidy clothes, it was obvious that he had been treated very well. The pain on the gray-robed guard's body finally subsided a little. However, the explosion just now had left a bald patch on his forehead. He stood up with one hand holding the wall and touched the bald spot on his forehead with the other. He gritted his teeth and asked Gu Jiao, Hey, what kind of hidden weapon did you use just now? Gu Jiao looked back at him and asked lightly, What does it have to do with you? The guard in gray was speechless. Did this little girl return his words to him? The guard in gray said, I didn't steal or rob. I was beaten up by you for no reason. Don't you feel sorry for that? Gu Jiao said, You were looking for a child to buy something, and you were tailing him sneakily. Don't you think you deserve to be beaten up? It seemed to make sense. The guard in gray was speechless. Gu Jiao had never been polite to such people, not to mention a fair deal. From the moment they approached little Jing Kong, their motives were already impure. It was just that she didn't want to fight in front of little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao took back the golden abacus and said, Why are you still here? Are you waiting to be beaten up? The guard in gray weighed the pros and cons, and after confirming that he really couldn't beat her, he left resentfully. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and tugged at the corner of his little clothes. Jiao Jiao, if you don't like it, I can. What he got in response was a warm hug. He was stunned and blinked his big eyes. His eyelashes flickered. Jiao Jiao. I like it. Gu Jiao hugged the little guy in her arms tightly and breathed in his warm breath and milky fragrance. I like it very much. Thank you, Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong finally felt relieved. He buried his little head in Gu Jiao's neck. Jiao Jiao liked his present. It was so nice. Gu Jiao patted his little head and put the golden abacus in his hand. Don't sell it in the future. It's so beautiful that I'll be reluctant to part with it. Okay. He nodded. Xiao Jin also came back. It was so nice. The two of them went home happily. The gray-clothed guards also returned to their temporary residence. They were originally staying in an inn, but later on, their young master felt that there were too many people in the inn, so he found a guarantor to rent a residence near Jadewater Alley. It was in a small alley at the end of Chang'an Avenue. Firstly, it was quiet. Secondly, it was close enough to monitor the little monk. But it seemed that he had a bad start today. What happened? The man who called himself Master Mingyu in front of little Jing Kong looked at the guard in gray with disheveled hair and a dirty face. He frowned and said, "How did you get yourself like this? And why is your head bald?" The guard in gray quickly covered the bald spot on his forehead and said gloomily, "Master also said that if you didn't ask me to keep an eye on the little monk, I wouldn't have gotten into trouble." The man put down half of the incense and snorted coldly. "Don't be so pretentious. I indulged you too much in the past. As a guard, you're not good enough, and you're not as good as others. How dare you put the blame on me?" The guard in gray was embarrassed. The man continued to mix the incense. "What happened? Were you discovered?" "Yes. The little girl beside the little monk is so powerful. I don't know what kind of hidden weapon she used, but it actually..." The guard in gray gestured and said, "It actually exploded. Like a firecracker." The man's handsome brows furrowed. "Exploded? Firecracker?" The guard in gray shook his head. "It's not a firecracker. Firecrackers were bamboo. When it was burned in a fire, it would make a crackling sound like an explosion. That was why it was called a firecracker." "Oh, I don't know what it was. I didn't see it clearly. I thought it was a dart, so I pulled out my knife to block it. In the end," he touched his bald forehead, "I became like this." The man stopped mixing the incense again. He pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, "Could it be the black fire pearl?" The guard in gray was puzzled. "What black fire pearl, master?" The man said slowly, "It's a hidden weapon from the Yin Kingdom. It's similar to what you described just now. It's said that this hidden weapon is made of sulfur and is more powerful than ordinary darts. If you encounter it, you can't take it head-on. You can only avoid it. Otherwise, you'll be blasted into a bloody mess." "Sulfur?" The guard in gray was suddenly enlightened. Yes, that's the smell of sulfur." Then the man shook his head. "It shouldn't be just sulfur. I also used sulfur to make it, but it didn't work." The guard in gray was surprised. "So that girl is from the Yin Kingdom?" The man smiled faintly. "Do you know that only the royal family of the Yin Kingdom has that kind of hidden weapon?" "What?" The guard in gray was shocked. The man said again, "But it could be that person who gave it to her. After all, she even took away the letter of credence of the Yin Kingdom. What's the big deal if she took away a few black fire pearls?" The guard in gray nodded. "That's right." The man smiled. "Otherwise, do you think she made it herself? Or she has something to do with the royal family of the Yin Kingdom?" The guard in gray didn't think it was possible. Even his master couldn't make it. How could a little girl make it? As for having something to do with the royal family of the Yin Kingdom, forget it. A small country like the Zhao Kingdom couldn't even walk on the official road of the Yin Kingdom. How could she have something to do with the royal family? The guard in gray asked. "Then, should I continue to keep an eye on the Clearwater Alley, master?" The man glanced at him and said angrily, "You've been exposed. Don't go there for a few days." The guard in gray said, "Oh." But he really wanted to go there. He wanted to see the black fire pearl. It didn't matter if he was blasted. After returning home, little Jing Kong couldn't wait to let Gu Jiao try on the new clothes he bought for her. Gu Jiao thought for a while, and asked him if he knew what she bought. Beautiful clothes, little Jing Kong said. It seemed that he didn't know it was a wedding dress. Gu Jiao explained to him. It's a wedding dress. You can only wear it when you get married. Huh? Little Jing Kong was stunned. He raised his two small hands and scratched his small buzz cut. Jiao Jiao and brother-in-law are married. So I can't wear Jiao Jiao? It seemed that it could be said that way. It's okay. Little Jing Kong suddenly straightened his back and patted his small chest. Jiao Jiao, you can marry me again. Gu Jiao was amused. Children can't get married. He thought for a while. Then wait for me to grow up. When I grow up, I'll marry Jiao Jiao. When Jiao Jiao gets married again, I'll be able to wear the wedding dress. That's right, that's the reason. Aya, he's really a clever little boy. He was so proud of himself that he shook his little head. Little Jing Kong still didn't know that his words had come true. Later, Gu Jiao did get married again, and wore the wedding dress he gave her. Unfortunately, the groom wasn't him. Chapter 355. Today's dinner was made by senior servant Fong. Yuya accidentally added too much firewood, causing the dishes for little Jing Kong to be a bit burnt. Little Jing Kong was not picky about his food, and he finished it without leaving anything behind. He wanted to grow up quickly, so that he could marry Jiao Jiao. On the other side, Xiao Lulang, who was in Pingshan village, didn't know that his wife was being targeted by the little fellow. He was helping the villagers move wood on the embankment. There was also an inspector from the Ministry of Revenue moving with him. More than a dozen people lined up in a line. They didn't need to move, as the first person passed the wood over. In a shed not far away, Royal Prince was helping the Minister of Revenue organize the accounts for this trip to the countryside. The Ministry of Revenue of the current dynasty was in charge of the country's territory, farmland, household registration, taxes, salaries, and all financial matters including farming. They were going to the countryside this time to provide relief, and also to help the villagers dig canals to draw water, and rebuild the fertile fields after the disaster. They didn't have enough manpower, so some things had to be done by the officials themselves. Royal Prince suddenly appeared in the group on the day of departure. Before that, no one knew that he would go to the countryside with them. Royal Prince's leg injury was almost healed, so he should be able to walk. He and Grand Tutor Zhuang had sent someone to inform the Minister of Revenue, so he was asked to stay by the Minister of Revenue's side to do some idle things. While he was recording the accounts, he inadvertently glanced at Xiao Lulang, who was beside the embankment. Because of the hot weather, the villagers had all taken off their shirts. Even the inspector from the Ministry of Revenue was shirtless. Xiao Liulang's white undergarment was particularly eye-catching. His clothes were soaked in sweat and clung tightly to his body. Usually, it wasn't very obvious because of the heavy official's robe. Today, one could see that his body was more muscular than expected. His sleeves were rolled up high, revealing his well-defined forearms. Royal Prince subconsciously pinched his forearms. He didn't seem to be as muscular as him. Moreover, Royal Prince vaguely remembered that a year ago in the countryside, Xiao Lulang was not as tall as him. Why did he look so much taller now? Editor Zhuang, are you done with this? The Minister of Revenue reminded him. Just a little bit more. Royal Prince came back to his senses and handed the last page to the Minister of Revenue. All right, please take a look. Xiao Lulang and the villagers were busy until the sun set in the west. The villagers baked pancakes, steamed cornbread, and mixed pickled vegetables for everyone to eat. Originally, he wanted to kill the chicken, but was rejected by the Minister of Revenue. The imperial court does not extort the wealth of the people, does not take a single cent from the people, does not covet a single grain of rice from the people. The rice and flour were also paid for by the villagers. Princeton was not used to it. Even during the most difficult days in the state of Chun, he had never eaten this kind of food. He saw that Xiao Lulang was enjoying it. Xiao Lulang and the villagers sat on the ridge of the field, not burdened by the image of an imperial Hanlin official. An uncle from the village walked over and sat down next to Xiao Lulang. He asked with a smile, "Lord Xiao, are you used to it?" "Pretty good," Xiao Lulang said. Xiao Lulang treated people coldly, not like royal prince and who was always as gentle as jade, and had the appearance of a modest young master. However, he worked the hardest and did not put on airs. The villagers were more willing to get close to him. Uncle took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and took out a boiled egg for him. It's hot, eat it quickly. I see that you've been working the whole day. You're working even harder than us. Your aunt cooked it for you. Xiao Lulang refused. No need, I'm full. Uncle Zhang can eat it himself. Eldest uncle forced the egg into his hand. Hey, just eat it. Last time when Gooden had a stomachache, if you didn't give him medicine, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Also last time, when Li Zheng was bitten by a poisonous insect, it was also you who treated him. This has nothing to do with the court. It's all your medicine. Gooden was the youngest son of uncle and aunt. Uncle knew that medicine was very expensive no matter how ignorant he was. In order to treat the villagers, Lord Xiao had emptied his own medicine bag. He didn't know how much money that was, but it definitely wasn't something that an egg could pay for. Uncle sighed. If you don't eat it, your aunt will nag me again when we get back. It's not like you don't know how naggy that woman is. In the end, Xiao Lulang accepted the egg. Uncle was very happy and told him many things about the village with relish. Only when Gooden came to call him did he reluctantly leave. He said that he would come find Xiao Lulang the next day. Xiao Lulang also returned to the temporary hut. The hut was built temporarily. There was only a table, a cabinet, and 2 wooden beds piled up with wooden stools. One was his, and the other was Royal Prince Anne's. Royal Prince Anne was more particular about the finer things than him. He even put in a mosquito net. He didn't use a mosquito net. He had the mosquito coils made by Gu Jiao, so he didn't need a mosquito net. It wasn't too late now. He planned to go to the nearby forest to pick some medicine for Gu Jiao. He didn't know the name of the medicine, but he saw Gu Jiao drying it in the courtyard a few times. He took his basket and walking stick. When he reached the door, he heard a horse carriage coming towards them. After it stopped, a middle-aged man wearing an official's robe came down. Who else could it be but Marquis Gu? After Marquis Gu fixed the road, he immediately came to inform them. He first went to greet the Minister of Revenue. Royal Prince Anne was also there. Considering the marriage between the 2 families, Royal Prince Anne was now his son-in-law. Marquis Gu was very cordial and polite to Royal Prince Anne. When Xiao Lulang walked past him with a basket, he didn't even look at Xiao Lulang. Royal Prince Anne reminded him. Marquis Gu, that was Xiao Xiuzhua. This Marquis knows. Marquis Gu said carelessly. They had met in the countryside. He would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He didn't know any etiquette at all. He was clearly a poor boy from the countryside, but he didn't care about him, his father-in-law. Royal Prince Anne was born noble, but he wasn't as arrogant as him. Royal Prince Anne felt Marquis Gu's contempt towards Xiao Lulang. He said with slight confusion, he's Marquis Gu's son-in-law. Marquis Gu thought, I didn't acknowledge that girl. What son-in-law or not? Even if he acknowledged that girl, he wouldn't accept a poor boy from the countryside as his son-in-law. So what if he was the top scholar? So what if he entered Hanlin Academy? He's still a country bumpkin. He Gu Chong only had one son-in-law, Royal Prince Anne. I heard that you're not used to the food in the countryside, so I brought some good food for you. Marquis Gu didn't want to talk too much about Xiao Lulang. He took the roast duck, crispy chicken and jerky that he bought on the way from the carriage and gave them all to Royal Prince Anne. He didn't leave anything for Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang didn't know that Marquis Gu was favoring Royal Prince Anne. He entered the forest. He had come to pick herbs a few times, so he was quite familiar with the path in the forest. After walking for a few minutes, he found the herbs he needed. He squatted down and started picking the herbs. He had heard Gu Jiao tell Yu Ye before that this kind of herb was hard to buy in the capital. She had to carefully dry it. When Xiao Lulang went to deliver the herbs to Gooden, he accidentally saw a few stalks of this kind of green grass lying on the ground in their house. After asking, he found out that there were many stalks of this kind of grass near the river in the forest on the east side of the village. Xiao Lulang quickly picked a basket full of herbs. It was about time for him to go back. Just as he turned around and walked down the mountain, He suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. He felt a chill down his spine and quickly turned around. It turned out to be a hungry wolf with 2 glowing green eyes. This was the edge of the forest. The villagers had never seen a wolf before, but he met one today. His luck really didn't disappoint. This was a lone wolf that got separated from the pack. It was starving and looked at the prey in front of it. It didn't hesitate for long before opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards Xiao Lulang. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lulang took out a small round bead and threw it towards its head. With a loud bang, the hungry wolf was blown up and blood splattered everywhere. It howled and fell down. It turned its head to look at Xiao Lulang before running away with its tail between its legs. Xiao Lulang's whole body was soaked in cold sweat. He looked at the lone wolf that ran away and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my luck isn't that bad. Gu Jiao gave Xiao Lulang a total of 3 black gunpowder. She was afraid that he would blow himself up if she put too much. After all, he was always so unlucky, right? Xiao Lulang came to the river and squatted down to wash his face. But as he washed, he instinctively sensed a trace of danger approaching. Could it be that the lone wolf was back? No. This time, the aura was much more terrifying than the lone wolf. He frowned warily, turned around and put his hand into the bag of gunpowder. Not far away, 2 masked men in black stood on the riverbank with swords in their hands and looked at him covetously. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. It just so happened that he still had 2 black gunpowder left. He said that his luck was still not bad. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the bag loosened and the black gunpowder fell into the water. Xiao Lulang. Chapter 356. Is the gunpowder that fell into the water still useful? This was not the main point. The main point was that he didn't have a chance to get it. The 2 black-clothed men raised their swords and slashed at him. The powerful killing intent was wrapped in sharp sword energy. It almost created wind blades in the air, and even the air was cut open. Even a normal expert could not escape from this killing move, not to mention a little cripple like Xiao Lulang. He could only watch as the other party's swords slashed at him. He closed his eyes. The 2 swords slashed at his head at the same time. However, in the end they did not fall. When they were only an inch away from him, the 2 people stopped at the same time. Xiao Lulang opened his eyes. The 2 people fell straight to the ground. They did not even have time to close their eyes. Behind the 2 people, Changjing nimbly put away his sword. Then Changjing went to find the black bead in the water. He picked up the black bead as if it was very fun. He squeezed it hard. Bang! He was blown up. Marquis Xianping walked over from the back of the hill. He was wearing a heavy purple brocade robe. He strolled leisurely with a lazy expression. He was like this. It was clearly a small country road, but it made him walk like he was on the path to immortality. When Xiao Lulang saw him, his expression did not change. He was as cold as before. Fortunately, Marquis Xianping was used to it. He came in front of Xiao Lulang and looked him up and down, as if to see if he was injured. After confirming that his child was unharmed, he looked at Changjing, who was sitting on the ground in a daze. He used the tip of his foot to lightly kick Changjing's little butt. Who told you to kill everyone? How many times have I said, leave them alive, leave them alive? Changjing ignored him. He stood up with a dark face and used his qinggong to leave. Yes, he was angry. Marquis Xianping looked in the direction Changjing left and said to Xiao Lulang, Changjing is still young. Don't be angry with him. Xiao Lulang looked at Marquis Xianping expressionlessly. Who was angry with him? Marquis Xianping was still unaware of Xiao Lulang's disdain. Magnanimously and confidently, he flicked his wide sleeves. Who did you offend? Why would someone come to kill you? Xiao Lulang ignored him. He picked up his walking stick from the riverside and brushed past Xiao Lulang, walking straight ahead. Although it was called a crutch, it was actually a beautiful cane made by Gu Jiao herself. After the piercing pain in his foot disappeared, he was no longer as difficult as before. Marquis Xianping was continuously ignored, but he was not angry. He was magnanimous and did not bicker with a child. He followed her shamelessly. He was handsome, And he looked especially good when he was thick-skinned. The green mountains, the clear waters, and the sunset glow were all inferior to his good looks. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how handsome he was. A certain someone didn't even look at him. Ai. Marquis Xianping sighed. Xiao Luling walked for a long time. A certain someone sighed behind him for a long time. Xiao Luling pinched his fingers and said with a frown, "Why are you following me?" Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "Am I following you? Did you open this road? Did you plant this tree?" Xiao Luling said coldly, "I'm going back to the village." Marquis Xianping said, "What a coincidence, me too." Xiao Luling turned and walked down another road. Marquis Xianping quickly followed. Xiao Luling stopped in his tracks and pointed at the path from before. "The village is over there." Marquis Xianping, who was tricked. Hee. As long as he didn't feel awkward, others would feel awkward. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "I want to go this way. All roads lead to the village." Xiao Luling took a deep breath and decided to ignore him and treat him as air. He turned back to the original path. After walking a few steps, the sky turned dark and the forest was quiet. From time to time, there would be the sounds of insects and strange birds. When the sounds entered one's ears, it would make one's hair stand on end. The trees in this forest were tall and shady. Even the moonlight couldn't shine down. Marquis Xianping was a martial artist and had good eyesight. Even with the thin light, he could see his feet clearly. Xiao Luling might not be able to. He was originally a cripple and couldn't see clearly. He staggered a few steps. Marquis Xianping strode over and stood in front of him. He squatted down slightly and said, "Come up." Xiao Luling looked at the broad back in front of him and didn't move. "I can walk by myself." Marquis Xianping straightened his body and turned to look at him. "Are you sure? The night is so dark. Can you walk?" Xiao Luling raised his walking stick. "I have a walking stick." Pa! The walking stick broke. Xiao Luling stared coldly at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping sighed helplessly and spread out his hands innocently. "It's not me. It broke by itself." Xiao Luling clenched his fists and said angrily, "We're not far from the village. I'm very familiar with this path. At most, I'll walk slower. It's not like it's raining. What's there to be afraid of?" Even though he said that, he didn't even walk 2 steps when the heavy rain poured down. Xiao Luling looked at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping stared with his eyes wide open. "It's not me this time." Xiao Luling gritted his teeth. "So you admit that it was you just now? It really wasn't me." Marquis Xianping said with an aggrieved face. In terms of shamelessness, Marquis Xianping was on par with the old chancellor. He might even be more shameless than the old chancellor. After all, the old chancellor was only playing the thick black theory in the officialdom. He was still quite normal in his daily life. On the other hand, Marquis Xianping was shameless to the extreme. Marquis Xianping said gloatingly, come on. I'll carry you. You definitely won't be able to walk out." Xiao Luling was angered to death by him. His eyes were like torches as he said, "Who says I won't be able to walk out? Even if I only have 1 leg left today, I will still jump out." After saying that, he turned around and left. Ai, Marquis Xianping stretched out his hand to grab him. However, in order to avoid his hand, Xiao Luling rushed forward without caring about anything. In the end, he missed a step and fell into the big pit covered by the grass. He fell face first into the pit and fell flat on his face. His other leg was also sprained. Marquis Xianping covered his eyes and couldn't look anymore. "Why are you walking so fast? I can't even pull you back." Marquis Xianping pulled this unlucky child out of the pit and laid him flat on the ground. Xiao Luling made a dying struggle. "I don't want you to carry me." "Oh." Marquis Xianping bent down and wrapped his hands around a certain person's back and knees. Picking him up, he said in a particularly obnoxious manner, "How old are you that you still want to be carried?" Xiao Luling. What kind of father was this? Come and strike him with a bolt of lightning. On the west side of the village, the temporary huts that the officials had set up were bustling with noise and excitement. It was not reduced in the slightest by the heavy rain. The road had been repaired, and they could return to the capital the next day. Everyone was very excited. In addition, Marquis Ding and had brought quite a bit of good food. The officials who had been eating cornbread and salted vegetables in the village for over 10 days finally had a chance to eat meat. Everyone ate until their faces were red. It seemed that no one noticed that Xiao Lulang was missing. It was the patrol officer who had worked with Xiao Lulang during the day that sensed that something was wrong. He held a piece of duck meat in his hand and asked, How come I don't see Lord Xiao?" Once these words were said, everyone looked around. That's right, where was Lord Xiao? It was no wonder that no one remembered him. It was because Xiao Lulang had not mingled with the court officials after he went to the countryside. He was always on the front lines of disaster relief and farming, mingling with the villagers. It was normal for him not to be by their side, so no one deliberately thought of him. It's raining. Perhaps he's hiding from the rain at one of the villagers' houses, another patrol officer said. A registrar from the Ministry of Works said, "He's this ambitious at such a young age. He mingled with the villagers as soon as he arrived. His political achievements this time should be quite good. Whether he had ambition or not, he just did not say it out loud. People were strange like this. If they did not work, then those who did work would be blamed." No one said that Royal Princeton, who always followed the Minister of Revenue, was ambitious. Instead, it was Xiao Lulang who mingled with the villagers that was mistakenly said to be trying to gain popularity among the people. Royal Princeton looked at Marquis Gu and saw that he did not care about Xiao Lulang. He called for Wu Yang. "Go find Lord Xiao." Yes. Wu Yang took the order and went out. As soon as he opened the door of the hut, he saw a strong and muscular figure in the heavy rain, walking like the wind towards them with a person on his back. His head was covered by his own outer robe, covering the person on his back. He only wore an inner robe, and his clothes were already soaked by the heavy rain. He stepped into the puddles, and the rain made it hard for him to open his eyes. "What's wrong?" Royal Princeton saw that Wu Yang was frozen at the door and asked him, "What happened?" That Wu Yang did not dare to recognize it. Everyone saw that something was wrong, and quickly squeezed to the door to look in the direction he was pointing. Everyone was stunned. Someone recognized him. Isn't that Marquis Xianping? No one had ever seen Marquis Xianping in such a sorry state. He was the most handsome man in Zhao country. He was very particular and also very vain. Other than on the battlefield, he had never let anyone see him in such a disheveled state. But at this time, he was like a falcon in a storm. In order to protect the young on his back, he plucked out his beautiful feathers and built a nest to shelter him from the wind and rain. Chapter 357. Regardless of rank or status, Marquis Xianping was above everyone else. After he was recognized, no one dared to hide in the hut to hide from the rain. They all rushed out with umbrellas. Everyone fought to hold umbrellas for Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping looked at everyone impatiently. The rain was already so heavy that it was hard to see the road, but this group of people still blocked it. "Out of the way!" Marquis Xianping shouted. Everyone was scared by the murderous aura that he inadvertently emitted. They all retreated to the sides. There were huts one after another. Marquis Xianping didn't know which one was Xiao Liulang's residence. But in the end, it wasn't the one that this group of people had rushed out of. He walked to the side. "It's the other way around." Xiao Lulang, who was lying on his back, said weakly. Marquis Xianping paused in his steps and ran to the other side. When he reached the third hut, Xiao Lulang said, "We're here." The hut was simple and crude. There wasn't even a decent table. The bed was made of a wooden bench and a wooden plank. If Grand Tutor Zhuang was here, he would feel sorry for his grandson's living environment. When Marquis Xianping was fighting, he had spent 10 days to half a month in the trenches. He had chewed on tree bark and grass roots. He had slept in a cowshed and squatted in a horse stable. His son shouldn't have been pampered. He should have been thrown into a mud pit for him to crawl and roll in. In the beginning, he couldn't bear to see Princess Xinyang raise Xiao Heng so delicately. He raised him like a porcelain doll, He was beautiful, but he couldn't stand up to one of his fingers. If he touched him, he was afraid that he would crush the little guy to death. There were 2 beds in the hut. One had a mosquito net, the other didn't. "Where's your bed?" Marquis Xianping asked. Xiao Lulang pointed to the one without a mosquito net. Marquis Xianping carried him to the side of the bed. After thinking, he called over an official outside. "Bring a chair over." "Yes, yes." An assistant minister from the Ministry of Revenue acknowledged the order and personally went to the shed that was used as the main office to bring over a bamboo chair. When Marquis Xianping carried the person into the room, everyone had a faint guess as to the identity of the person on his back. When Marquis Xianping placed him on a chair, that guess was confirmed. Xiao Lulang. It really was Xiao Lulang. It was already very strange for Marquis Xianping to appear here on a rainy night. What was even stranger was that he actually carried Xiao Lulang back. And from the looks of it, Xiao Lulang seemed to be injured. What exactly happened? In the end, he was an official and should not criticize the emperor in front of his colleagues and Hanlin Academy officials. He coughed softly and changed the words, "went to see the emperor," to "went to see him specifically." He was talking about the day of Xiao Liulang's court examination. Marquis Xianping had gotten up early and rushed to support Xiao Lulang. This matter had once caused an uproar, causing many people to think that Xiao Liulang's top scorer title had come from an improper source, and that he had relied on his relationship with Marquis Xianping to reach the top of the list. "So it's because Lord Xiao looks like his deceased son," the official of the Ministry of Revenue murmured. Everyone inexplicably ate a melon, and more or less understood that Marquis Xianping had come to visit Xiao Lulang. How can it be such a coincidence? He didn't get injured earlier or later. When Marquis Xianping came, he got injured like this. He even had to carry him all the way back. Another person muttered. These words were just short of saying that Xiao Lulang was scheming and deliberately trying to gain Marquis Xianping's sympathy. "I really couldn't tell that he was this kind of person. How could I not tell? Have you all forgotten how he has been winning over the villagers these days? His scheming, I really can't catch up to him even if I ride a horse." "She'll lower your voice. Don't let Marquis Xianping hear you. Later, you and I won't be able to bear the consequences." Disperse, disperse. Royal Prince did not participate in their discussion. He knew that Xiao Lulang had gone to the mountains to pick herbs. As for why he got injured and why he met Marquis Xianping, he did not know. He went to Wu Yang's side. Tonight, he would probably have to squeeze in with Wu Yang. Inside the hut, Marquis Xianping quickly took off Xiao Liulang's top. When he went to take off Xiao Liulang's pants, Xiao Lulang tightened his belt and refused to let him do it. Marquis Xianping frowned and clicked his tongue. "What's wrong? You go out too. I'll do it myself," Xiao Lulang said. Marquis Xianping looked him up and down and said with a chuckle, "You fell like this. Do you still have the strength?" If he had the strength, he wouldn't have let him take off his top. Right now, he was tightly gripping his belt. In fact, he was using his eyes to refuse. Marquis Xianping said, "You are my son. What have I not seen of you? When you were young, you ran around the courtyard naked." He looked at his pants. "Let me tell you, not only have I seen it, I've also played it." Xiao Lulang, who wanted to be struck by lightning. The wooden bucket and hot water were ready. Marquis Xianping didn't call anyone to enter the hut. He brought the large wooden bucket and hot water in himself. Xiao Liulang's undoing of his belt annoyed him. He didn't have the strength and couldn't take it off for a long time. He simply threw him into the hot water. This rain seemed to have extinguished all the heat of the recent days. It brought a hint of the coolness of early autumn. Xiao Liulang's body was cold. It wasn't until he soaked in the hot water that he gradually warmed up. Xiao Lulang soaked in the hut. Marquis Xianping went to get water. He planned to take a cold bath and then go back to the carriage to change clothes. He wasn't familiar with this place. He only vaguely remembered that a large group of people had come out of the largest hut. Perhaps they had gone there to get water. He went to the hut that was used as the central room and the office room. Everyone was there. Marquis Gu was also there. The large pile of food that Marquis Gu had brought was also there. The room was filled with the tempting aroma of meat and crispness. Everyone looked at Marquis Xianping in astonishment, their faces helpless. Marquis Xianping only needed a glance to understand. When a group of people had gathered here, he thought they were discussing some important business. So they were eating and drinking. The Minister of Revenue asked, "Does Marquis Xiao want to eat?" These were all bought from the capital by Marquis Gu's men. Marquis Xianping looked at Marquis Gu in the hut and slightly narrowed his eyes. Everyone was here except for his son-in-law Xiao Lulang. Good, very good. Marquis Gu did not know of the relationship between Marquis Xianping and Xiao Lulang. He was wondering why Marquis Xianping had mixed up with that poor boy when he met Marquis Xianping's frightening gaze. His heart inexplicably thumped. The rain stopped in the latter half of the night. The next day was a sunny day. The morning light shone and the sky was blue. The air was filled with the smell of soil and flowers that had been moistened by the rain. The disaster relief and farming mission had been completed. Everyone packed their bags and planned to eat something before returning to the capital. But no one had expected that when they pushed open the wooden door of the hut, they would be greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of meat buns. Everyone's saliva dripped down. Did they make meat buns today? The villagers know that we are leaving, so they specially made meat buns? Such fragrant meat buns. They were all officials of the capital. Even if they did not come from prominent families, at least they were not greedy for meat buns. But they did not know if it was because they had been vegetarian for too many days. But when they smelled the aroma of meat, they felt that they could not control themselves. No, this is not the aroma of ordinary meat buns. It's zhouji. Their meat buns have the aroma of sesame oil. That's right. It's zhouji's meat buns. Zhouji's meat buns were too famous in the capital. They only made 100 steamers a day, and they were sold out. Therefore, it was hard to get one even if they lined up. The aroma came from Royal Prince Anne's hut. Did Marquis Gu send people to buy it again? Marquis Gu is too considerate. He bought so many roast duck and crispy chicken last night. He bought it for Royal Prince Anne. We are basking in Royal Prince Anne's glory. It seems that we are basking in Royal Prince Anne's glory again today. Everyone chatted and couldn't wait to head towards Royal Prince Anne's hut. But when they reached the door, they were dumbfounded. Royal Prince Anne was not in the room. There was only Marquis Xianping and Xiao Lulang, and a youth in black. The table in front of the two was filled with meat buns. Other than the meat buns, there were wine-fermented meatballs sprinkled with egg drops, scallion pancakes with donkey meat, and braised lamb scorpion that could make the dogs next door cry. These were all zhouji's specialties. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Was it really good to eat so sumptuous so early in the morning? But the three of them could not finish it. He bought so much for them, right? As expected, Xiao Lulang spoke faintly. Did you beat the bun seller to death? Who could finish so many buns? Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then let's split it, Chongjing. Chongjing walked over and took the buns on the table, leaving one steamer for Marquis Xianping and Xiao Lulang. Everyone watched as Chongjing walked towards them with the buns. They were so excited that they could not express themselves. Then, they saw Chongjing walk past them expressionlessly. Everyone. Chongjing distributed the buns to the villagers. There was only one left. Chongjing gave it to the village's big black dog. Thus, everyone who was eating salted vegetables and cornbread experienced what it meant to be worse than a dog. After breakfast, Marquis Xianping packed Xiao Lulang and stuffed him into his carriage. Although Xiao Lulang strongly protested, his protests were ineffective. Everyone also sat on the Yaman's carriages. Marquis Gu was surprised to find that the wheels of his carriage had been removed. Marquis Gu exploded on the spot. Where are the wheels of my carriage? Who did it? Everyone sat in the carriage and looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't it obvious who did it? Just ask who had a higher title than you. No one dared to say anything. It was Royal Prince Anne who spoke. Marquis Gu, if you don't mind, you can take my carriage back to the capital. That's the only way. Marquis Gu sighed and sat on Royal Prince Anne's carriage. This son-in-law was still the best. He knew how to help at the crucial moment. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a loud bang. The wheels of Royal Prince An's carriage were removed as well. No one saw anyone do it. The two wheels seemed to have betrayed him, and rolled out of the carriage. The carriage landed heavily on the ground. Marquis Gu's head hit the roof of the carriage, and there was a big bruise on his head. The Minister of Revenue did not want to get involved in this mess. However, he was entrusted by someone to take good care of Royal Prince An. But after taking care of Royal Prince An, he could not leave his future father-in-law. He could only invite the two of them into his carriage. Marquis Xianping brought Chang Jing out of Xiao Liulong's hut. Chang Jing was holding Xiao Liulong's luggage, and the herbs he picked these days. The Minister of Revenue thought for a while, and cupped his hands towards Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping, for old Lady Zhao's sake, please be merciful. Marquis Xianping's mother, old Lady Xiao, and the Minister of Revenue's mother were cousins. Strictly speaking, they were cousins. All right. Marquis Xianping agreed. The Minister of Revenue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that old Lady Zhao's face was still useful. In the next second, Marquis Xianping kicked off the wheels of the Minister of Revenue's carriage. He only said to be merciful. He did not say to be merciful. When it came to bullying people, Marquis Xianping was a professional. After this, no one dared to invite Marquis Gu into the carriage anymore. They all left with their tails between their legs. Royal Prince An also wanted to help but could not. He cupped his hands towards Marquis Gu, and asked Wu Yang to find the wheels and install them. Then he returned to the capital alone. Marquis Gu was left alone on the ridge of the field. Behind him was a carriage without wheels. Even the horse had run away. It was as if he was abandoned by the world. Marquis Gu was miserable and miserable. Wu. Chapter 358. If other people thought that they could safely return to the capital after leaving Marquis Gu behind, then they were too naive. Marquis Xianping blocked their way and took off their wheels one by one. There was no village to the front, and no shop to the back. Even if one called for help, the heavens and the earth would not respond. Of course, there were a few people who didn't offend Xiao Lulang. But they also had their wheels taken off by Marquis Xianping. This was helping them, not harming them. Marquis Xianping wouldn't make things difficult for them in the future. But if Marquis Xianping let them go, the people who didn't like Xiao Lulang might make things difficult for them. So they might as well take them off together. Xiao Lulang didn't know anything about Marquis Xianping blocking their way and bullying them. He didn't sleep well last night, and woke up with a slight headache. Not long after getting on the carriage, he fell into a deep sleep. This sleep was so deep that when he woke up, he was already in the capital. He opened his eyes and found himself lying in a room filled with familiarity. He immediately sat up, and looked at the mermaid curtain on the bed. Then looked at the Jiangnan screen with 6 fans of misty rain on the other side of the bed. He even turned around to look at the pillow he had just slept on. They were all things from his memory. Even the fragrance of fruit and flowers in the room was the same as in his memory. This was the princess's residence. Princess Xine Yang and old Madame Xiao didn't have a good relationship. Old Madame Xiao didn't like Princess Xine Yang's flesh and blood, and was very cold to Xiaoheng. Princess Xine Yang brought her son to live in the princess's residence. Although it was connected to the Marquis's residence, Xiaoheng basically didn't go to old Madame Zhao's place. Xiao Lulang lifted the blanket and got out of bed. "Young Marquis, you're awake?" A servant girl walked into the room carrying a stack of clothes. He remembered this servant girl. She was called Shuhua. However, she was much more mature than 4 years ago. He wasn't used to her at first glance, but he could accept her current appearance with a second glance. Her expression and smile were so natural that it was as if he had never left in these 4 years. "Sister Shuhua. Sister Mizua." Another young maidservant stumbled in. It was Magpie, the daughter of a servant in the manor. She was only 8 years old 4 years ago, and now she was 12. When she saw Xiao Lulang, she smiled and bowed. "Young Marquis, you're awake. The Marquis is waiting for you to eat." If Xiao Lulang had not experienced life and death, He would have been dazed by this scene. He looked at them and said, "I'm not the young Marquis, you've got the wrong person. Where are my clothes?" A trace of panic flashed through the eyes of the two maidservants. Sure enough, he wasn't dreaming. They were acting. Xiao Lulang let out a sigh of relief. Everything was too familiar. For a moment, he almost thought that the 4 years of wandering among the commoners was just a dream, and that the terrible fire was just a nightmare. If those were all dreams, then the countryside and the Jadewater Alley were also a pipe dream. He slowly sat down on the chair, digesting the lingering fear in his heart. Magpie quickly came forward to pour tea for him. "I'll do it myself." He refused. Magpie hesitantly retreated to the side, looking at Shuhua with apprehension. Shuhua shook her head at her, indicating for her not to speak. "My clothes," Xiao Lulang said again. "Yes." Shuhua went to the wardrobe, opened the door, and found Xiao Liulang's luggage. She secretly glanced at Xiao Lulang several times. Although they looked alike, their temperaments were too different. The young Marquis never had a straight face with them, always talking and laughing. He was a little master that warmed people's hearts. Moreover, the little master's legs were not lame. "You can all leave." Marquis Xianping, who had been listening outside the door, saw that his plan was not working, and could only helplessly appear. The two maidservants retreated, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. He did not need to go to Hanlin Academy today, so he found a set of normal clothes to change into. Then he said to Marquis Xianping, "You don't need to test me anymore. I'm not Xiaoheng." Marquis Xianping said, "I'm not testing." Xiao Lulang interrupted him. "Don't think that as long as I'm still Xiaoheng, you can make up for the guilt in your heart. Even if you test me 100 times, 1,000 times, I'm still Xiao Lulang, the illegitimate child of Qinyun's mother, not the legitimate son of Marquis Xianping." Marquis Xianping's eyes darkened. "Then tell me, is there really someone who looks exactly the same in this world?" "Is it really the same?" Xiao Lulang asked back. Marquis Xianping's gaze fell on his right eye. There was originally a teardrop mole here, but now it was gone. Xiao Lulang said, "Of course, if you just want to use me as a substitute for the young Marquis, then it's up to you." No one could replace Xiaoheng. He did not need a substitute for Xiaoheng. He only wanted Xiaoheng, his son Xiaoheng. These words pierced Marquis Xianping's heart to the point of bleeding. Otherwise, why would he say that he was his son? He knew what words would stab him the most. Xiao Lulang did not say anything else. He picked up his luggage. "Where's my medicine?" "In the courtyard," Marquis Xianping said. Xiao Lulang walked out without looking back. Marquis Xianping looked at his determined and stubborn back, and suddenly called out to him. "Don't you want to see your mother?" Xiao Liulang's steps paused. His hand holding his luggage slowly clenched. "I want to see her. Does she want to see me?" Xiao Lulang left without any hesitation. "Hiss, little brat." Marquis Xianping's teeth hurt. Steward Lu walked over from the other end of the corridor. He entered the room and asked, "Marquis, the young master still hasn't admitted his identity?" Marquis Xianping's fist slammed on the table, and his mouth twitched. "Little stubborn donkey. Is it really the young Marquis? Could there have been a mistake?" Steward Lu asked worriedly. He paused and then muttered, "It doesn't matter if there's a mistake. After all, they are both Marquis' children." Marquis Xianping glared at him. Steward Lu smiled embarrassedly. "I'm joking. Since ancient times, there had been a difference between the direct and concubines. Moreover, this was an illegitimate child. How could he let an illegitimate child mix up the direct bloodline of the Marquis Fu?" Marquis Xianping thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Could it be that only his mother can control him? Chen Yun's mother is already dead. Steward Lu kindly reminded. Marquis Xianping gave him a death stare. "You don't want this month's salary?" Steward Lu's entire body trembled, saying, "Ah, Marquis, you are talking about the princess. But if the princess can't do anything to him?" Marquis Xianping looked at the disappearing figure at the end of the courtyard, his gaze deep. "Then I will believe that he really isn't Xiaoheng." Xiao Lulang sat in Marquis Xianping's carriage back to Jadewater Alley. When he arrived home, it was already dark. His family did not know that he had returned today, and each went to do their own things. Only Yao Shi was strolling in the courtyard to digest her food. "Mother." He went forward to greet her. Yao Shi said in pleasant surprise, "Luleng is back? You haven't eaten yet, right?" Yu. Hey. Yu put down the work in her hands and walked over. Son-in-law. Yao Shi ordered. "Go make something for son-in-law to eat." "Okay." Yu complied and went to the kitchen. This time, he had gone to the countryside to provide disaster relief, and did not bring back any gifts. Other than a basket of medicinal ingredients, there was only some dried fish that the villagers had dried themselves. Xiao Luleng took out the dried fish. "What is this?" A bag of strange medicinal powder fell out from under the dried fish. "This is a kind of dried flower powder. It was given by an auntie. Apparently, it can be used as rouge. It was Uncle Zhang's family's auntie. After learning that he was married, she gave him this bag of dried flower powder. Naturally, this could not compare to the rouge from the rouge shop, but it was a bit of goodwill from the villagers, so he accepted it." Yao Shi said, "Jiao Jiao does not need it now." Yao Shi's meaning was that Gu Jiao had a chastity mark on her face and did not like to dress up. In the future, when the chastity mark was gone, perhaps she would like to be beautiful herself. Xiao Luleng misunderstood and thought that Yao Shi was saying that Gu Jiao was ugly. He said, "She does not need it to be beautiful." Yao Shi was stunned. Son-in-law was praising her daughter for being beautiful? Although she also felt that her daughter was beautiful, she was still Jiao Jiao's mother. Naturally, a mother would think that her daughter was beautiful. Xiao Liulong's serious appearance made Yao Shi laugh. The young couple had been married for so long. Although they had always lived in separate rooms, they had never said that they had not consummated their marriage. In large families, married couples lived in separate courtyards. In order to not affect the men's studies, many scholars lived in separate rooms. Thus, if it were not for this birthmark, the young couple's relationship would not have aroused any suspicion. Yao Shi had originally planned to continue to pretend that she did not know, but now that it had been brought up, Yao Shi felt that perhaps telling her son-in-law would not be a problem. At the very least, her son-in-law had seriously refuted her. This meant that in his heart, he did not dislike her daughter's appearance. He treated Jiao Jiao with sincerity. What was there that was not worth knowing the truth? Actually, Yao Shi cleared her throat and resisted the awkwardness in her heart. She said, "The mark on Jiao Jiao's face is not a birthmark. It is a chastity mark." Bang! A figure fell down from the courtyard wall. Dong! A person knocked into the doorway and staggered until he hit the door. The former was Gu Qingfeng. The latter was Gu Changqing. This was not the end. There was a clatter at the door, followed by a clatter. Surprisingly, the copper candied fruit box in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand had fallen to the ground. The old chancellor, who was standing at the newly opened door between the two residences, did not know whether to enter or leave. He had come to deliver some brown sugar glutinous rice cake to Zhuang gents. How did he hear this kind of thing? Chapter 359. Yao Shi was so shocked by the commotion that she stood up from her chair. She clearly didn't see a single person just now. So how did so many people appear out of thin air after she finished speaking? They didn't come when they didn't, but they all came when they did. Was this arranged? Also, it was fine that Gu Changqing and the matriarch appeared here. One came to see the twins, and the other came to play cards. But what was up with Gu Qingfeng? What was he doing climbing up the wall of their house? Yao Shi was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Of the 5 people present, it was unknown who was the most embarrassed. Was it the 4 people who accidentally heard this huge secret? Or was it Xiao Luleng who was caught in the whirlpool of secrets? In short, the 5 people all had different expressions and didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere became more and more awkward. In the end, it was Gu Qingfeng's nose that itched and he couldn't help but sneeze. Only then did the strange silence in the courtyard be broken. That, Gu, Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to call Gu Changqing, but she couldn't remember his name. Her mind was filled with this guy who won money from her. So angry, Gu Chongqing came back to his senses and turned to bow to Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was dressed as an old lady. He didn't call the Empress Dowager. After all, she was traveling incognito. He was afraid that the walls would hear her identity. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave a look to the candied fruit jar on the ground. Gu Chongqing understood and endured the pain in his head. He picked up the candied fruit jar on the ground. Fortunately, it was made of iron and didn't break. Empress Dowager Zhuang hugged her beloved candied fruit jar and entered the courtyard with a complicated expression. How could it not be complicated? The little great-grandson she had been looking forward to for so long wasn't even a shadow. Was this the truth behind why she couldn't wait for her little great-grandson? Her mentality was collapsing. Her complicated and painful gaze fell on Xiao Liulong's body. Starting from his head, it slowly moved down until it reached an unspeakable place. It wasn't like they hadn't slept together before. Could it be they couldn't? Xiao Liulang felt his scalp go numb. What kind of look was that? However, not only did Empress Dowager Zhuang have this expression, even the old chancellor was synchronized and looked at Xiao Liulang sympathetically. As a man, this was a little embarrassing. I thought you had only injured one leg. Xiao Liulang felt terrible. He was still trying to figure out how the birthmark on Gu Jiao's face could be the mark of chastity. Now he was being despised and sympathized with for no reason. Where was the logic? Yao Shi looked at everyone's speechless expressions, and then looked at Xiao Liulang, who seemed to have swallowed Coptis. She thought to herself, do I need to explain the reason for the chastity mark? Hey, does anyone else want to hear it? Forget it. Let's talk about it. Yao Shi said. The midwife that helped me deliver the child did not know how to use the chastity sand, but she did not dare say that she did not know. She was worried that we would not give her that much money, so she went to ask the abbot of the temple, who knew that the abbot drank too much that night and accidentally put it on Jiao Jiao's face. It was also because of this birthmark that the servant misunderstood that Jiao Jiao was not the child that I gave birth to, and that Jingyu who did not have a birthmark was. Although this matter had passed for a long time, every time it was mentioned, Yao Shi could not help but feel heartache and regret. She did not know whose fault she should blame. Should she not have given birth halfway, or should she not have gone to find that midwife in the countryside? Yao Shi was immersed in her sad emotions. The other people in the courtyard were not on the same channel as her. There were only 6 words in everyone's mind. Chastity sand did not consummate the marriage. Gu Qingfeng put his arm around Xiao Liulong's shoulder. Brother, tell me honestly, do you have any hidden troubles? Xiao Liulong's face darkened. Gu Jiao went to see a patient and was busy until late at night. When she stepped into the courtyard, she saw the elders of the family sitting neatly in the central room. Her great-aunt and son-in-law were also there. The last time the two of them sat together was when the emperor came to Bai Shui Lane to recuperate. However, they sat separately and did not speak. Ever since her great-aunt recovered her memories, this was the first time Gu Jiao saw the two of them so amiable. Gu Chongqing and Gu Qingfeng also came. What did you come here for? Gu Jiao asked Gu Qingfeng. Gu Chongqing's lips curled up imperceptibly. It seemed that in his sister's heart, this second brother who had drunk wine with her, ridden horses with her, and played water with her, did not have much weight. He could not come to Bai Shui Lane as he pleased. Gu Qingfeng snorted and said unhappily, You think I wanted to come? Changlin ran out of hair growth ointment. Gu Jiao made a no sound. Recently, she had been so busy that she had forgotten about Gu Qinglin's little bald spot. Wait a moment. Gu Jiao went to the east room to put down the small basket and took out the medicine box. She opened the box and saw that there was indeed a box of hair growth ointment inside. The medicine box could not only determine the medicine needed by the patient, but also remember the patient's course of illness and the dosage. It was very useful, but it would be even better if there were no more strange things. Gu Jiao took out the hair growth ointment and handed it to Gu Qingfeng. Here, 100 taels. Gu Qingfeng immediately exploded. You charge me 100 taels for such a small box of ointment? That's too much. Gu Jiao's expression did not change. It's the price of family affection. The price of family affection specially set for you. If someone else came, it would be 1 tael. Gu Qingfeng reluctantly took out the banknotes. Gu Jiao happily accepted it. Everyone stared at her without blinking. Gu Jiao felt that the atmosphere was strange from the moment she entered the courtyard. And now it was getting stranger and stranger. Did something happen? Why are you all looking at me like this? She asked. Madam, Yu came over with a bowl of tonic soup on a tray. The soup you wanted is ready. Yu put the tonic soup on the table. The bowl was black and looked like it was made by Xiao Lulang. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed the bowl of soup in front of Gu Jiao. Drink it, it was specially made for you. You've worked hard recently, and you've lost weight. You need to take care of your body. She said these words without blushing. Everyone secretly gave Empress Dowager Zhuang a thumbs up. You're still the best. Oh, although it did not look good, Gu Jiao was not picky. Since it was specially prepared for her by her family, she could not waste it. Gu Jiao held the bowl of soup, took a deep breath, and gulped it down. Wretch, it was disgusting. Gu Jiao almost vomited. Everyone looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Was there really no problem with the soup? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. How could there be a problem? It was a professional nourishment for 30 years. The previous emperor's concubines all drank this tonic soup, so their bodies were better than the other. Gu Jiao felt nauseous. She covered her chest and took a deep breath. She inadvertently glanced around and found that the table was uniformly looking at her. She blinked and shook her little head. Oh, I'm not pregnant, am I? In the study, Xiao Lulang, who heard this sentence, spat out a mouthful of tea. Everyone's expression twitched. How did you manage to lie through your teeth like that? Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Jiao asked. Have you consummated your marriage? Gu Qingfeng asked straightforwardly. Gu Changqing kicked him under the table. Gu Jiao did not know that there was nothing left of her. She stuck out her small chest and said righteously, Why haven't I consummated my marriage? Of course I have. Is it written on my face that I'm a virgin? Everyone looked at her chastity mark. Yes. Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang couldn't bear to listen any further. He wished he could bury himself with books. What kind of brother and sister were they? One dared to ask, and the other dared to answer. Were they not ashamed? Jiao, are you there? Xiaobao has a stomachache. Can you go and take a look at him? Master Zhao's anxious voice came from the door, interrupting the conversation. Gu Jiao went next door to see Xiaobao. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand and said, Okay, let's go. Yu make Jiao a bowl of this soup every 3 days. You must watch her finish it. Yu replied, Yes. Gu Changqing originally came to visit the twins. However, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were resting at Nanxiang and Master Lu's place. Gu Changqing had to leave with Gu Qingfeng. I will go too. I want to see how the homework in Jingkong is going. The old chancellor went next door. Little Jingkong was doing homework at his place tonight. Empress Dowager Zhuang went to Xiao Lulang and little Jingkong's west room. Eunuch Qin followed. Empress Dowager? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the bed and called the accompanying imperial masters. She pointed at the bed and said seriously, Split it. The imperial masters. Eunuch Qin. After a loud noise, Empress Dowager Zhuang ran out of the west room waving her phoenix claws. Oh! Jiao. Eunuch Qin and little Deng fought. The bed collapsed. Eunuch Qin trembled. What did it have to do with him? Also, what kind of fight could collapse the bed? These words didn't sound right. Gu Jiao was not called over by Empress Dowager Zhuang, but little Jingkong came over first. He had just finished his homework and heard his great-aunt say that the bed collapsed. He was young and curious, so he went to see whose bed collapsed. So it's my bed that collapsed. The little guy stood in front of the collapsed bed with his hands on his hips and was stunned for a few seconds. Then he laughed. That's great. His bed collapsed. He had no place to sleep tonight. He could only squeeze with Jiao Jiao. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, I want to take a bath. He wanted to wash himself clean and smell good, then put himself on Jiao Jiao's bed. After a quarter of an hour, the little handsome monk came out of the bath and changed into dry pajamas. He smelled good from head to toe. I can go sleep with Jiao Jiao. He skipped to the east room. However, before he could step in, Empress Dowager Zhuang picked him up. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "You and I will go back to the palace tonight." Little Jing Kong's little body trembled. Why? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I'm lonely." Little Jing Kong strongly protested. "I want to sleep with Jiao Jiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang refused heartlessly. "No, you won't have a little great-grandson if you sleep with him. I want a little great-grandson." Little Jing Kong flapped his little arms and legs in the air and complained. "Why do you want a little great-grandson? Am I not cute enough?" Empress Dowager Zhuang was full of questions again. She could not win against him, so she stopped talking and directly carried him out of the courtyard and into the carriage. Because the bed collapsed, Xiao Lulang could only sleep in the east room tonight. Gu Jiao had no objection. After washing up, the two of them lay on the soft bed. Little Jing Kong was used to sleeping on hard beds in the temple, so the mattress in the west room was less than in the east room. Xiao Lulang had slept on this bed before, but he did not know if it was because of his different state of mind, but the feeling of lying on it tonight was particularly different from before. The mattress seemed to be softer, reminding him of her delicate little body. The pillow was full of her breath and fragrance. Every breath made him feel short of breath and hot in his heart. She was lying flat beside him, and her breathing was even and long. Xiao Lulang could not sleep. He gently turned his head and saw that their long hair seemed to be entangled. Suddenly, there was a hint of ambiguity in the night. The dream he had before flashed through his mind uncontrollably. He tried to erase the inappropriate images from his mind, but the harder he tried, the clearer they became. Even her smooth breathing seemed to have a hint of seduction in his ears. "Husband." She suddenly turned to look at him. Xiao Liulang's heart skipped a beat. He felt guilty for being distracted. His expression tensed as he looked at the ceiling and asked seriously, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao straightened up on her elbows and looked at him. "Nothing. I just want to ask you if everything went well in the countryside. Did those people bully you?" "No," he said. Gu Jiao asked strangely, "What's wrong with your voice? It's mute." It would have been better if she hadn't said this. Once she said this, Xiao Lulang found it even harder to control himself. His throat moved, and he didn't dare to look at her. "I probably talked too much during the day." "Oh." Gu Jiao lay beside him. He did not dare to look at her, but she looked at him frankly. "Then I'll get you some water." He was just about to say no, but she had already got off the bed and poured him a glass of cold water. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth, but he still took it and drank it. After drinking the glass of cold water, the thoughts in his mind seemed to fade a little. Gu Jiao took the glass and put it on the table. She climbed back into bed and lay down beside him. "Can't you sleep?" she asked. "No," he said in a hoarse voice, "sleep." But Gu Jiao waited for a while, but he still did not fall asleep. Was there something bothering him? But since he did not say, she did not ask. Gu Jiao thought for a while, then slowly moved towards him until she was beside him. She pulled away one of his arms and turned sideways to rest her little head on it. She hugged him, and like an adult coaxing a child, she gently patted his shoulder. She coaxed him very seriously, even though her movements were a little clumsy. Xiao Lulang did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao widened her eyes and said with a serious face, "I'm coaxing you to sleep. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything. I'm a serious person." At first, the serious person, Gu Jiao, was indeed patting his shoulder to coax him to sleep. But as she patted him, it felt so good that she wanted to move around. She stole a glance at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Liulang's eyes were closed, and his breathing was even and long. He seemed to be asleep. Gu Jiao became bold and touched his small chest muscles. After touching his chest muscles, she moved on to his abdominal muscles. After touching his abdominal muscles, she moved on to his waist muscles. When she used her finger to poke his waist that didn't have a trace of excess fat, Xiao Lulang suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Lulang grabbed her restless little hand and flipped her over, pressing her under his body. His movements were so fast and domineering that even Gu Jiao could not react in time. Gu Jiao looked at him in a daze. He domineeringly locked her wrists on both sides. This was the first time that Gu Jiao felt the domineering power of a man from him in a sober state. It was so exciting. Gu Jiao thought. The little puppy she had been raising suddenly turned into an adult wolf, with an irresistible domineering and wild nature. He stared at her and said, "Aren't you still young?" Gu Jiao blinked. His eyes deepened and his hoarse voice came out from his throat. "If you tease me again, I won't care." Oh. Gu Jiao's eyes moved, and she slowly pulled her wrists out of his strong palm. He had used too much strength just now and her wrists were red. Xiao Lulang was a little regretful, but he did not show it on his face. Tonight, he had been set up by the elders in his family. Naturally, he would not be obedient, so he did not intend to do anything to her from the beginning. But this girl was too mischievous. Did she forget that he was already 18 years old? Did she still think that he was that immature brat from before? A 14-year-old girl who was older by a year was completely different from a 17-year-old boy who was older by a year. He had grown up and was a real man. Did she know that in his countless dreams, there was no longer a sky full of fire, but the boundless moonlight, the sleepless lights, and endless intertwining in possession? He could not lie on the same bed with her like a year ago, and not let his imagination run wild. Gu Jiao rubbed her red wrists, and did not speak for a long time. Xiao Lulang thought that she had been scared by him, and should know to restrain herself. Unexpectedly, in the next second, she stretched out her arms and lay flat. Xiao Lulang. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg Chapter 360. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. The next day, before the sun rose, everyone in the family got up early. In the past, Gu Jiao was the first to get up, but today when she walked out of the room, she found that Madame Yao, the old chancellor Nurse Fong, and Yu Ya were all gathered in the central room. Not only that, Eunuch Qin also came. What was going on? "Good morning." Gu Jiao greeted them. Everyone looked at the birthmark on her face and sighed. "Gu Jiao, why do you all look a bit disappointed? Is my status in the family already so low? You don't want to see me anymore?" Everyone exchanged knowing looks. Thus, after Gu Jiao drank a bowl of tonic soup, Xiao Lulang also had a bowl of tonic soup in front of him during breakfast. Eunuch Qin specially emphasized, "It's venison soup. It's very good for men." Xiao Lulang. Xiao Liulang's anger was stuck in his throat and couldn't go up or down. Last night, when a certain someone was lying down, he really thought that she was ready to tease him to the end. He hesitated out of conscience, and then he heard a certain someone's small snoring sound. He was stunned on the spot, okay? He was the one who was teased, and the one who couldn't eat was also him. In the end, he was the one who was misunderstood. Where could he go to reason? Xiao Lulang drank the venison soup with a dark face. Eunuch Qin returned to the palace with a smile. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the Hanlin Academy finally arrived in the capital after a long journey of a day and night. The Minister of Revenue didn't dare to delay and reported to the emperor with his 2 legs that were about to break. He didn't make any mistakes about Xiao Lulang, nor did he deliberately erase Xiao Liulang's contributions. First, there were Hanlin officials who accompanied him to record this trip, and second, Marquis Xianping was standing in the throne room. That's right. This fellow who never attended morning court sessions and only knew how to sleep in had made an unprecedented appearance today. The Minister of Revenue didn't have a bad impression of Xiao Lulang. However, he received orders from Grand Tutor Zhuang to give the credit to Royal Prince and as much as possible. As for Xiao Lulang, he didn't do anything, so there was no need to mention him. However, when the Minister of Revenue thought of how he had almost broken his leg, he had no doubt that if he dared to say anything about Xiao Lulang, the Marquis of Xianping would remove his leg in front of the Emperor. The Minister of Revenue reported truthfully. Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince An's performance was remarkable. They both made contributions. Although the Minister of Revenue intended to give Royal Prince An more opportunities to make contributions, Xiao Lulang had done too many things in the countryside. The Emperor thought it was good. Both of them were pillars of the Zhao Kingdom. Among the three tripod rankings, the Zhuangyuan and Zhuangyuan had already begun to show their talents in the 6 ministries. Only the Tanhualang was still unknown. However, this couldn't be rushed. After all, Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince An both had backings. They didn't have to worry about being suppressed. Ning Ziyuan's background wasn't as good. He still needed to sharpen his skills in the Imperial Hanlin Academy. The Emperor gave Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince An each a piece of calligraphy, and had Eunuch Wei deliver it to the Imperial Hanlin Academy. After court, the Emperor returned to Pure Flower's palace. Your Majesty, a young nun walked over with a box of food. She bowed to him and said, Imperial Concubine Dowager personally made some pastries, and had this humble nun deliver them to Your Majesty. By the way, Imperial Concubine Dowager also had this humble nun ask if Your Majesty has been well. Imperial Concubine Dowager hasn't seen Your Majesty for a few days, and is very worried about you. The Emperor paused slightly. That's right. He hadn't visited Imperial Concubine Dowager for a few days. This would have been impossible in the past. As long as Imperial Concubine Dowager was in the palace, he would pay his respects every day. Could it be that he was still angry at Imperial Concubine Dowager for hiding her relationship with Gu Chao? Even though Imperial Concubine Dowager had chosen him in the end, did he still have a knot in his heart? Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, this humble nun will take her leave. The young nun handed the pastries to Eunuch Wei before turning to leave. The Emperor glanced at the box of food in Eunuch Wei's hands. Eunuch Wei understood and opened the box. Your Majesty, these are date paste pastries. These were his favorite pastries. In order to personally make them for him, Imperial Concubine Jing had learned from the Imperial chef. He remembered the days after Empress Dowager Zhuang was banished to the cold palace. He, Imperial Concubine Jing, and Ning'an were ostracized. They didn't even have a decent hot dish for his birthday. Thus, his Imperial Concubine Dowager Zhuang personally went to the tree to pick dates, and made a date paste pastry with crisp dates. It didn't taste too good, but it was the best taste he could remember at the time. The Emperor picked up a piece of date paste pastry and tasted it. It was also made with crisp dates. Memories flooded his mind, and he let out a long sigh. Go to the nunnery, and tell Imperial Concubine Dowager that I'll accompany her for dinner tonight. Yes, Eunuch Wei replied. The second master had recently recruited another doctor. To be precise, he had poached a doctor from Rejuvenation Hall. He had once been kicked out of Rejuvenation Hall, and everyone was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. However, he had led Miracle Hand Hall to rise in the capital. Miracle Hand Hall's business grew bigger and bigger, and countless doctors wanted to seek refuge under him. After careful selection, he had chosen a doctor with the surname Miao. His medical skills were good, but his character was excellent. The second master had to poach Dr. Miao for a long time before he was finally persuaded. After Dr. Miao came, he took on a lot of work, so Gu Jiao wasn't as busy. Gu Jiao went to find the old beggar to play chess. But unexpectedly, the old beggar wasn't there. Gu Jiao waited for a while, but didn't see him. She put on her mask and changed her route to the martial arts center. Little brother Gu. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a ruddy face called out to her. Gu Jiao looked at him and used her eyes to ask, "What's the matter?" Her attitude wasn't warm, and could even be called cold. However, the other party didn't mind. Anyone who had seen Gu Jiao compete knew how fiery her temper was. She was already giving him face by being willing to communicate with him. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Little brother, I've seen every one of your matches. You're very bold, and your fighting style is very arrogant. You've also improved a lot. Forgive me for being blunt, but this kind of small martial arts center is no longer suitable for your strength. Are you interested in trying out other places?" So he was here to poach her. Gu Jiao looked at him and took out a small notebook to write. "Is there a decent expert at the place you're talking about?" Listen, what kind of arrogant tone was this? However, he liked it very much. This young man indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Of course there is. I just don't know if you dare to go." Gu Jiao lightly wrote, "Could it be the netherworld?" Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man was amused by Gu Jiao's arrogance and humor. "Little brother, don't worry. With such a good seedling like you, how could I bear to let you go to that kind of place? Let's not talk too much. I'll directly bring little brother there." Gu Jiao left the martial arts center and let Xiao Sanzi go back first. She sat in the middle-aged man's carriage and went to an embroidery building in the north of the city. This was Gu Jiao's first time coming to the north of the city. Jade Water Alley was located in the south of the city. Marquis Ding An's manor was in the southeast. Her range of diagnosis was mostly from the south to the east of the city. Everything here made Gu Jiao feel unfamiliar, but there was also an inexplicable attraction. Gu Jiao followed the middle-aged man through the embroidery building and arrived at a dye house. Underneath the dye house was an underground martial arts center. From the middle-aged man's mouth, Gu Jiao learned that the martial arts center did not have a name. Normally, when people mentioned it, they would just say, "Come to the Narcissus Embroidery Building." The martial arts center was very large. It was almost as large as 4 Taiha martial arts centers. If Gu Jiao had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that someone had built such a large underground place. In the center of the martial arts center were 4 martial arts stages. This was the same as the martial arts centers. Around them were countless rooms. The middle-aged man did not say what they were used for. The middle-aged man waved his hand and pointed, saying, "Do you see those rooms with gourds hanging on their doors? You must not go in." "Why?" Gu Jiao asked with her eyes. The middle-aged man explained, "Those are the rooms of experts. If you rashly charge in, you will be beaten to death." So it was allowed to kill people here. The 4 martial arts stages were carrying out martial arts. Compared to the Taiha martial arts centers, the fights here were much more bloody and violent. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Gu Jiao felt all the blood in her body begin to boil. Her ruthless nature began to stir again. Gu Jiao restrained her killing intent. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, she arrived at the east side of the martial arts center. "Yo, look who old he managed to trick over today." A young man who was organizing the accounts raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully. "Such a tender young master, old he. You have the heart to do this? Aren't you afraid that he will be beaten to death?" So people could die in the martial arts arena. Gu Jiao had a clearer understanding of the underground martial arts center. "Let's first bet 50 taels of silver," the young man said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao frowned. "You still want money? I'll do it. I'll pay for this little brother." The middle-aged man generously took out a 50 taels banknote and slapped it on the table. The young man looked at Gu Jiao with an even more thought-provoking gaze. "To be able to make old he, this miser, pluck your feathers. It seems like you have some ability. All right, I will take good care of you, and try not to let you die too early. Can I look around?" Gu Jiao wrote in her little notebook. He said, "You can. But remember what I said just now. Don't go near the room with a gourd hanging on the door." Gu Jiao nodded. She left the martial arts center. Behind her, the young man and Oldie's conversation could be heard. "No way, you really want this kid to compete? He's even thinner than me. And he's a mute. Don't you remember the lesson from last time? You brought back an expert. But in the end, he was beaten to death with a single punch. Trust my eyes this time. Don't arrange someone too strong for the first round. Let him practice first." Gu Jiao gradually walked away. The two people's conversation was gradually drowned out by the cheers below the stage. It was Gu Jiao's first day here. She just wanted to familiarize herself with the environment, but she didn't expect to see an acquaintance here. A person wearing a black cloak walked in front of her. The cloak was wrapped so tightly that her face couldn't be seen. But the moment the person opened the door, the hood of the cloak fell off. Gu Jiao looked carefully. It's her. Chapter 361. After the hood of her cloak fell off, she quickly put it back on. Then, under the escort of a man in black, she entered a room with a gourd hanging on it. Gu Jiao wanted to follow, but after taking a few steps, someone grabbed her shoulder. Gu Jiao tried to backhand him, but the other person grabbed her wrist. "It's me." The other person was also wearing a mask like Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was all too familiar with this voice. Gu Jiao put down her hand and looked at Gu Changqing, who was dressed as a chivalrous man, with a strange expression. "Why are you here?" Gu Changqing put down his hand, looked around, and asked her. "I should be the one asking you that. Why are you here?" Gu Jiao touched her mask. It was here, so how did he recognize her? Gu Changqing's mouth twitched. He had already recognized her when she tricked him into calling her father, okay? Other than her, no one else in this world had such a bad taste. "You still haven't told me why you're here." Gu Changqing looked at her seriously. She shouldn't have come to this kind of place. Even if she had some skills, it was still too dangerous. Gu Jiao paused and said, "If I said I was passing by and wanted to borrow the toilet, would you believe me?" Gu Changqing. Without waiting for Gu Changqing to respond, Gu Jiao asked, "What about you? Are you also here to borrow the toilet?" Gu Changqing. Many people looked in Gu Changqing's direction. Their gazes were not unfamiliar. It was obviously not the first time they had seen him here. "Why are they looking at you?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's nothing." Gu Changqing grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and led her into a room diagonally opposite. Gu Jiao noticed that there was also a gourd hanging on the door of this room. All right. After all, she wasn't the one who barged in. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was a screen, a bed, a table and chairs, and some antique furniture. It had a simple and heavy feeling, which could easily make one's heart tremble. Gu Jiao was more curious. Gu Changqing looked at her fearless appearance and helplessly shook his head. Those who knew would say that she had come to the most dangerous place in Zhao country. Those who didn't know would think that she was strolling through a vegetable garden. "Have a seat," Gu Changqing said as he sat down on the chair beside the table. Gu Jiao sat down opposite him. She stopped looking around and looked at him. "Are you really here to borrow the toilet?" Gu Changqing's action of pouring tea paused. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "I'm here to find someone." Gu Jiao said, "Oh, what a coincidence. Me too." Gu Chongqing looked at her with an indescribable expression. Didn't you just say that you wanted to borrow the toilet? Gu Jiao waved her hand. It's about the same. Gu Chongqing simply didn't know how to continue the conversation. Gu Jiao usually didn't talk much, but this underground martial arts field really piqued her curiosity. She asked, "What is this place? Is it just an ordinary martial arts field?" Ordinary. She was probably the only one who would think so. However, anyone who truly understood the situation would at least be somewhat fearful, if they did not say that they would be terror-stricken upon hearing this. Gu Chongqing put the tea he had poured in her hand and said, "It's mainly a martial arts competition, but it also does some other business. Many people will choose to come here to trade. First, it's confidential. Second, it's safe. The martial arts field takes 20% of the profits." Gu Jiao said, 20%? That's not a small amount. If they traded 10,000 taels of silver, they would have to pay the martial arts field 2,000 taels of silver. So the martial arts field earned this much? But what did that person come here for? Did they come to watch the martial arts competition, or to find someone to trade? While she was thinking, waves of excited roars and shouts came from outside. Kill! 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 The underground martial arts field had a total of 4 rings: east, west, south, and north. At this time, there were experts fighting in all 4 rings. However, the one with the most spectators, the one with the fiercest bets, and the one with the most enthusiastic cheers was the east ring. Coincidentally, their room was facing the east ring. Gu Jiao saw a bare-chested muscular man press another expert to the ground and wildly beat him up. His face was savage, and his attacks were merciless. If this level of beating continued, the other person would probably be beaten to death. If this were Taihe Martial Arts Club, this fight would have been stopped long ago. As if sensing Gu Jiao's confusion, Gu Chongqing explained, "The experts here have all signed a life and death agreement. They are responsible for their own deaths." This made Gu Jiao think of the underground martial arts field in her previous life. Just like the underground martial arts field, that place was filled with blood and violence. No one cared about the life and death of the fighters. They even hoped to see someone beaten to death. Gu Jiao had once been one of the fighters. She was the youngest and the weakest. She had been sent to the martial arts field by her godfather along with her companion. Half a year later, Gu Jiao had come out, but her companion had stayed behind forever. Gu Jiao looked at the savage and violent scene in the ring without the slightest ripple in her eyes. That's a person's clothes. It's so strange. Gu Jiao's gaze moved away from the east ring and fell on the south ring. Gu Chongqing took a look and said, "That's a Turk." Gu Jiao was surprised. "There are Turks here?" The Turks were a large race outside of the 6 kingdoms. Even though they claimed to be a country, they had never received the recognition of the 6 kingdoms. In the eyes of the 6 kingdoms, the Turks were even inferior to the 3 inferior kingdoms. However, the Turks were exceptionally brave, and they had produced many experts. The Turk expert on the ring knocked out his opponent and stomped his opponent's face into the ground. He raised his arms in a provocative and boastful manner, causing the audience to scream. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the expert he was stomping on. Is the person he defeated also a Turk? His clothes are strange too. Gu Chongqing's eyes narrowed. He clearly didn't approve of the Turk expert's actions. No, that's a saberman from the Zhao kingdom. A Turk expert, a saberman from the Zhao kingdom. This underground martial arts arena was beyond her expectations. Who were you following just now? Gu Chongqing returned to the topic at hand. Who was it that said that all generals were brainless? In Gu Jiao's eyes, Gu Chongqing's scheming was no less than Gu Yan's. He hadn't chased after her to ask, and had instead sold her information for a long time. Only after she let down her guard did he suddenly ask. Forget it. There was nothing she couldn't say. Gu Jiao said, "I think I saw old concubine Jing just now." Old concubine Jing? Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed with surprise. Why would she be here? Isn't she in the palace? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? I'm sure, Gu Jiao said. She would recognize that bad woman, even if she turned into ashes. Gu Jiao continued. She was wearing a cloak and acting suspiciously. She must have snuck out of the palace. As Gu Jiao spoke, she waved her hand and pointed. She entered that room. Gu Chongqing took a look and frowned. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Oh right, I forgot to ask you. What's the meaning of hanging a gourd on the door? Gu Chongqing said seriously. It means that no one is to provoke it in this arena. Gu Jiao made an oh sound and didn't take it to heart. She said, there's a gourd on your door too. How do I get it? Gu Chongqing looked coldly at Gu Jiao. You still want to do that? Be careful, or I'll tell Lulang. Gu Jiao. You win. Gu Chongqing looked at the room diagonally across. If I remember correctly, the current owner of that room seems to be an alchemist. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Alchemist? A doctor? Gu Chongqing thought for a bit. You could say that, but it doesn't seem accurate. Doctors heal the wounded, while alchemists only refine medicine. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully. So why is concubine Jing looking for an alchemist? Is she sick? Or is she trying to do something? Can we go stop her? Gu Chongqing rejected without thinking. Absolutely not. She has the shadow dragon guards by her side. Moreover, putting aside the dragon shadow guards, the underground martial field also has its own experts. They will not allow anyone to break the rules of the transaction in the martial field. Gu Jiao hesitated but didn't give up. Then, can we catch that alchemist? Gu Chongqing shook his head. That's an alchemist from the Yin Kingdom. He's surrounded by experts, so it won't be easy to catch him. How do you know? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing said. I bought medicine from him and met his subordinates. As for what medicine he had bought, Gu Chongqing didn't say. Concubine Jing didn't stay in the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist's room for too long. She came out while the two were talking. She was covered up tightly, and even the way she walked was different from how she used to be. If Gu Jiao hadn't told Gu Chongqing that this was concubine Jing, Gu Chongqing probably wouldn't have recognized her. The man in black next to her was probably the dragon shadow guard. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing didn't think that they could be faster than the dragon shadow guard. So they gave up on the idea of running to the palace to expose the fact that concubine Jing wasn't there. However, Gu Jiao still went to the palace. She had someone call Eunuch Wei to the imperial garden. Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei was overjoyed to hear that Gu Jiao was looking for him. Why are you here? Are you here to see His Majesty? Ever since Miss Gu said that she would never return to Pure Flower's palace, His Majesty had been in low spirits for a long time. Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I'm here to see Eunuch Wei. See this servant. Eunuch Wei was flattered. Pure Flower's palace didn't suspect concubine Jing at the moment, so Gu Jiao wasn't in a rush to say anything. I want to ask about concubine Jing's recent condition. Didn't she encounter an assassination attempt last time? I heard that she was injured. Is she feeling better? Eunuch Wei sighed. She's still recuperating. The imperial physician said that Her Highness concubine is getting on in years. I'm afraid that she won't be able to recover from that shock for a long time. Hee. Who was that old demonic woman who was walking so fast on the martial field just now? Eunuch Wei was surprised. Why is Miss Gu suddenly concerned about Her Highness concubine? Gu Jiao's expression didn't change. I know that she doesn't have a good relationship with Great Aunt, so I'm worried that people will suspect Great Aunt. Eunuch Wei smiled. Don't worry, Miss Gu. His Majesty doesn't suspect the Empress Dowager this time. Gu Jiao naturally knew this. She nodded. That's good. If concubine Jing's injuries are serious, I can take a look at her. Eunuch Wei was shocked again. Miss Gu, didn't you say that you won't treat anyone from Pure Flower's palace? Gu Jiao turned into a logical genius in a second. But she's already moved out of Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei choked. This works too? Eunuch Wei went to report this to the emperor. The emperor thought that Gu Jiao was using this opportunity to reconcile with him, so he didn't suspect her motives at all. He chuckled. All right, since she's giving us a way out, we'll take it. Eunuch Wei. But why do I feel that Miss Gu doesn't think that way? The emperor was going to come to the nunnery for dinner tonight. So concubine Jing had already ordered the kitchen to prepare a table full of vegetarian dishes. However, who would have thought that there would be someone else by the emperor's side? Miss Gu. Concubine Jing was startled. Esteemed concubine dowager, Gu Jiao greeted her. The emperor said amiably, Imperial Mother's body hasn't fully recovered, so we brought the little divine doctor over to take a look at her. Concubine Jing smiled helplessly. My body has been fine for a long time. It's all the imperial physician's fault for making your majesty worry. There's no need to trouble Miss Gu. Gu Jiao hurriedly said. It's just taking a pulse. There's no need to trouble yourself. The emperor was very satisfied with Gu Jiao's filial piety. He held concubine Jing's hand and said, Let the little divine doctor take my mother's pulse. We can't completely trust the imperial physician's words, so we can only be at ease after the little divine doctor has taken a look. Concubine Jing couldn't refuse, so she sat down and agreed to let Gu Jiao take her pulse. Gu Jiao put 3 fingers on concubine Jing's pulse. There were internal injuries. She didn't beat her up last time after all. Gu Jiao asked doubtfully. Did esteemed concubine dowager encounter another assassination attempt recently? Her veins are all broken. The emperor turned pale with fright. My mother's veins are broken? Gu Jiao said calmly. It's just a few broken veins. It's not a serious injury, but she should have spat out blood. Didn't anyone notice? The emperor suddenly remembered the night the old marquis eloped with concubine Jing. He left in a huff, and a servant came to report that concubine Jing had spat out blood. Could it be that concubine Jing's veins were broken at that time? But he didn't hear anything about her being assassinated. Concubine Jing pinched her handkerchief and said, It's just that I hurt my veins because I'm depressed. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, then esteemed concubine, please don't damage your veins again. It's very harmful to your body. Concubine Jing's face paled. She glanced at the emperor and said, I didn't damage my veins. It's just anger attacking my heart, and sadness. The emperor didn't think it was possible either. Why would concubine Jing do that? Was she trying to soften his heart by injuring herself? His concubine Jing was the purest and kindest person in the world. She didn't understand these schemes at all. Chapter 362. Novels with hidden meanings that can't be found online can be found here. A person could hide their cultivation, but they couldn't hide their illness. Gu Jiao felt concubine Jing's pulse and found that she was fine apart from being a little weak. In other words, her condition wasn't at the point where she needed to ask an apothecary from the Yin Kingdom for medicine. She couldn't have gone there just to chat. Gu Chongqing had said that the apothecary was a loner who never interacted with anyone except for selling medicine. Therefore, concubine Jing must have gone there to buy medicine today. Granny Kai brought in a plate of freshly cut fruits. Gu Jiao looked at her and said, Granny Kai, you don't look well lately. Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look at you. Granny Kai was startled. This. Take a look, the emperor said to her. Granny Kai looked at concubine Jing in confusion, but the latter's expression didn't change. Granny Kai had no choice but to go over and let Gu Jiao take her pulse. To be honest, Nanny Kai's health had not been good recently. When Gu Jiao saw that there was something wrong with her and wanted to take her pulse, she was happy. But she hesitated when she remembered that Gu Jiao was one of the Empress Dowager's people. Great, now the emperor had given the order. Granny Kai, you're overworked and have a bad temper. You're a little heaty and your tongue is sore. I'll get you some medicine and you'll be fine. Gu Jiao turned around and opened the medicine box to take out some Bezor detoxification pills. But it didn't have any. You're picky about your patients? You've got a temper. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the medicine box fell silent. Gu Jiao closed the box and coughed lightly. I've run out of medicine. Don't worry. I'll write a prescription and Granny Kai can follow it. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription for clearing heatiness and handed it to Granny Kai. Looking at the messy calligraphy, Nanny Kai was so scared that her eyebrows almost escaped from her face. Gu Jiao had only seen a few of old concubine Jing's trusted aides. Gu Jiao didn't dare to say that old concubine Jing wasn't asking for the medicine for someone else. Perhaps it was for the Dragon Shadow Guards? Or perhaps it was for someone else. However, there was another possibility behind the request. The medicine that Grand Concubine Jing requested might not be used to cure people, but could be used to harm people. Gu Jiao stayed in the nunnery to have a vegetarian meal. Considering the unknown drug, Gu Jiao paid extra attention while eating. She was sure that there was no poison in the food. After the meal, Gu Jiao didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, so the emperor couldn't just leave Gu Jiao to have a private conversation with concubine Jing. After a few words of greeting, he left the nunnery with Gu Jiao. The emperor was very happy. The little divine doctor still had him in her heart. She even took his mother's pulse for him. He couldn't hide his smile as he looked at Gu Jiao. We have a new box of. Before he could finish his words, Gu Jiaoxiao walked away with a cold face. The emperor was speechless. Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, "This servant will send Miss Gu off." When Gu Jiao glanced at him just now, he felt that Gu Jiao had something to say to him. The emperor didn't object. Eunuch Wei quickly followed after Gu Jiao. Miss Gu. Gu Jiao looked around vigilantly. After making sure that no one was watching them, she said, "You have to pay extra attention to the food in Pure Flower's palace. Don't eat anything sent in by anyone outside of Pure Flower's palace. Even if it's from esteemed imperial concubine, you can't eat it." Why is that? Eunuch Wei asked in confusion. It's nothing, Gu Jiao said calmly. It's just to guard against the possibility that an assassin might poison His Majesty. Eunuch Wei laughed dryly. Do we have to guard against esteemed imperial concubine as well? Gu Jiao said seriously. She's the one we have to guard against. Eunuch Wei was stunned. Gu Jiao said calmly. She's the person His Majesty trusts the most. If someone tampers with the food she sends over, don't you think it'll be hard to guard against it? Eunuch Wei thought about how His Majesty had eaten the date paste pastry sent over by the little nun by esteemed imperial concubine Jing's side, without another word. He broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, the date paste pastry wasn't poisonous. If it was, then wouldn't His Majesty? Eunuch Wei was scared out of his wits. He quickly promised, "This servant understands. This servant will be on guard, and definitely won't let His Majesty eat anything outside of Pure Flower's palace." Gu Jiao didn't remind her grandaunt. Esteemed imperial concubine Jing's hands couldn't reach into Rensho Palace at the moment. Gu Jiao continued, "You should keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell His Majesty about it to avoid enmity." "This servant understands," Eunuch Wei said. "This servant will arrange for a carriage to send Miss Gu back." All right. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage heading back to Jade Water Alley, while Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flower's palace. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Pure Flower's palace, he ran into Kai Momo. Kai Momo had also just arrived. She greeted him with a smile. "Eunuch Wei." Eunuch Wei smiled politely. "Kai Momo, did esteemed imperial concubine dowager send you over? Did esteemed imperial concubine dowager have any orders for you?" Kai Momo handed over the food box in her hand. His Majesty didn't eat much during dinner just now. Esteemed imperial concubine dowager was worried that the food wasn't to His Majesty's liking, so she sent me to deliver the white fungus soup she personally made to His Majesty. Eunuch Wei took the food box and said, Esteemed imperial concubine dowager has worked hard. She's still recuperating, so there's no need for her to keep cooking. If His Majesty finds out, he'll be worried for esteemed imperial concubine dowager. Kai Momo sighed. I also said that, but esteemed imperial concubine dowager wouldn't listen. Eunuch Wei also knows that esteemed imperial concubine dowager only has His Majesty and Princess Ning'an. Since Princess Ning'an was married off to the Great Wall, esteemed imperial concubine dowager only has His Majesty by her side. How could she not care for His Majesty? In the past, esteemed imperial concubine dowager lived outside the palace and couldn't do as she pleased. Now that she's back, she naturally has to make up for the years of missing His Majesty. Eunuch Wei also sighed. Even so, you still have to advise esteemed imperial concubine dowager. Kai Momo agreed. I know I will. Eunuch Wei, hurry up and bring the white fungus soup to His Majesty. I won't disturb you any longer. Esteemed imperial concubine dowager is still waiting for me to serve her. Eunuch Wei nodded. Take care, Kai Momo. I almost forgot. Kai Momo walked a few steps and then turned back. She took out a bag of silver from her wide sleeve and handed it to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei hurriedly raised his hand to stop it. What's this for? Kai Momo said. It's a little token of appreciation from esteemed imperial concubine dowager. Just accept it. Eunuch Wei repeatedly refused. How can I accept esteemed imperial concubine dowager's money? Kai Momo stuffed it into his arms. Take it. If you don't, I won't be able to report to esteemed imperial concubine dowager. After Kai Momo left, Eunuch Wei took the food box to His Majesty's bedchamber. If it was in the past, he would definitely give the white fungus soup to His Majesty. But today, the advice of the little magic doctor flashed through his mind. He suddenly hesitated. How about I taste it first? Test the poison? Eunuch Wei scooped up a spoonful of white fungus soup and took a bite. After a long while he touched his chest. He was still alive, so there was nothing wrong with him. This white fungus soup should be for His Majesty, right? He walked a few steps inside. In the end, he still went to the small kitchen to get a bowl of white fungus soup from Pure Flower's palace and sent it to His Majesty. Gu Jiao took Grand Concubine Jing's pulse and didn't accept the consultation fee. In order to express his gratitude, His Majesty had Eunuch Wei give Gu Jiao his own calligraphy the next day. The little magic doctor's handwriting wasn't very beautiful, so His Majesty wrote a calligraphy book that very night and had the little magic doctor copy it. He also stamped His Majesty's imperial jade seal on it. This was much more precious than the imperial brush from before. His Majesty felt that the little magic doctor would definitely like it. However, the little magic doctor's face immediately darkened when he saw the calligraphy book. What kind of enmity did she have with His Majesty? Didn't she just throw a tantrum at him? Was there a need to take revenge like this? Gu Jiao scratched her head in annoyance and punched the calligraphy book. Eunuch Wei jumped in fright. Big sis, we're back. It was Gu Xiaoshuan's voice. Gu Jiao restrained her temper in a second and stood up to walk towards the door. Gu Xiaoshuan jumped down from the carriage with bags of various sizes. Gu Yan also jumped down. That's right, he could even jump now. This was a new carriage that His Majesty's great-uncle had bought. The coachman was one of Gu Yan's hidden guards. There was another carriage following behind the two's carriage that looked a bit unfamiliar. A middle-aged man wearing a gray robe got off the carriage. He then lifted the curtain and helped a woman wearing a white corset dress down. The woman had a graceful figure and a lithe figure. Her jade-like hands were as beautiful as jade carvings. Her clothes weren't extravagant, and she only had a simple bun on her head. The only accessory she wore was a wooden hairpin. She wore a veil that only revealed her bright and full forehead, and a pair of calm and wise eyes. It's master and mistress, Gu Yan said to Gu Jiao. This was the first time that Gu Jiao had met her two younger brothers, master and mistress. She knew that one of them was Master Lu, and the other was called Nan Xiang. Master Lu looked more ordinary, but Nan Xiang was a bit stunning. Her every movement exuded the aura of an aristocratic family's daughter, but she didn't lose the heroic spirit of a martial artist. The two of them came in front of Gu Jiao. Nan Xiang smiled. "You must be Xiaoshan and Yan's older sister? My name is Nan Xiang." She took Master Lu's hand. "This is my husband. His surname is Lu. If you don't mind, you can call him Lu Dazhuang." Gu Jiao. The few of them entered the house. Gu Jiao introduced Master Lu, Nan Xiang and Eunuch Wei. "Hello, Eunuch Wei." Nan Xiang smiled and greeted him. Eunuch Wei looked at Nan Xiang. For some reason, he felt that her eyes were a bit familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Madame Yao and senior servant Fang went for a walk in the orchard and weren't at home. Little Jing Kong also went out to play. Xiao Lulang and the old chancellor were working overtime at the Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College. Gu Jiao invited them to the central room. The bags in Gu Xiaoshuan's hands were given by Master Lu and Nan Xiang. Gu Jiao had lived for 2 lifetimes and had only seen students give gifts to teachers. It was the first time that she saw a teacher give gifts to a student. Gu Xiaoshan sat next to Nan Xiang. Nan Xiang smiled at Gu Jiao and said, "To be honest, I came here this time to discuss something with Miss Gu." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Nan Xiang touched Gu Xiaoshuan's head and said, "I like Xiaoshan so much that I want to take Xiaoshan as my adopted son. I don't know if Miss Gu will agree?" "Miss Gu, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't like Yan. It's just that Yan has parents by his side. It's inconvenient for me to take someone else's son. I've already understood Xiaoshuan's situation. His parents aren't in the capital." Her words were tactful. What did she mean by his parents weren't in the capital? Gu Xiaoshuan's parents didn't want Gu Xiaoshan at all. When Gu Jiao took away this useless burden and bought out his relationship with the Gu family for 20 taels of silver, needless to say, Gu Xiaoshuan's parents were very happy. Nan Xiang learned about these things from Gu Yan. She felt even more sorry for Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Xiaoshan. To be honest, she was very surprised. She didn't expect Nan Xiang to like Gu Xiaoshan so much. Let's put it this way. If the 4 of them stayed in the orphanage together, Gu Xiaoshan would definitely be the last one to be adopted. "Xiaoshan, what do you think?" Gu Jiao decided to listen to his opinion. "I'll listen to elder sister," Gu Xiaoshan said. This guy was also not enlightened. Gu Jiao changed the way she asked. "Then do you like Nan Xiang and Master Lu?" "I like them," Gu Xiaoshan said without hesitation. Gu Jiao continued. "Then in the future, if they are old and can't support themselves, are you willing to take care of them?" Gu Xiaoshan puffed out his chest. "A teacher for a day is a father for life. Master and mistress are like my parents. Naturally, I have to take care of them." Gu Jiao had been his elder sister for so long. This was the most eloquent speech she had heard from him. Gu Jiao almost understood what he was thinking. In fact, it was not bad to have 2 more people to take care of Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao was happy to hear this. She nodded. "Okay, listen to me. Then why don't you hurry up and pour tea for your adoptive father and mother?" Gu Xiaoshan was startled. "Ah. Aya." Gu Yan bumped his shoulder with his small shoulder. "My elder sister agreed." This. She agreed just like that? Gu Xiaoshan was so surprised that he stuttered. In fact, he only found out today. He hadn't digested the news yet. And then he became someone else's son? No one was happier than Nan Xiang. She had been longing for Xiaoshan for a long time. Finally, she could take him back and make him her son. Eunuch Wei didn't expect to encounter such a joyous event when he came to Bai Shui Alley to deliver things. He didn't know that Gu Xiaoshuan's background was so pitiful. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Gu Xiaoshan. Come Xiaoshan, come here." He waved at Gu Xiaoshan. "What?" Gu Xiaoshan walked over. Eunuch Wei untied the pouch at his waist and took out a money pouch from it. He also took out a gold leaf from the money pouch. Here. Why are you giving this to me? Gu Xiaoshan didn't accept it. Eunuch Wei wanted to say, congratulations on being someone's son. But why did it sound wrong? He cleared his throat and said, auspicious, auspicious, do you understand? If I ask you to accept it, then accept it. He didn't know what to say. I don't want it. Gu Xiaoshan was determined not to accept it. Eunuch Wei clicked his tongue. Oh, you child, you don't like it, right? Gu Xiaoshan stubbornly said. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I can't accept it. My sister said that I can't casually take other people's things. Eunuch Wei stuffed it into his hand, and Gu Xiaoshan pushed it into his hand. Nanxiang walked over. What's wrong? Eunuch Wei took the opportunity to stuff the gold leaf into Gu Xiaoshan's arms. Gu Xiaoshan took out the gold leaf and said, Eunuch Wei wants to give me this. I don't want it. Nanxiang smiled and took the gold leaf. Just as she was about to return it to Eunuch Wei, she suddenly smelled an unusual fragrance. She frowned and put the gold leaf to the tip of her nose to smell it. What's wrong? Eunuch Wei asked. Nanxiang's eyes flashed and smiled. This gold leaf is very unique. It's made like a real one. Eunuch Wei, do you have more? Can I take a look? Yes, yes. It's all here. Eunuch Wei handed a bag of gold leaves that Nanny Kai gave him to Nanxiang. Nanxiang quietly flipped through the gold leaves in the bag and scratched with her fingertips. Oh, sorry. My fingernails are too long, and scratched Eunuch Wei's money bag. Eunuch Wei smiled. It's okay. It's just a money bag. Nanxiang asked. Does this money bag belong to Eunuch Wei? It's really beautiful. Eunuch Wei said. It was given by the master in the palace. If Madame Lu likes it, I'll ask if there's more. Nanxiang smiled and said, That's not necessary. I broke it. I'll compensate you with a new one. Eunuch Wei said, No need, no need. Nanxiang insisted again and again, but Eunuch Wei still refused to accept it. It was just a broken money bag. In his eyes, it was not worth anything. Gu Jiao noticed that something was wrong and looked at Nanxiang. Nanxiang smiled. Miss Gu, do you have a needle and thread? I broke Eunuch Wei's money bag. I'll fix it for him. No need, there's really no need. Eunuch Wei said. Gu Jiao looked at Nanxiang. Yes, please come with me. The two entered the east room. Gu Jiao closed the door. Did something happen? Nanxiang took out the money bag and tore it with both hands. A pile of dried flower fragments fell out from the interlayer of the money bag. Gu Jiao picked up a piece of dried flower and sniffed it. It smells so good. What kind of flower is this? Nanxiang said. This is not a flower. It's grass. It's a kind of herb that grows in the Yin Kingdom. It's colorless and tasteless, but after soaking in the medicine, it will emit a fragrance similar to the fragrance of flowers. Gu Jiao asked, Is there a problem with this kind of grass? Nanxiang stared. There's nothing wrong with it. But after soaking it, it becomes a kind of medicine. Medicine? Gu Jiao frowned. Nanxiang stared at Gu Jiao and said, It can make people feel good, but it can also make people feel disgusted. Did Eunuch Wei suddenly become particularly close to anyone, or particularly hate anyone? Eunuch Wei didn't. His Majesty did. Chapter 363. Gu Jiao heard from Eunuch Qin that the relationship between His Majesty and her grandaunt used to be very close, but they gradually drifted apart for some reason. Eunuch Qin himself didn't know where it started. In short, the relationship between the two became more and more tense. and Princess Ning'an was caught in the middle. After His Majesty ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager ruled from behind the curtain, and concubine Jing was sent to the nunnery. The relationship between the two was completely destroyed. Nan Xiang saw Gu Jiao's thoughtful expression and knew that she had thought of something. However, she didn't ask too much. She liked Gu Xiaoshun and was willing to become Gu Xiaoshuan's family. Naturally, she would treat Gu Jiao differently, but she wouldn't use her status as an elder to interfere with Gu Jiao's private matters. She would listen to what Gu Jiao was willing to say, but she wouldn't ask what was inconvenient for her to say. Gu Jiao continued, "Martial Aunt Nan, you said that this grass is a catalyst. Does that mean that it needs to be combined with other medicines to be used?" "That's right. This medicine is very rare even in the 6 nations. It was originally..." Nan Xiang paused and smiled. "It was a knockout drug from the Tang sect. It was divided into white medicine and black medicine. At first, it was used to control disobedient people, but it was later banned by the elders of the Tang sect because its methods were too despicable. However, many people in the 6 nations coveted this prescription and stole it from the Tang sect." The Tang sect. Gu Jiao heard a new name. Nan Xiang continued, "However, even with the prescription, it's not that easy to refine the medicine. As far as I know, there aren't any physicians or pharmacists in the lower nations who can make this prescription." Gu Jiao asked, "Martial Aunt Nan, have you seen this prescription before?" Nan Xiang sighed and shook her head. "Unfortunately, I haven't." Gu Jiao nodded and asked, "So, white medicine makes people like it, while black medicine makes people hate it?" Nan Xiang replied, "That's right." She had lived for 2 lifetimes, yet she didn't know that there was such a medicine in the world. Gu Jiao's interest was piqued. She continued to ask, "How does this work? How can I guarantee that I won't get the wrong person?" Nan Xiang smiled warmly. "As long as it's fed by hand, there won't be any mistakes." Gu Jiao immediately understood. If this speculation was true, then concubine Jing had personally fed the emperor the white medicine, and her grandaunt had personally fed the emperor the black medicine. There was no way his grandaunt would set him up like that. His grandaunt hadn't put up her guard against grand concubine Jing back then, so she must have been set up by the latter. Gu Jiao asked again, "What about the guiding drug? Are the catalysts of the black and white medicines the same?" Nan Xiang nodded with a smile. "The guiding herbs are all the same. Some people had a firm mind and were not easily swayed by drugs. At this time, they needed drugs to stimulate the effect. Of course, there was also another situation, which was that after a long time, the effects of the medicine would not be stable enough and would need to be guided in to deepen the effects. The guiding drug doesn't need to be consumed. It's enough to let people smell it from time to time." At this point in the conversation, it was easy to guess who had given the money pouch to Eunuch Wei. Gu Jiao picked up the pouch and smelled it. There was a strong sandalwood fragrance on it. It was undoubtedly sent from the nunnery. Gu Jiao weighed the pouch in her hand and said, "Mistress Nan's nose is really sharp. The sandalwood fragrance is so strong, but you can still smell the guiding drug inside." Nan Xiang smiled. "This is the same principle as how you doctors distinguish medicinal herbs. People were always very sensitive to things they were familiar with. If there was monkshood aconitum inside, this little girl would be able to smell it through the sandalwood fragrance." Gu Jiao looked at Nan Xiang and said, "To be able to recognize this drug, it seems that Mistress Nan isn't an ordinary person." Nan Xiang smiled. "Likewise, this little girl wasn't a soft persimmon that could be bullied. She hid her abilities and didn't want others to know. Both of them were very smart and tactful. They didn't talk about private matters. It was respect and trust. They respected each other's identity and secrets. At the same time, they trusted that these secrets wouldn't hurt each other's family and themselves." From Nan Xiang's words, Gu Jiao had a new understanding of this time and space. It turned out that there was not only the Turks outside the 6 countries, but also the Tang sect. The Tang sect lived in seclusion and didn't have any contact with the 6 countries. The people in the Tang sect couldn't leave the Tang sect and couldn't step into the 6 countries. Of course, Nan Xiang and Gu Jiao talked about this drug most. No matter the black medicine or the white medicine, there was no specific antidote. It could only be made slowly disappear with the passage of time, or it could never disappear. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "What symptoms will there be when the drug's effect disappears?" Nan Xiang shook her head. "I haven't seen the specific symptoms. I only heard that there may be a backlash, such as nightmares." What Nan Xiang didn't say was that there may be some confusion, but she hadn't seen it, so it might be nonsense. Gu Jiao thought seriously. Eunuch Wei did say that the emperor had trouble sleeping. Could it be related to this? She looked at the dried flowers on the table and said, "Can the guiding drug prevent the drug's effect from disappearing?" "In theory it can, but..." Nan Xiang touched the dried flowers on the table. "1 or 2 of the guiding drug is enough. Using so many of them can only mean that the person who was drugged is very unstable. The guiding drug's effect can't be reversed. Unless the other party is going to drug that person again." "Will it still be effective the next time?" Gu Jiao asked. Nan Xiang thought seriously. "It should be, but it's hard to say how much more." So concubine Jing did go to buy medicine yesterday. She planned to drug the emperor again, because no matter how effective the drug was, it wouldn't be worse than it was now. Concubine Jing led the emperor to the nunnery for dinner last night, so that she could drug him. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao was there, so concubine Jing didn't know where to start. But concubine Jing wouldn't give up. Gu Jiao felt that she would find another chance to get close to the emperor. "I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll visit another day." Nan Xiang got up and left after sitting for a while. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan walked her and Master Lu to the door. Master Lu sighed when they got into the carriage. "Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity by talking so much to that girl?" Nan Xiang didn't care. "What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. She'll be our son's sister soon. We can't just stand by when she's in trouble." Master Lu held her hand and said earnestly, "It's not that I'm selfish, but you can't put yourself in trouble again. I don't want the thing that happened more than 10 years ago to happen again. The fight for the imperial family will be settled by the imperial family. Don't get involved in it." Nan Xiang touched her disfigured face through the veil and said with a smile, "I know." At night, the whole family came back except for little Jing Kong, who was taken to the imperial palace. They were all happy for Gu Shaoshan when they heard that he had recognized Master Lu and Nan Xiang as his adoptive parents. The old chancellor personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes to celebrate for Gu Shaoshan. Gu Shaoshan was embarrassed. He was still confused. How did he become the son of his master and his mistress? Guyan looked at the dishes in his bowl that were almost full and said seriously, "See, I wasn't wrong. His mistress has taken a fancy to you." Gu Shaoshan was speechless. "Is this what you mean by taking a fancy to me?" After the meal, Yu took the bowls and chopsticks to the backyard. Everyone began to do their own things. Gu Yan went to help little Jing Kong walk the chicken. He should have done it before dinner, but who told him to procrastinate? He only went out when it was dark. Gu Shaoshan went to straighten his wood. Xiao Luling returned to the study room. Gu Jiao was watering the vegetable garden in the front yard. Yao Shi walked over. "Jiao Jiao." And Gu Jiao looked at Yao Shi while watering. Yao Shi was holding a box in her hand. She looked nervous and perturbed. "Jiao Jiao, come here for a moment." "Okay." Gu Jiao put down the kettle and came to the stone table. Yao Shi had already sat down on a stone bench. Gu Jiao sat beside her. Yao Shi put the box on the table and gently pushed it in front of Gu Jiao. What is this? Gu Jiao asked strangely. Yao Shi looked expectant. Open it and take a look. Gu Jiao raised her hand and opened the box. She found that it was filled with jewelry. They were exquisite and of high quality. This is. Gu Jiao did not understand Yao Shi's intention. Yao Shi calmed herself down. She gathered her courage and held Gu Jiao's hand. This is for you. Why? Gu Jiao asked. Today was not a big day. Why did she give her so much jewelry? Yao Shi lowered her head and pinched the handkerchief. I wanted to give it to you a long time ago. I was worried that you would not want it. These were not expensive jewelry. Although the quality was good, they were all given to her by her grandmother before she married. She did not know how many years had passed, but the style was old. She was not really living a poor life. It was just that the jewelry she bought outside was not as meaningful as the ones her grandmother gave her. But she did not know if her daughter would like the things she thought were meaningful. Moreover, other than making a few sets of clothes for her daughter every month, her daughter did not want money. Gu Jiao did not say a word. Yao Shi thought that she was going to refuse and quickly said, It's not worth much. It's all old jewelry. If this was not worth much, then what was worth much? Gu Jiao did not understand much about the styles of the ancient era, but she still recognized gold. A box of gold jewelry could be sold for a small residence in the capital. Gu Jiao made a sound. It's very old, Yao Shi. It's not very old. Aya, what exactly was she saying? If it was too valuable, she was worried that she would not accept it. If it was too worthless, it would seem that the gift did not have enough weight. Yao Shi had never felt so conflicted before. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a smile. It's beautiful. I like it a lot. This was, agreeing to accept it? Yao Shi's eyes lit up. Her heart that had been in suspense all night finally relaxed. She could not help but let out a sigh of relief. In reality, rather than saying that she was worried that her daughter would refuse her gift, she was more worried that her daughter would refuse her kindness. Gu Jiao returned to the east room and took out the jewelry box one by one to admire. As a visitor from another world, she really liked these jewelry. They were all antiques. While she was admiring them, Xiao Lulang stopped in front of the door. Gu Jiao was keenly aware of the breathing outside the door. She turned her head to look at him. Her eyes sparkled. Husband. Xiao Liulong's habitual address, which didn't contain any lingering thoughts, nearly messed up his breathing. Xiao Lulang clutched his chest. His eyes swept over the jewelry on the table, and he used his sleeve to cover his right hand. What did you take? Gu Jiao's sharp eyes noticed. It's nothing, Xiao Lulang said. I still have a book that I have not finished reading. As he said this, he turned and left. Gu Jiao put down the pearl hairpin in her hand and walked forward a few steps. She grabbed Xiao Liulong's sleeve. What did you take? Let me see. Xiao Lulang lightly said. I said it's nothing. Gu Jiao did not believe him. She reached out to grab his right hand that was hidden under his sleeve. Even if he wanted to hide, how could he be Gu Jiao's opponent? Gu Jiao quickly took the red string from his hand. This was a hand-woven red string with a few small pieces of jade. The color of the jade was not very good, but the craftsmanship of the red string was exquisite. Is this for me? Gu Jiao asked. Since she had it, there was no point in denying it. Xiao Lulang gave a vague sound. This was personally woven by an old woman on his way home from the Hanlin Academy. The moment the bright red color came into his eyes, he almost immediately thought of her. At that time he did not think too much about it. He thought that she would look good wearing it. But when he bought it home, he found that she had so many expensive jewelry. Then his shabby bracelet. Gu Jiao handed the red string and her left wrist to him. Help me put it on. Xiao Liulong's eyelashes trembled. He took the string, and his fingertips accidentally touched hers. A tingling feeling went from his fingertips to the bottom of his heart. He put the red string on her slender wrist. Her jade-like wrist was accentuated by the bright red color, making her look extremely alluring. Chapter 364. The bracelet was already put on, but Xiao Liulong's hand still didn't let go of her wrist. Her light wrist fell into his palm. It was so soft that he couldn't help but want to gently knead it. This snow-white and delicate wrist ignited a ball of raging flames in his chest, burning his blood and qi to the point of surging. If it was a year ago, Xiao Liulang would have immediately let go, but now he couldn't let go. He had never experienced such a thing, nor had he gone to a place he shouldn't go. But occasionally Feng Lin would talk about men's topics in front of him and Lin Qingya. He knew that it was normal for men to have such thoughts, but he wasn't sure if his feelings for her were just a man's instinct, or if he really had feelings for her. Does it look good? Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Caught off guard, Xiao Liulang panicked as if his thoughts had been seen through. His throat moved, and he quickly let go of her hand. It looks good. Gu Jiao raised her left wrist and gently fiddled with the small jade stone on the red string with her right hand. I think it looks good too. Xiao Liulang saw that she really liked it, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Then Xiao Liulang saw her turn around and put away the jewelry on the table. Any of those jewelry was more expensive than the red string, but she only wore the one he gave her. Xiao Liulong's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion that he didn't notice. Gu Jiao closed the box and opened the cabinet door. She planned to put it in the highest drawer, but she found that she was too short to reach it. Xiao Liulang walked over and was about to help her put it up, but she jumped on the spot and put the box down. After putting it down, Gu Jiao saw Xiao Liulong's hand frozen in the air. She rolled her eyes and jumped up to sweep the box down. Oh, I didn't put it down properly. Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang put the box down. He was tall and had long arms, so he put the box in a very deep place without much effort. What Xiao Liulang didn't know was that when Gu Jiao looked up and saw him do all this, she was shocked in her heart. She clearly remembered that when she first moved to Clearwater Alley, he couldn't reach this place, and he only had the air of a young boy. But at that moment, she had clearly felt the charm and aura of an adult man. Gu Jiao's Gu Jiao's, S Jiao's and Guz's. The bed in the west room hadn't been fixed yet, so Xiao Liulang was still sleeping in the east room tonight. Gu Jiao fell asleep with her head against the pillow as usual. Xiao Liulang didn't fall asleep so quickly. He lay beside Gu Jiao and calculated the ancestral ratio in his mind. Suddenly, a small arm came over and pressed on his chest, interrupting his thoughts. The weather was dry, so they had to be careful of candles. In order to avoid accidental fires, it was best for them to sleep far away. He gently put her little arm down, but the next second, her leg was on top of him again. Xiao Liulang took a deep breath and helplessly put her leg down gently. But not long after, her whole body was on top of him. Her body was on her side, and her little head was in his arms. Husband, she called out in a daze. Xiao Liulong's hand paused and he stopped pushing her away. He looked down at her and found that she was sleeping soundly. That husband, just now, was just her sleep talk. Xiao Liulang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she called out to him in her dreams. Didn't that mean that this girl also had some feelings for him? She didn't call out to Jing Kong in her dreams, did she? Jing Kong. Gu Jiao called out in a daze. Xiao Liulang. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The entire imperial city was asleep. But in Pure Flower's palace, the emperor was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei walked over with a lantern. You can't sleep again? Do you want this servant to call for an imperial physician? The emperor slept in Jade Water Alley for a night, and then slept peacefully for the next few days. But tonight, he found it hard to sleep again. The emperor sat up and waved his hand. No need. The imperial physician's medicine won't be effective, Eunuch Wei said. Then this servant will have the imperial kitchen make something for you to eat. We can't eat. The emperor got off the dragon bed. We will look at the memorials for a while. Eunuch Wei earnestly advised. Your Majesty, don't look at them. Even if you can't sleep, you should lie down. You're resting after all. The emperor sat down behind the desk. What's the point of lying down and not sleeping? Stop wasting time and bring the memorials. Yes. Eunuch Wei helplessly agreed. He personally went to the imperial study and brought back a stack of memorials. The emperor pinched his swollen eyebrows and began to read through one of the memorials. Eunuch Wei saw that the emperor's complexion wasn't good, so he still secretly had someone call for an imperial physician. Fortunately, he did, because just as the emperor finished reading the third memorial, he collapsed due to exhaustion. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei's voice became more and more distant. The emperor closed his eyes and fainted. The emperor was awakened by the sound of wind chimes. When he opened his eyes, he felt a glaring ray of sunlight. He raised his hand to block it. After adjusting to the light, he realized that he wasn't lying on a bed in Pure Flowers Palace. He sat up. Someone come. Your Majesty. It wasn't Eunuch Wei who came, but Concubine Jing. Concubine Jing had changed out of her nun's clothes and was now wearing a gorgeous palace dress. Her hair had also grown long and was tied up in an exquisite bun. She wore a high hat and a wide belt. Your Majesty, you're awake. Concubine Jing sat down by the bed and looked at him with concern. Concubine Mother Jing. The emperor looked at her in a daze. Where is this? Concubine Jing smiled gently. Your Majesty has been unconscious for so long. I'm afraid you're confused. This is Pure Flowers Palace. How did Pure Flowers Palace become like this? What happened? The emperor looked at Concubine Jing in confusion. Concubine Jing waved her hand at a palace servant, who presented a bowl of medicine. Concubine Jing picked up the bowl and fed the emperor a spoonful. Your Majesty, it's time to drink your medicine. The emperor looked at the bowl of black medicine. Suddenly, something seemed to be wriggling in the bowl. A trace of extreme fear flashed through the emperor's heart. What's wrong? Your Majesty, drink your medicine. Concubine Jing looked at him in confusion. The emperor looked at Concubine Jing, then at the wriggling medicine in the bowl. He was so disgusted that his stomach churned. He knocked over the bowl and got out of bed. However, he didn't have much strength left. His legs gave out, and he fell to the ground. Concubine Jing looked down at him from above. She grabbed his chin and poured the terrifying medicine down his throat. No! The emperor shuddered and opened his eyes. He broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the familiar canopy and then at the familiar bed. It was his bed. It was Pure Flowers Palace. He sat up and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He actually had a nightmare again. But wasn't he reviewing memorials? Why was he lying on his bed? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei lifted the bright yellow canopy and hung it on a hook. You fainted while reviewing memorials. You scared this servant to death. The emperor rubbed his chest with lingering fear. Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor with a complicated expression. Your Majesty, did you have a nightmare again? The emperor said indifferently. I'm fine. What time is it? Shouldn't we be going to morning court? How is this fine? He was drenched in cold sweat. Eunuch Wei said with heartache. Your Majesty, you can't keep tormenting your body like this. When the imperial physician took your pulse, he said that your body is severely damaged and that you should rest more. You shouldn't worry about the morning court. That won't do. Cough, cough, cough. The emperor coughed violently halfway through his words. Where's the medicine? Is it ready? Eunuch Wei hurriedly urged the young eunuch in the hall. The young eunuch quickly said, This servant will go take a look now. The medicine is here. Accompanied by a familiar voice, a bowl of steaming hot medicinal soup was presented before the emperor. The emperor coughed violently as he reached out to take the medicine. However, when he saw the hand holding the bowl, his body suddenly froze. He followed the hand and looked at the person's face. That concerned expression overlapped with the face in his dream. The black medicine seemed to have moved a little. The emperor's expression changed abruptly, and he knocked the bowl over just like in his dream. The boiling medicine splashed all over old concubine Jing, who cried out from the heat. The back of her hand and wrist turned red instantly. Old concubine. Granny Kai was shocked. The emperor jumped off the bed and retreated to a distance of at least 10 steps away from old concubine Jing, as if he was avoiding the plague. Old concubine Jing held the back of her hand and looked at the emperor with hurt in her eyes. Your Majesty, it's me. The emperor couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. He gasped for air and looked at old concubine Jing with fear and vigilance. Eunuch Wei was dumbfounded by this scene. What was going on? Why was His Majesty suddenly treating the old concubine like this? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei cautiously walked forward. Old concubine Jing also stood up and walked toward the emperor with red eyes. Don't let her come here, the emperor shouted. Eunuch Wei and the other eunuchs and maids looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. At this time, Eunuch Qin's voice came from outside the hall. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The eunuchs all knelt on the ground. Eunuch Wei also hurriedly knelt down. When Empress Dowager Zhuang, dressed in a phoenix robe, walked into Pure Flower's palace's bedchamber with an imposing aura, the emperor pounced over without even thinking. Imperial Mother, save me. He jumped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's arms in front of everyone. Empress Dowager Zhuang was almost knocked down by him. What the hell are you doing at your age? Do you still think you're little Jing Kong? Don't you know how heavy you are? Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her index finger and pushed the emperor's head away from her arms. However, the emperor hugged her tightly and wouldn't let go. Imperial Mother! Imperial Mother! Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes in disgust. Old concubine Jing clenched her fingers as she watched this scene. No one dared to pull the emperor away, and Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't push him away herself. She was hugged by the emperor for a long time. Perhaps it was because Empress Dowager Zhuang had a calming aura, but the emperor's emotions gradually calmed down. The fear in his heart gradually dissipated, and he gradually regained his rationality. He finally realized what he had done. He let go of Empress Dowager Zhuang and abruptly retreated a few steps. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Eunuch Wei's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast enough to support him. He awkwardly grabbed Eunuch Wei's hand and stood up. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. He actually hugged this vicious woman and called her Imperial Mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with disdain. What kind of madness is the emperor having this morning? The emperor choked. As expected of a vicious woman. Even her words were so vicious. He must have been crazy to jump into this vicious woman's arms. It was so embarrassing. Old concubine Jing said sadly and worriedly. His Majesty had a nightmare and was frightened. He didn't scare the Empress Dowager, right? Eunuch Wei frowned. How did the imperial concubine know that His Majesty had a nightmare? Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes at the emperor. I didn't scare her, but I felt disgusted. The emperor gritted his teeth in anger. Your Majesty, are you all right? Old concubine Jing looked at him uneasily. Now that the emperor had regained his rationality, he naturally wouldn't confuse reality with dreams. He looked at the reddened back of concubine Jing's hand and felt a pang of guilt. He walked over and said, It's my fault for hurting Mother. Old concubine Jing shook her head. It's just a small injury. It's nothing compared to His Majesty's body. She then looked at Granny Kai. His Majesty's medicine has spilled. Go and pour a new bowl. Remember, don't make it too hot this time. Yes, Granny Kai complied. Eunuch Wei thought for a bit. This servant will do it. All right. Old concubine Jing nodded. Eunuch Wei personally brought the medicine over. I'll do it, old concubine Jing said. Eunuch Wei thought about how he was the one who brought the medicine here. It was brewed by Pure Flower's palace, and didn't count as outside food, so it should be fine. Moreover, he was the one who personally handed it to the imperial concubine. No one would have the chance to do anything to it. Old concubine Jing helped the emperor onto the imperial bed, and had him sit up against a pillow. Eunuch Wei handed the medicine over to old concubine Jing. Old concubine Jing calmly took the bowl, and stirred it with a spoon. The emperor said, "Will do it myself." "Let me do it." Old concubine Jing scooped up a spoonful with a smile, and fed it to the emperor. The emperor didn't really want concubine Jing to feed him medicine, but he had embarrassed the old concubine in front of so many people. If he were to refuse now, everyone in the 6 palaces would think that he was tired of the old concubine. He sighed helplessly and opened his mouth to drink. Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly said, "Wait." Chapter 365. The emperor reluctantly closed his mouth and glanced impatiently at Empress Dowager Zhuang. What does this vicious woman want to do now? She didn't let his lady mother feed him medicine. Does she want his lady mother to live a good life? Empress Dowager Zhuang walked over with an arrogant expression and said to concubine Jing, who was sitting on the dragon bed, "Give the medicine to me. I'll feed him." As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Although it was disrespectful, was the Empress Dowager crazy? Why would she want to feed His Majesty medicine? It was already merciful of her not to poison His Majesty to death. No, the relationship between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty seemed to have eased recently. They could often see the mother being kind, and the son being filial. It was said that they didn't quarrel in court anymore. The officials of the 2 factions were so bored that they almost dug out a 2-room residence in the throne room with their toes. It was just that the 2 had been fighting for so long that the palace servants couldn't get used to their sudden reconciliation. They thought they were still at odds with each other. No need to trouble the Empress Dowager. "I'll do it," concubine Jing said gently from the dragon bed. That's right. He didn't want to drink the medicine fed by this vicious woman. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked down at her. "Your clothes are so wet. Aren't you worried about catching a cold? Isn't your body weak?" Only then did the emperor remember that he had knocked over the bowl of medicine and caused mother consort Jing's hand to be injured. He must have been scared silly by the nightmare and had forgotten such an important matter after going through his mind once. He looked at concubine Jing's red hand and wet clothes and said guiltily, "Lady Mother, quickly go back and change clothes." "Eunuch Wei. This servant is here." Eunuch Wei walked forward with his horsetail whisk and bowed. "Your Majesty," the emperor said, "send my lady mother back to the nunnery. Also, remember to send someone to call the imperial physician and have him take a look at my lady mother." Eunuch Wei replied, "Yes." He turned to concubine Jing. "Imperial concubine, please." At this point, concubine Jing had no choice but to leave. Nanny Kai glanced at concubine Dowager, clenched her fists, and a trace of anxiety flashed across her eyes. Concubine Jing, however, stood up unhurriedly and handed the bowl of medicine to the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't move. Eunuch Qin went to pick her up. If Marquis Xianpinghe was a professional at bullying others, then Zhuang Jin's was also a professional at crushing others. She didn't deserve to receive the things handed over by an old concubine. Grand concubine Jing clenched her fist so hard that her knuckles turned white. The emperor was furious. This vicious woman was here to embarrass Mother Jing. Ah! Grand concubine Jing's hand slipped, and the bowl slipped from eunuch Qin's fingertips and fell onto the foot of the bed. The footrest was made of wood, so the medicine bowl did not break, but it was completely overturned. The medicine juice splashed all over the floor, and several drops even splashed on Empress Dowager Zhuang's luxurious and exquisite robe. Your Majesty! Eunuch Qin was the most miserable. He was the closest and his shoes were all wet. However, he didn't care about himself, and hurriedly bent down to wipe Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix robe. No need, get up. Empress Dowager Zhuang said calmly. Mother, are you all right? The emperor asked worriedly. Eunuch Qin secretly curled his lips. Grand concubine Jing wasn't even as wet as the Empress Dowager. She didn't care about the Empress Dowager, but instead cared about Grand concubine Jing. Didn't she see that she was the one who spilled the medicine? Grand concubine Jing said in shame, I'm fine. I'm so useless that I can't even carry a bowl of medicine properly. The emperor couldn't bear to see her sad. Mother's injuries haven't healed yet. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly interrupted the emperor. You know you're useless, so why are you still standing here? Hurry up and back down. Grand concubine Jing was stunned. The emperor, Granny Kai, and the others were also shocked. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Grand concubine Jing had been at odds for a long time, but it was the first time that Empress Dowager Zhuang had spoken so harshly to Grand concubine Jing in front of everyone. Even when they met in the imperial garden last time, Empress Dowager Zhuang had only ignored Grand concubine Jing. The emperor's face darkened. Grand concubine Jing lowered her eyes and said softly, Your Majesty is right. I'll leave now. Grand concubine Jing's expression was very calm. She didn't cry or show weakness, but everyone could feel her grievance. The emperor's face darkened even more. Grand concubine Jing was escorted out of the bedchamber by Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Qin personally went to bring a new bowl of medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang reluctantly took the bowl with a look of disgust. The emperor was furious. You disdain it? I disdain it. But he remembered that the two of them were pretending to be at peace, so he couldn't break with her in front of everyone. He said to the servants in the hall, Leave. Yes. The servants left one by one. Only Eunuch Qin stayed by Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. He was in the know, so the emperor didn't mind his presence. Well, there was no one else. The emperor was about to find the Empress Dowager to settle the score with Grand concubine Jing. Unexpectedly his hand sank. Empress Dowager Zhuang had stuffed the bowl of medicine into his hand. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, Drink it yourself. With that, she left without looking back. The emperor was speechless. Empress Dowager Zhuang returned to Rinshou Palace. Little Jing Kong didn't have classes today, but he went to find Qin Shuyu, so Rinshou Palace was quite quiet for the time being. Empress Dowager Zhuang's flowers and plants had been ruined by the little monk again. Empress Dowager Zhuang was heartbroken. Gu Jiao came out with a watering can she made herself. Great aunt. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted and reached out her hand. My candied plums. Gu Jiao put down the watering can, opened her purse, took out the box of candied plums, and counted 5 for her great aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with a dark face, I said I'd add one more. Otherwise, who would be willing to compete with Grand concubine Jing for the medicine? Okay. Gu Jiao rummaged through the box and found the smallest candied plum to give to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Oh, this action was quite familiar. She seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Gu Jiao couldn't remember it at the moment. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyelids twitched. Jiao Jiao, you've changed. You're a miser. You gave me such a small candied plum. Empress Dowager Zhuang was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. She took the candied plum and went back to the study angrily. She closed the door and found the candied plum jar. Fortunately, she still had some private collection. Miss Gu. Outside the hall, Eunuch Qin asked about Pure Flower's palace. Why did you let the Empress Dowager compete with Grand Concubine Jing for the medicine? The relationship between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty has been progressing well recently. Even without this, it's enough to gain their trust. Gu Jiao went to the palace early in the morning, but before she could talk about the drugging, she heard a spy from Pure Flower's palace report that His Majesty had fainted and Grand Concubine Jing had gone to Pure Flower's palace in the middle of the night. This was the best time to make a move. Gu Jiao guessed that Grand Concubine Jing wouldn't let go of this opportunity, so she quickly had her great-aunt go to Pure Flower's palace as well. It's not like she has to fight for the medicine. In Gu Jiao's opinion, it wasn't important whether her great-aunt fed the medicine to the emperor or not. The important thing was to stop Grand Concubine Jing from doing so. Gu Jiao asked, "Did she knock over the bowl of medicine in her hand?" Eunuch Qin was shocked. "Yes. How did you know? Did the spy report it just now?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head. Eunuch Qin was even more confused now. Eunuch Qin was a trustworthy person, so there was nothing that couldn't be said to him. Gu Jiao then told him about how she found the guiding drug on Eunuch Wei's body yesterday. Eunuch Qin was shocked and only came back to his senses after a while. "Miss Gu, you mean the relationship between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager became so strained because Grand Concubine Jing drugged him? His Majesty listens to Grand Concubine Jing's every word because he was drugged? This is too. It was too shocking. There was actually such a terrifying drug in the world. No, it should be said that Grand Concubine Jing would do such a terrifying thing to His Majesty. She had raised him single-handedly. Apart from the fact that he wasn't born from her womb, he was no different from her own flesh and blood. Moreover, His Majesty did view her as his own mother. There was no need for him to do such a thing. This was also what Gu Jiao was puzzled about. Why would Grand Concubine Jing drug the emperor with two different drugs at the same time? Drugging the emperor to make him hate her great-aunt and use this to sow discord between the two of them was somewhat plausible. But it also didn't make much sense. Her great-aunt held court behind the curtain and dominated the court. No matter how one looked at it, she had crossed the emperor's bottom line. Therefore, even if she hadn't been drugged, the emperor still wouldn't have tolerated her. As for the drug, there was even less of a need. The emperor was a sentimental person. He would even treat Eunuch Wei well, let alone his mother who had raised him. The emperor would definitely treat Grand Concubine Jing well and be close to her. Gu Jiao murmured. Did something happen between them? Eunuch Qin looked pensive. Miss Gu, are you referring to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager? Gu Jiao said, there's also Grand Concubine Jing. I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. Her great-aunt held court behind the curtain, so there's no way His Majesty wouldn't have a strained relationship with her. Drugging her to sow discord was an unnecessary move unless what? Eunuch Qin asked anxiously. Gu Jiao said seriously. Unless something happened that made Grand Concubine Jing feel that the relationship between His Majesty and her great-aunt was unshakable. Even if she held court behind the curtain, His Majesty still wouldn't break with her. What kind of relationship could be so strong in this world? only have one thing on my mind, and that's to take the imperial exam. No one can stop me from taking the exam. Chapter 366. Gu Jiao was someone who had been abandoned by her biological parents in a corner. To her knowledge, no relationship was solid, and trust between people didn't come from the relationship itself. Her world was very simple. It was either black or white, and all solidity came from mutual love and the strength of one's heart. However, she and Shiyi understood that not everyone was like her. In fact, most people were different from her. They had their own standards of judgment, mixed with the complexity and balance of human nature. Gu Jiao frowned. Eunuch Qin was keenly aware of her expression and could not help but ask, "Miss Gu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head. "This question is beyond the scope of my syllabus. I can't answer it." Eunuch Qin was speechless. However, even if she couldn't answer it, it wouldn't affect her next step in her plan. Not everything in this world needed to be explained. Take treating a disease for example. If a patient caught a cold, even if she didn't know how he got it, she could still cure him. The same was true for concubine Jing. Regardless of the reason she drugged the emperor, Gu Jiao wouldn't allow her to succeed again. She couldn't have bought just one pill, could she? She had knocked it over so cleanly, so she must have had a backup plan. Gu Jiao went to the study to say goodbye to her grandaunt, and then left the palace. She didn't try to hide her whereabouts, so the emperor soon got the news. The emperor thought she had come to the palace to treat his illness, so he waited expectantly for a while, only to hear that she had already left the palace. The emperor's face turned green. Eunuch Wei returned from the nunnery and reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the imperial physician has taken a look at the concubine dowager. It's still the same old illness, but it's nothing serious. She just needs to rest." The emperor wasn't satisfied with this reply. Mother's hand was scalded. "Is she really fine?" Eunuch Wei replied, "She's not injured, just a little red. The imperial physician has prescribed some medicine and said she'll recover in a few days." The emperor said in a deep voice, "I'm still worried." As he spoke, he was about to lift the quilt and get out of bed. Eunuch Wei hurriedly stopped him. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" The emperor said, "Zhen will go and see Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother was wronged in Pure Flower's palace today, and must be feeling very sad. If Zhen still doesn't appear, there will be rumors in the palace that Zhen no longer values her." Eunuch Wei had been in the palace for many years. How could he not understand this? However, the emperor's body was still weak, and the imperial physician urged him to rest well. Eunuch Wei earnestly advised, "Your Majesty, your top priority is to take care of your dragon body. Imperial concubine dowager will surely sympathize with you. As for those palace servants, Imperial concubine dowager is your imperial concubine mother. Who would dare to give her any face? Except for the one in Rensho Palace." Eunuch Wei added in his heart. He continued, "If you're still worried, this servant will make a few more trips for you." Eunuch Wei was the emperor's trusted aide. His appearance represented the emperor's position to a large extent. His frequent visits to the nunnery would also cause others to be wary of imperial concubine Jing. The emperor still insisted on going, but as soon as he lifted the quilt and got out of bed, he felt a wave of dizziness and fell on his, but on the dragon bed. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to go for a while. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei helped the emperor lie down and tucked in the quilt. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Your Majesty, did you tell Imperial Concubine Dowager about your nightmare today? The emperor said, No, why? Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. No. It's just that when the Empress Dowager came to visit your Majesty, Imperial Concubine Dowager immediately said that you had a nightmare. How did she know that you had a nightmare? This servant doesn't remember mentioning it to her. The emperor frowned. After a while he said carelessly, Perhaps Imperial Mother heard our conversation when she came in with the medicine. Was that so? Why did he vaguely feel that Imperial Concubine Dowager's expression was a bit strange at the time? Eunuch Wei didn't dare to say this. He might have seen wrongly. After Gu Jiao left the palace, she didn't go to the medical center, nor did she return to Jade Water Alley. Instead, she went to Qinghe Academy. Gu Qingfeng had just finished using the outhouse and was still pulling up his pants when a small hand reached over and pulled him out. Gu Qingfeng's pants almost fell to the ground. He grabbed his belt tightly and looked back at the person who pulled him up the wall. He was so angry that his face turned into the color of pig liver. Stupid girl. Why do you have this kind of hobby? Peeping at men taking off their pants in broad daylight. Those who knew would say that she was their sister, but those who didn't would think that she was a thief. Gu Jiao glanced at him with disdain. Who wants to peep at you taking off your pants? Do you think you're very good looking? That little bit. That little bit. Gu Qingfeng fell from the wall with a thump. He fell outside Qinghe Academy, which was exactly what Gu Jiao wanted. Gu Jiao tiptoed and landed lightly beside Gu Qingfeng. She put her small hands behind her back and bent over, looking at Gu Qingfeng, who was paralyzed on the ground with no love for life. Gu Qingfeng felt that one day, when he died young, it would be because of this girl who angered him to death. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. What was the meaning of saying that he was so small? Gu Qingfeng's self-esteem, as a man, was ruthlessly crushed. He hated that he couldn't ask her if she was blind. He always felt that he was incomparably cruel, until one day, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Xiaoliulong's. Since then, he didn't say anything. Gu Jiao didn't go to the outhouse to catch him on purpose. There were too many people in Qinghe Academy, and Gu Yan's shadow could be seen everywhere. This was probably the telepathy between the twins. As soon as she got close, Gu Yan would sense it. There was only one place where Gu Yan wouldn't come to find her, and that was a man's outhouse. The result proved that Gu Yan still underestimated his sister's thick skin. Gu Jiao wasn't obsessed with cleanliness, but she still threw Gu Qingfeng to the river to wash his hands. Gu Qingfeng, who was repeatedly despised. After sitting in the carriage, Gu Qingfeng asked Gu Jiao, I disappeared from the academy without even saying goodbye. This has a bad influence. I'm a student and I have to study. Gu Jiao took out a banknote worth 500 taels and put it on the table. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth and said, Even if the academy doesn't pursue the matter, when it reaches my grandfather's ears, I can't avoid punishment. Gu Jiao took out another banknote worth 500 taels and put it on the table. Gu Qingfeng silently put the banknote away. It doesn't matter if it's a banknote or not. I just want to help you. Tell me, where do you want to go this time? Gu Jiao, the Imperial Palace. Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt the banknote in his bosom heat up. Was it too late for him to regret it now? Gu Jiao entered the palace openly, but Gu Qingfeng wasn't so lucky. He was an outsider, and it wasn't easy for him to enter the inner palace. He also didn't have any open relations with Rinshou Palace, so the Empress Dowager wouldn't summon him. The emperor also had no reason to see the second young master of Marquis Ding and Fu. More importantly, he couldn't expose his identity. He could only grit his teeth and climb over the high palace walls. The two met near the nunnery. Gu Jiao had just arrived when Gu Qingfeng also arrived. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. His movements were very fast. He was very skilled. You've been to the Imperial Palace? Gu Jiao asked. How is that possible? Do you think the Imperial Palace is a place you can casually enter? Gu Qingfeng took out a map from his bosom. This. A map of the Imperial Palace. Gu Jiao's eyes widened. How do you have this? Gu Qingfeng chuckled and said, My father is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. All of the large and small halls in the Imperial Palace are maintained by the Ministry of Works. Even the Imperial Concubine Dowager's nunnery was built by the Ministry of Works. So this guy knew the layout of the various government offices like the back of his hand, coming and going without a trace. Was it all because he stole his father's map? Gu Qingfeng coldly said. He's also your father. Delicate father, he. Gu Qingfeng, forget it. She's not the real Gu Jiao's mother. What do you want to steal from the Imperial Palace? Gu Qingfeng was actually very puzzled. This girl was doted on by the Empress Dowager, and highly regarded by the Emperor. What kind of treasure could she not have? Did she need to steal it herself? Gu Jiao didn't answer, and brought him near the nunnery. Seeing this simple and unadorned nunnery, Gu Qingfeng fell into confusion. What is there to steal from a nunnery? Gu Jiao asked. There are dragon shadow guards inside. Can you go in? Gu Qingfeng almost peed himself. He exploded. What did you say? Dragon shadow guards. Gu Jiao found it strange. You know about them? Gu Qingfeng snorted. I'm the #1 bandit in the Zhao Kingdom. How could I not know about the dragon shadow guards? They are the men of sacrifice of the previous emperor. Their martial arts are top-notch, and they are very talented. Almost no one in the world is their match. Oh my, it's just a nunnery. Why would there be dragon shadow guards guarding it? Oh, I forgot that this guy doesn't know about Imperial Concubine Jing. Gu Qingfeng looked pensive. Did His Majesty send them? Isn't His Majesty a bit too filial to Imperial Concubine Jing? Even the dragon shadow guards were sent out, because he was afraid that the Empress Dowager would harm her. Listen, the whole world thought that Grand Aunt would harm Imperial Concubine Jing. But no one thought that Imperial Concubine Jing would harm Grand Aunt. Gu Qingfeng asked. What do you want to steal from her? Gu Jiao, medicine. Medicine? Gu Qingfeng looked her up and down and said suspiciously, You're a doctor yourself. Do you need to steal other people's medicine? Can we go in or not? Gu Jiao was irritated. I've never tried. Gu Qingfeng had never even been to the Imperial Palace, let alone a nunnery guarded by dragon shadow guards. She couldn't beat him in a fight. But when it came to hiding one's aura, Gu Qingfeng looked deeply at the little girl beside him, then looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. To be honest, if he were to die one day, it would either be because this girl angered him to death, or because she caused his death. Gu Qingfeng put his arm around Gu Jiao's slender waist. Don't make a sound and don't breathe later. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Qingfeng looked at the nunnery that looked like a dragon's den and a tiger's den. His eyes narrowed. Then he took Gu Jiao and sneaked in. Gu Jiao didn't expect him to be able to bring her in under the watchful eyes of the dragon shadow guards. Even the old duke couldn't avoid alerting the dragon shadow guards when he was alone. Gu Jiao suddenly had a new understanding of Gu Qingfeng. This guy's qinggong was really good. The nunnery that had been built at the last minute wasn't too big, and the terrain wasn't complicated. Gu Qingfeng found Concubine Jing's room without much effort. Perhaps the two were lucky that Concubine Jing wasn't in the room at the moment. She had gone to the small Buddhist hall to chant sutras. Gu Qingfeng took Gu Jiao into the room. What do the medicine you're looking for look like? Gu Qingfeng asked. I don't know. She forgot to ask Madame Nan. But she's not a doctor, so she shouldn't have a lot of medicine. Find them all. The two began to rummage through the room. Soon, they found some ointment for burns and wound, as well as some pills that replenished qi and blood. There wasn't anything that Gu Jiao hadn't seen before. She couldn't have brought it with her, could she? Gu Jiao murmured. As soon as she said that, Gu Qingfeng patted her shoulder and motioned for her to look at the wardrobe. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the wardrobe. It looked ordinary, but for some reason, It gave Gu Jiao a feeling that something was wrong. Gu Qingfeng whispered, "You also think it looks strange, don't you?" Gu Jiao nodded. She stared at the wardrobe for a while, but she didn't go closer. Instead, she took a few steps back. She said, "I know what's wrong. The pattern on the wardrobe door is reversed." The pattern on each side of the two wardrobe doors was supposed to face each other to form a full moon. But now, the two halves of the moon were facing each other with their backs facing each other. It made people feel uncomfortable, and they didn't want to look at it a second time. Gu Jiao walked forward and touched the halves of the moon with both hands. With a twist, the two halves of the moon were straightened, forming a full moon. With a click, the wardrobe door opened. Gu Qingfeng had opened this wardrobe before, and it was filled with clothes. But now it was in a different state. The wardrobe door was very thick, and it was almost open together with the wardrobe. And at the innermost side, there was a hidden compartment embedded in the wall. Gu Qingfeng's arms were long. He opened the hidden compartment and took out a small box. "Someone's coming," Gu Jiao suddenly said. Gu Qingfeng didn't have time to open the small box, and he couldn't take it away. Otherwise, if someone found out that it was missing and alerted the shadow dragon guards, they would be dead. Gu Qingfeng put the small box back, closed the wardrobe door, and restored the pattern. He took Gu Jiao and used Qinggong to go up to the roof beam. The door was pushed open. Nurse Kai walked in. "All right, just give me the Nyang Nyang's clothes. Go and see if the medicine for the Nyang Nyang is ready." "Yes." The two accompanying little nuns handed the dried clothes to Nanny Kai and turned around to leave. Nurse Kai closed the door and went to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe door and put the clothes inside. Then she closed the wardrobe door and turned to leave. But after taking 2 steps, she turned back and looked at the wardrobe with a frown. On the roof beam, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng held their breaths. No way, she found out that the wardrobe had been touched so quickly? Gu Jiao pinched a silver needle between her fingers. Nurse Kai reversed the pattern and opened the secret door of the wardrobe. She moved a stool, stood on it, took out the small box, and checked the contents. Gu Jiao looked down. There were 2 medicine bottles, one black and one white. Good heavens, it was really here. Granny Kai took out the 2 medicine bottles and put the small box back. No way, she wanted to take the medicine away. Nurse Kai came to the door. Gu Jiao slowly raised the silver needle in her hand. Gu Qingfeng grabbed her wrist. She would be exposed. The shadow dragon guards were not to be trifled with. As soon as Gu Jiao made a move, the shadow dragon guards would immediately notice. "Do you want the medicine or your life?" Gu Jiao's movements when she killed people would not be louder than their voices. However, the shadow dragon guards were men of sacrifice. Their brain circuits were different from normal people. They turned a deaf ear to conversations, but were very sensitive to killing intent and martial arts. However, Nurse Kai hesitated, shook her head and sighed. She still put the medicine bottles back. After Nurse Kai left, Gu Qingfeng brought Gu Jiao back to the ground. Gu Jiao could also jump down, but she could not do it as well as Gu Qingfeng. She would be noticed by the shadow dragon guards. Gu Qingfeng took out the small box from the secret compartment and opened it. He said to Gu Jiao, "These 2 bottles are the medicine you are looking for?" Gu Jiao pulled out the corks of the 2 bottles and poured out 1 pill from each bottle. Gu Qingfeng said strangely, "They look the same. Why put them in 2 bottles?" They did look the same. They were both dark brown pills. "Smell them." Gu Jiao put the 2 pills under Gu Qingfeng's nose. Gu Qingfeng sniffed. "Yes, they are medicine. What about it? Is there a difference?" Gu Jiao asked. "No." Gu Qingfeng shook his head decisively. There was a difference, but it was very subtle. Those who were not proficient in medicine would not be able to tell. If Gu Qingfeng couldn't tell, then concubine Jing shouldn't be able to either. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. She had wanted to steal the medicine at first, but now she had changed her mind. Oh no, this girl is up to mischief again. Who knows which unlucky person is going to get into big trouble again? Gu Qingfeng shook his head and continued to study the small box. He suddenly exclaimed, "There's something else in the box." He opened the inner compartment of the box and dug out a rolled-up, bright yellow imperial edict. Gu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Why would concubine Jing have an imperial edict? He had never heard of His Majesty giving concubine Jing an imperial edict. It was obvious that this imperial edict was quite old. Gu Qingfeng's mind flashed. I suddenly remembered something. It's just a rumor among the people. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. This girl was always so impatient. Gu Qingfeng curled his lips and said, before His Majesty passed away, he ordered Empress Dowager Zhuang to be buried with him. Concubine Jing risked her life to steal the imperial edict and burn it. That was how Empress Dowager Zhuang was saved. He suddenly laughed. Do you think the thing in the box is the one that was burned, the imperial edict that could kill Empress Dowager Zhuang? That you're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.